Chapter 5:16. Their mouths were agape. The experts who were waiting for heaven covering old demon to attack were all stunned. What kind of joke was that? He didn't even touch Lin Fan and was smacked away. He even said that he was going to open up a path for them. Open up your head. He had no ability at all and was just bragging. The current situation had also taught them a lesson. As expected, that dragon was really strong. They knew that heaven covering old demon was really strong. But now he was actually badly injured by a tail. That was a little terrifying. Although it was a sneak attack, that wasn't important anymore. Heaven covering old demon, since you're old, you should take care of yourself. Don't come out all day. The world belongs to the young. Apart from being old, what else can you do? Lin Fan's words were too offensive and he didn't care about them at all. To all of the powerful beings present, the words that Lin Fan had just said were extremely shameful. The world of the young? Scram. Only the bunch of old people could fight Lin Fan. As for the young, why not just let them be cannon fodder? Times were changing. Originally, only the elderly could have such a conflict, but now a young man had joined in, and even caused them to suffer a great loss. All of you have seen the situation. All of you know the situation. He can't be left alive, and today is your chance. Do you want to miss this chance and let him take you down one by one? Flame Demon Old Ancestor jumped out once more. His words made sense and he hoped that everyone could understand the situation. If they didn't do anything, Moitian would regret it in the future. Flame Demon Old Ancestor is right. We have to kill them. The four alliances should put down their grievances and kill them. Maybe because Lin Fan was too overbearing. All the sect leaders were furious. They really put down the conflict between the four alliances and worked together to kill Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan was really calm. It seemed like a battle was unavoidable. But all of that wasn't important anymore. Even if it was tough, he didn't fear anything. 9 Demon, be good. You will always be my favorite. Lin Fan sensed that 9 Demon didn't like the dragon. It was obvious that it felt like its position was being challenged. After Lin Fan consoled it, it became really obedient. Merge. The horned dragon turned into a beam of light and was sucked into Lin Fan's body. This kind of operation was really domineering. Controlling was one thing, but fusing was another. If there were people from Insect Valley here, they would be so terrified that they would pee their pants when they saw those scenes. With the small support system, Lin Fan was overpowered. Tao essence was limitless and could be consumed at will. There was no end to it. A blinding light covered Lin Fan. Everyone was shocked, not knowing what was going on. Immediately after, a terrifying energy burst out and filled the surroundings. What's going on? I can sense an extremely terrifying power brewing. They didn't know what had happened, but the fear in their hearts wouldn't deceive them. There was an astonishing power brewing under that light. Although they couldn't see it clearly, it was definitely terrifying. Some people frowned, feeling that this was a bit dangerous. Perhaps retreating was the wisest choice. Lin Wani was really worried and his palms were sweaty. He was worried about his son. He should have enjoyed his life, but he didn't expect that he would have to face such difficulties. This was a failure of a father to let his son live a carefree life that no one dared to offend. This was his failure as a father. Rumble. Instantly, the light that was wrapping around Lin Fan exploded as a beam of light shot up into the sky, blasting the clouds apart. Slowly, the light dissipated. Lin Fan wasn't in a good state. His body was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on his skin. Ha ha ha. He failed. This kid is asking for trouble. He can't handle that power at all. Everyone was delighted. They thought that something shocking would happen, but who knew that this would happen? Fanner, what happened to you? Lin Wani was worried. He could tell that Fanner couldn't handle the power, causing his body to crack. If this continued, the outcome would be catastrophic. Lin Fan raised his hand. Father, I am fine. Don't worry. Lin Fan was clearer than anyone else about the current situation. Just as they said, the power was too explosive. His body couldn't handle it at all, and the power was about to seep out. He didn't expect that after merging with the dragon, this would actually happen. It was too terrifying. What are you all laughing at? What is so funny? Lin Fan raised his head and looked at them coldly. He chanted to recover. The blood demon reversal technique was enough to recover all injuries. He had already cultivated to stage 4, which was the highest realm. No one in the world could do what he did. Even if Xiedao sect cultivated the blood demon reversal technique, they wouldn't be able to compare to Lin Fan. That moment, Lin Fan's injuries were all healed. When the gloating people saw this, they were stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Gotcha! Shortly after, Lin Fan's body broke apart once more and fresh blood flowed out. This thing, Lin Fan frowned. He didn't expect it to be so violent. Even if he used the blood demon reversal technique, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, he became like this once more. Forget it, he didn't care. There was no point in paying attention to all this. He could only fight him head-on. As for the outcome, it wasn't important anymore. Father, pay attention. I am attacking first. The moment he said this, Lin Fan dashed towards the crowd and his target was the flame demon old ancestor. This old man was a cunning person and tried to sow discord. Naturally, there was no need to give him a chance. Prepared to die, Lin Fan hollered in rage. His aura was so terrifying that everyone was astonished. But this shock only lasted for a short period of time. Which one of them was a coward? All of them walked step by step from a pile of corpses to where they were today. Kill! Honglong! Heaven and earth shook. Lin Fan's attack contained a dragon aura. Water Emperor, follow me. Su Chongsun, take care of old ancestor Zhao. We have a higher chance of winning this battle. Lin Wani said. Ha ha, good. Since that is the case, then I shall go crazy. Whether I live or die will be decided by the heavens. If you let me live, I will definitely thank you in the future. Water Emperor laughed and his heart burned. He had already thought about it. As long as he could live, he would say goodbye to Lin Wani. He was going to follow his son. As for him, he could just go and do whatever he wanted. The current situation was really bad for Flame Demon Old Ancestor. Kid, why do you have to stare at me? Flame Demon Old Ancestor was under huge pressure. He thought that with more people he would be fine. But who knew that things weren't what he thought? Lin Fan was like a mad dog that bit him. He didn't care about the attacks of the people around. Because you are too arrogant. Lin Fan used the Blood Demon Reversal technique. While hitting Flame Demon Old Ancestor, he could only temporarily maintain the body fusion. As for the other peak experts, they found it hard to believe that Lin Fan was so strong. Their group attacks weren't able to take him down, and he even had the ability to suppress Flame Demon Old Ancestor. One had to say that this was really terrifying. Ah! There was a scream. Flame Demon Old Ancestor's chest exploded from Lin Fan's fist. One could see his white bones and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Damn it, damn it! Flame Demon Old Ancestor hollered in rage. He used the undying body to recover, but his face was slightly ashen white. Please take out your true strength, otherwise I will end up like all of you. He knew that if this continued, the outcome would be catastrophic. Although they were working together, he could still see that they weren't fighting wholeheartedly. There were even some ulterior motives. For example, if one of them died. When that happened, it would be really beneficial for them. Lin Fan raised his hand and the ground shook. The Dao patterns were like a flood that surged forwards and pressed down. To Flame Demon Old Ancestor, this was a life-threatening thing. He paid attention to the situation around. Father, Water Emperor, and the others were held up by several peak experts. Although they weren't at a disadvantage, the people from the 4 alliances started to sneak attack. If this went on, they would definitely be in danger. How despicable. And he gradually understood one thing. When the Imperial Dynasty existed, the 4 alliances working together was enough to topple it. But why were they restricted by the Imperial Dynasty? No matter what, they didn't have the heart to work together. No one wanted to be the first to stand out. Even if Flame Demon Old Ancestor was about to be suppressed by him, there were still people who were slacking off and purposely used their killing moves. Flame Demon Old Ancestor was in danger, and could be suppressed at any moment. What a pitiful bunch of people. If they didn't wipe him out, who else could? They were even worse than the Alliance. Just at that moment, Fanner, move aside. A furious roar spread into his ears. Lin Fan knew that it was his father's voice. He didn't even look and went up against the few experts. He tore open the dimension and stepped in, appearing where he was. Poochie! Flame Demon Old Ancestor's body was pierced by his father's halberd. The halberd gave off a destructive aura and continued to destroy Flame Demon Old Ancestor's body. Ah! You bunch of jerks, even if I die, I won't let you off. Flame Demon Old Ancestor hollered in rage. He knew that he had been conned. The power in his body swelled and he wanted to self-destruct to drag everyone down with him. How could Lin Wani let Flame Demon Old Ancestor self-destruct? He suppressed him and wiped out the power in his body. There was a loud explosion. Even if Flame Demon Old Ancestor was Dao Realm Stage 7 and had an undying body, he was instantly turned to dust. Amazing! Lin Fan exclaimed. Father was really overbearing. He was good at sneak attacks and could kill someone at Stage 7 just like that. If he wanted to kill a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert, he would have to spend a lot of effort. He definitely wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. All of you so-called sect leaders, I despise your actions. Even at such a time, you are still thinking about conning people. If all of you can become successful, I will walk upside down. Lin Wani said coldly. His body was covered in injuries from the battle with the horned dragon. Even if he couldn't fight so many experts, he could still sneak attack and kill one of them. Instantly, a terrifying power struck him. Many peak experts attacked at the same time and it was obvious that they wanted to kill his father. Lin Fan roared and instantly appeared in front of his father. He punched out fiercely. However, under the combined strength of several peak experts, his strength was slightly inferior. Fandor, don't panic. I am here. Lin Wani slashed with the halberd and Dao patterns roared. They merged with Lin Fan's strength and turned into a shocking current that struck forwards. Hunglong! The area shook. Dragon Island was already in pieces and the ocean surged back, swallowing everything here. Father, when father and son work together, we are invincible, Lin Fan said. Not only are we invincible, we will make them piss their pants and cry for their parents, Lin Wani said. As for the top sect experts, their expressions were really ugly. In their words, as long as they worked together, the father and son would definitely die. But they would have to pay a price and the price would be that someone would die with them. But who really wanted to die? Chapter 5:17. They were in a stalemate. This was the only thing they could do. If not, there was really nothing they could do. The bunch of peak experts cursed in their hearts. Damn it. It was okay that Lin Wani was so strong, but who knew that the kid was so strong too? They were unable to take him down in a short time. There was even a high chance that he would be pressed to the ground and beaten up. Lin Fan felt that his own strength was terrifying. He was much stronger than before he merged with the dragon. Father, I think that we might be able to kill half of them today, Lin Fan said. His words were a little overbearing and didn't make sense at all. Even Lin Wani felt that Fan had picked up a bad habit of bragging outside. To the peak experts of the sect, they nearly spat out blood. Damn! Were the young people so arrogant now? Lin Fan was confident in his own strength. He could confidently say that these people didn't have long to live. In the near future, he would beat them up like dogs. Can all of you work harder? Now you even cause Flame Demon Old Ancestor's death. But I am curious, who will you harm next? But I have to say that all of you are from Evil Alliance, so why are you harming your own people? Is it because of hatred or because you want to occupy their sect territory? Lin Fan's words were a little vicious. He was directly pointing out the situation. He wanted them to suspect one another and no one dared to attack. No one knew who was behind all this. Lin Fan, stop trying to sow discord. Do you think that we will believe your words? An old man hollered in rage. His eyebrows were about to fly up. The current situation was very shameful to speak of. There were so many peak experts and none of them could do anything to him. That was a complete disgrace to their own identity and strength. But the truth was really awkward. When the old man spoke, he was really firm, like he was telling the truth. However, it was hard to conceal the vigilance in the eyes of the surrounding peak experts. Suddenly, in the distance, there seemed to be something smashing into the dimension and causing a huge tremor. A person appeared. He thought that more helpers had arrived, but that wasn't the case. He was in a tragic state and his body was covered in blood. Even though the scene of the battle was very intense, the other party did not show the slightest bit of fear. Sect leader, something bad has happened. The sect has been attacked, and we've suffered heavy losses. The newcomer's face was red as he roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the crowd. All of the peak powerful beings who were engaged in battle stopped what they were doing and turned their heads around to look at each other blankly. Then, as though they had thought of something, they looked over at Lin Fan. The person who came to inform them was an elder of a top sect in the Demon Alliance. The sect master of the Demon Alliance roared angrily. Without saying a word, he stepped into the dimension and entered it, heading towards the sect. Go back quickly, the sect has been ambushed. Bastard, this is a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Fan was stunned. He could swear to the heavens that he didn't work with the Alliance headquarters. It was even hard to say whether or not the Alliance headquarters knew about this. Who were the people who had attacked the other sect? He was in a daze for a moment. Father, kill them quickly. Kill as many as you can. Lin Fan charged towards the other party. They were all in a hurry to return to the sect. But since they were already here, how could they let them leave so easily? Naturally, they had to pay a price. They are here, they are here. Lin Wani came back to his senses and knew that this was a good chance. When he turned around and looked at Water Emperor, he realized that the old fellow was panting. Water Emperor, what are you doing? Stop them. Water Emperor wanted to scold. Things had already reached such a stage and he still had to stop them. Did he have any morals at all? But thinking about it, Lin Wani's words made sense. They were all running, so he had to stop them and make them stay here forever. Celestial Alliance Yusu was in a hurry to return to the sect. He instantly sensed a terrifying power striking him from behind. He dodged and then turned around to scold. Lin Fan, you despicable and shameless thing. He was really worried and didn't know what the outcome would be. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would really work with the Alliance headquarters and sneak attack them while they weren't in the sect. Damn. He didn't have the energy to fight Lin Fan anymore, and just wanted to return to the sect right away. Stay here for this sect leader. Lin Fan was lazy to talk nonsense with him. He punched forwards with strength like that of a dragon. After merging with the dragon, it had a shocking aura. Yusu just wanted to scold him. So many people were in a hurry to go back and he just stared at him. Was there something wrong with his head? This wasn't an isolated situation. Lin Wani, don't bully me. It was tough for the peak experts that Lin Wani stared at to escape. They could only scold him to vent their anger. Lin Wani didn't expect things to turn out like this. He was really confused. Did Fanner really work with the Alliance headquarters? But that might not be the case. Maybe he really told the Alliance about the plan and the Alliance headquarters seized the chance to attack the 4 alliances. Although this would weaken the strength of the 4 alliances and allow the Alliance headquarters to become stronger, all of that wasn't important anymore. There was a loud explosion. Yusu, who had been trying to escape from this place, still underestimated Lin Fan's strength. When he tried to block that fist, he realized how terrifying Lin Fan's strength was. His body was badly injured and his skin split open. Fresh blood seeped out and he cried out. Sect leader Lin, leave us a way out. If you continue to act like this, one day you will regret it. Yusu raged. He felt like he had really seen a ghost. So many people had left, so why was he the only one left? Isn't this going too far? Lin Fan's expression was calm as he raised his hand and opened his fingers. Instantly, a gigantic dragon claw appeared and grabbed at perfected Yusu. Damn it! Spiritual Master Yusu was shocked and had to fight back. At the same time, he was thinking about what to do. He couldn't continue like this. If everyone escaped and he was the only one left to face them, the consequences would be unimaginable. He probably wouldn't even know how he died. Spiritual Master Yusu is righteous enough to stop the enemy for us. We will definitely repay this kindness in the future. Those people who were in a rush to return to the sect saw Yusu and Lin Fan fighting for 300 rounds and immediately started to brag and praise Yusu. If he was someone who cared about his reputation, he would have no choice but to accept it. However, perfected Yusu was not the kind of person who cared about face. No matter how ferocious Lin Fan's attacks were, he just ran. He ran faster than anyone else. He couldn't wait to leave this place. At the same time, his control wasn't ordinary either as he charged towards that group of people. There was a sense of connection. He wanted to spread the ripples and drag them in. Then he would use the chance to escape. At this moment, perfected Yusu's actions caused everyone to curse. Damn it! He was actually so despicable and shameless. After a long while, all of you ran fast. Lin Fan spat and was really unhappy. With his current strength, as long as they didn't run, he was confident that he could kill them. These so-called sect masters were really fast at running away. Along with them being cunning and dragging down others, it was really tough to keep them here. But he was satisfied with the current situation. He came here to help his father and the others get out of danger. Now that he had achieved his goal, everything else wasn't a problem. At this moment, Lin Fan was in deep thought. Who did it? He didn't think that someone was helping him. Someone definitely tried to take advantage of the fact that the peak experts weren't here to attack. Many sect leaders from the 4 alliances didn't come this time. One couldn't say that it was those who didn't come. But there was a possibility. Forget it, I'll let them solve these things themselves. Lin Fan walked to his father's side. Father, are you okay? His father wasn't in a good situation. When he fought the dragon, he was already injured. Then, he was surrounded by a bunch of peak experts. It was already not bad that he didn't die. I am okay. Lin Wani waved his hands and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Although he was strong, he wasn't invincible. When he faced too many enemies, he would find it tough. Did you inform the Alliance headquarters? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan shook his head. No, I asked for the location from Beast Monster Sect and rushed over right away. I didn't have time to inform others. Based on my guesses, there might be an internal problem. There is a high chance of that. The 4 alliances seem to have formed an alliance, but there is a lot of internal strife. Lin Wani said. Lin Wani felt that this matter was solved for no reason at all. But not only did he feel that it was weird, even Lin Fan felt the same. There should have been a huge battle. Who knew that such a thing would happen? At this moment, Lin Fan came into contact with the merger. Liquid seeped out from each of his pores and gathered into a ball. In the end, it formed the dragon. He removed the control of the bug controlling technique. The dragon regained its consciousness. Its huge head was a little stunned and its brain was in a mess. It couldn't recall what had happened at all. What was even weirder was that his injuries had actually recovered. His body was riddled with holes. But now he wasn't injured at all. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and used the blood demon reversal technique to recover his body. The repercussions from merging with the dragon were huge. The bug controlling technique wasn't invincible. To merge with a truly terrifying beast, one had to pay a huge price. One might even lose their life. If people from Insect Valley saw this, they would say without hesitation, this was impossible. How could he fuse with such a terrifying horned dragon? If that was possible, that was the merging system created by numerous seniors in Insect Valley's history. Shortly after, 9 Demon appeared. 9 Demon shook its 9 heads and looked at the dragon with animosity. His thoughts were simple. This big guy actually wanted to snatch master from it. One day it would teach him a lesson. Is this Insect Valley's bug controlling technique? Lin Wani asked with a weird expression. A voice rang out in his heart. How could this be the bug controlling technique? It didn't make sense at all. Although Insect Valley's bug controlling technique was terrifying, it wasn't so terrifying to actually merge with the Zhao family dragon. Moreover, he could see that although Fan was strong, he was only at Dao Realm Stage 4. He wasn't able to use the full power of the merger. If he could use it all, those people who just came would all die here. Maybe that level of power would have reached the legendary Dao Realm Stage 8 that no one could reach. Father, this is the technique. But now is not the time. Let's take a look at old ancestor Zhao's situation. Lin Fan said. Speaking of old ancestor Zhao, Lin Wani rushed over. No matter what, even if old ancestor Zhao wasn't smart, he had to do it for the imperial dynasty. At that moment, old ancestor Zhao's injuries became worse and worse. Even if he used pills, he wasn't able to survive. His injuries were too heavy. During the battle with the dragon, his body was on the verge of shattering. Then he was sneak attacked and his injuries became even worse. Old ancestor Zhao's name was so pitiful and he died from a sneak attack. I won't repeat the same mistake. Old ancestor Zhao, you can go in peace. Your death wasn't for nothing. Water Emperor sighed. How sad. As for those 3 traitors, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Water Emperor hated traitors the most. He had suppressed them long ago and would just slowly kill them. Shut up. Lin Wani stared. Old ancestor Zhao wasn't dead yet and he was hoping for him to die. Did he have any compassion at all? Lin Fan placed his palm on old ancestor Zhao's body and used the main god technique. A gentle and holy power wrapped him up and large amounts of faith power merged into his body. Very quickly, old ancestor Zhao's injuries were healing at a visible rate. Water Emperor exclaimed. How amazing! Even Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan in shock. What did his son face? He was so mysterious. If it wasn't for the feeling of being connected by blood, he would have thought that his son had been replaced by someone else. Where am I? Old ancestor Zhao opened his eyes. He was a little dazed and lost. He felt like he was wrapped up in darkness. He couldn't feel anything and he couldn't see any light at all. He thought that he had been exiled into the endless void. Where do you think you are? Water Emperor said. Lin Fan felt like he was a talent. He could resist, fight, and heal. He was an all-round talent. Just thinking about how far he would develop in the future terrified him. Kid, your scent is familiar. It was like we merged into one. Did you control my mind? The dragon looked at Lin Fan. He wasn't angry, just curious and confused. Lin Fan didn't worry about him and asked, Father, do we still need to kill this dragon? Lin Wani looked at the dragon and sized him up. If you are here, with our current situation, we can kill him. Father, if we work together, no one can block us. Lin Fan thought the same. Since he had started naturally, he couldn't give up halfway. Are you still humans? When the dragon heard their conversation for some reason, he couldn't help but say those words. He controlled his mind and used his strength to fight against the enemy. Now he didn't care about him at all. That was a little too much. Of course, Lin Fan and Lin Wani were just casually saying that. There was no need to kill him anymore. No more slaughter, no more slaughter. Old ancestor Zhao recovered and he looked at the horned dragon with a guilty expression. The horned dragon was extremely strong and because he had promised the Zhao family ancestor, he had been helping the Zhao family. Even after such a long time had passed, he had never gone back on his word. Everything that happened today was because the Zhao family let down the Dragon King. Old ancestor Zhao, it doesn't matter whether or not we kill them. What are you prepared to do with these 3 animals? Lin Wani asked. He then looked at the 3 shivering Zhao Zhangtian and the others. His eyes shone with disdain and disdain. People who betrayed the family naturally had no reason to continue living. Old ancestor Zhao looked at the 3 of them and his heart pained. He didn't expect that they were the ones who betrayed the Zhao family and nearly caused the deaths of everyone. Zhao Sun was already a piece of trash, so why would he be afraid of losing anything? He grumbled, I didn't do anything wrong. Are you looking at me like you are pitying me? Let me tell you, I don't need anyone to pity me. The Zhao family is in your hands and we can only die. You are the sinner of the Zhao family and when you die, you won't have the face to meet your ancestors. At this moment Zhao Sun was really stubborn. Although his cultivation was trashed, he gave off the feeling that he didn't do anything wrong. But unfortunately, the Zhao family head and Zhao Zhangtian knew that they had lost. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Old ancestor, spare us, spare us. We were lied to by Zhao Sun. We really didn't think about betraying the Zhao family. Old ancestor, please give us another chance. Zhao Sun looked at the 2 of them coldly and said in disdain, You 2 are just afraid of death. I don't want to be on the same side as you. Old ancestor, you want to kill me but I won't let you. Only I can control my own life. I will wait for you down there. Poochie. Fresh blood seeped from the corner of Zhao Sun's mouth. From the start he was prepared to fail. Originally, he wanted to drag out an ignoble existence. But when he saw how the 2 of them begged, he gave up on his original thoughts. The 2 of you are just like dogs. Zhao Sun laughed. With a loud explosion his body fell to the ground and he didn't move at all. Old ancestor Zhao looked on as Zhao Sun died. He didn't do anything but his expression betrayed him. Although he was furious, his heart hurt. To the 2 of them, Zhao Sun's death didn't affect them at all. They just wanted to live. As long as they lived, there was still hope. This fellow is really decisive. He has some ability. Water Emperor gave a high evaluation of Zhao Sun's suicide. He then said, Brother Zhao, I think it is best if we kill the 2 of them. Leaving them alive is just a problem and problems might crop up in the future. To Water Emperor, this was a good show and he was really excited to watch. He had never seen a race where 3 important members wanted to kill the old ancestor. Moreover, they nearly succeeded. Just thinking about it made him feel really helpless. Old ancestor Zhao didn't reply to Water Emperor and just said with a pained expression, "I saw the 3 of you grow up and you disappoint me. Old ancestor, please spare us. We were blinded by greed." Zhao Sun said that old ancestor wanted to wipe out the Zhao family, which was why we did that. Since we have done so much for the Zhao family, please let us off. The 2 of them didn't want to die. They knew that the old ancestor was someone who cared about family. Zhao Sun was trashed because he said something he shouldn't have said. He didn't kill him and allowed him to enjoy his position and power in the Zhao family. Lin Fan saw that old ancestor Zhao was hesitating and wanted to help him kill these people. "Old ancestor Zhao, I think you should just kill them. If you can't bear to, I can help you," Lin Fan said. Su Chongsun said, "Right, you should still kill them. Being soft-hearted will only harm more people." Old ancestor Zhao thought about it for a long while before turning around and closing his eyes. "Let's give them a quick death." Lin Fan smiled and walked towards the 2 of them. When Zhao Zhongtian and Zhao family head saw that the old ancestor wanted to kill them, their faces turned ashen white. They had no way out. The 2 of them went mad. "We will fight you to the death." Lin Fan shook his head. These 2 really overestimated themselves. Even though their strength was at the Dao realm as well, compared to Lin Fan, the difference was way too far. Lin Fan punched out. The might of the fist engulfed the 2 of them. Following that, a resplendent light burst forth, incomparably dazzling. There was a loud pong. The light dissipated. 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky. "How is old ancestor Zhao?" "They left without any pain," Lin Fan said. Old ancestor Zhao was a vicious person. He looked like he was in pain, but actually he had a plan in his heart. Even if he was reluctant, he knew that they deserved to die. Lin Fan said, "Father, this place isn't safe anymore. We should leave." "I have something to tell you too." Lin Wani thought about Princess Yongla. She was a decent daughter-in-law and he was satisfied. This was why he wanted to bring Fan to take a look. What if he didn't agree? Of course he would. He had to be tied up. "What about that dragon?" Water Emperor asked. Lin Fan was really interested in that dragon. If it was possible, he was willing to keep it as a pet. But the usually well-behaved 9 demon. He was a huge vinegar jar. Even now, the 18 eyes that were looking at the horned dragon were glowing with an unfriendly light. Old ancestor Zhao adjusted his emotions and walked in front of the dragon. "Dragon King, Zhao family broke the promise. Dragon King won't serve Zhao family anymore. From today onwards, Dragon King can regain his freedom," old ancestor Zhao said. The dragon looked at old ancestor Zhao and nodded. "Kid Zhao, I have completed my mission. From today onwards, I am free. Zhao family's future will depend on you." Old ancestor Zhao nodded. "Oi, where did you come from?" Lin Fan couldn't help but be curious. He really wanted to know where this dragon came from. The dragon looked at Lin Fan and was in deep thought. "I also want to know the answer to this question. I am searching for it. I hope that the next time we meet I can tell you." Lin Fan wanted to say, "Why don't you stay and be the pet of your sect leader?" But looking at how coquettish 9 Demon was, how could Lin Fan not tell what 9 Demon was thinking? "Goodbye." The dragon rose into the air and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. At the same time, a red light swept over from the distance. Old ancestor Zhao opened his hand and a fingernail-sized blood jade landed in his palm. "Dragon King." Old ancestor Zhao's face was filled with guilt. He didn't expect that the Dragon King would leave something for him before he left. He knew what it was and what use it had. Then old ancestor Zhao cupped his fists and said goodbye to everyone. He needed to return to Zhao family to reorganize and lead them away from that place. Dragon Island was exposed and who knew whether or not Zhao family was also exposed. But just in case, he still had to be prepared. "I took a loss this time." Lin Fan wasn't satisfied. There would definitely be returns from the battle, but the current situation made him feel helpless. He didn't get any returns at all. As for what happened to those sects, when he returned he would definitely head over to take a look. Which old master did such a good thing? That was just something to celebrate. Fan father will bring you to where we are. Lin Wanyi said. Okay, father. Lin Fan nodded. To be able to find where his father was, he felt that this trip was worth it. Father was busy with reviving the imperial dynasty. His martial path mountain was developing smoothly. If nothing went wrong, he would wipe out a few top sects in a period of time. Expand the sect's influence a little bit. He headed into the distance. Water Emperor came to Lin Fan's side and said, Kid, do you lack manpower? Lin Fan smiled. Senior Water wants to follow me? Water Emperor was stunned and then smiled. Kid, this is a little shallow. We are working hard together and I have high hopes for you. You are much stronger than your father and have a bright future. Of course, if Senior is willing, Martial Path Mountain will have a spot for you. Lin Fan said. Martial Path Mountain lacked peak combat strength. Water Emperor was strong. Dao Realm Stage 7. Although he was weak in a fight, he was still motivated. Moreover, he wanted to poach all the experts by his father's side. When that happened, his father wouldn't have the energy to fight alone. Water Emperor smiled. Good. When no one is around, let's have a good chat. He really wanted to follow Lin Fan. He wasn't joking. After this battle, he had already seen through everything. It was obvious who had more potential at a glance. Naturally, Lin Wanyi didn't know what Water Emperor and Fan were talking about. In just a short while, Water Emperor wanted to betray him. Imperial Dynasty's hiding spot. Lin Fan felt that something was off. He realized that his father was anxious, like he wanted him to see something. This didn't feel good. He thought about it, but he didn't think about anything. He could only take it one step at a time. That moment, a girl hurried over. Lin Fan noticed that his father was smiling and his heart creaked. Was this a wife that his father introduced to him? Although she was beautiful and looked young, she gave off a feeling like she was really old. Wanyi. The girl opened her mouth and called his father a little intimately. Father. Lin Fan didn't understand what was going on. Lin Wanyi coughed and felt a little awkward and shy. Come, let me introduce you. This is my son Lin Fan. Fan this is your Auntie Sue. Auntie Sue? Lin Fan looked at his father with a weird expression. He was thinking about why he couldn't find his father. So, he had a beauty by his side and didn't want to leave. Hello, Auntie Sue. Lin Fan smiled. Su Liuli was delighted and pulled Lin Fan's hand. Good kid. This is the first time we are meeting and I don't have anything good. This is something that I have kept for a long time, and I will give it to you today. In the future, when you meet a girl you like, you can give it to her. Lin Fan looked at it. It was a bracelet that looked extraordinary and contained Dao patterns. This was a Dao artifact. She was really generous. Since it was a good thing, then there was no reason not to take it. After all, his father was taken away and as a son, he had to gain something. Thank you, Auntie Sue. Lin Fan took it. Lin Wanyi squinted. You unfilial kid, you really aren't polite. He then said, Liuli, your master left this for you, give it to him. So what? I like this kid the moment I see him. In the future, when Fan meets a girl he likes, he will have something to give to her. Su Liuli said. Lin Wanyi stared at Lin Fan and was annoyed. Your Auntie Sue gave it to you, so keep it well. Don't lose it, otherwise I will break your legs. Father, let me say something that you don't like to hear. With your current strength, it is a little tough for you to do this. Lin Fan said. You brat. Lin Wanyi couldn't take it anymore. He was so arrogant and dared to provoke him. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, he noticed a gaze filled with killing intent staring at him. Su Liuli stared at Lin Wanyi like she was telling him to try and attack. Hey, Lin Wanyi was helpless. This kid is so dumb and can't be spoiled. Otherwise, he might even ascend to the heavens. At that moment, a voice spread over. Brother Lin. Prince Shaoqi hurried over when he learned that Lin Fan was here. Brother Xiao, long time no see. You look much fatter. Seems like you are living a good life. Lin Fan smiled. Shaoqi smiled. Not bad, not bad. Anyway, to Lin Fan, he didn't see anything wrong with Shaoqi. Even the destruction of the Imperial Dynasty didn't affect him at all. Hayes, the Imperial Dynasty is gone just like that. Brother Xiao must be feeling really bad. Lin Fan said. Shaoqi said, it is okay, it is okay. I don't feel bad and my life is much more relaxed than before. The biggest change is that our relationship is much better. If this was in the past, I wouldn't have dared to imagine it. As a big brother, I have finally experienced the sense of existence as a big brother. However, Brother Lin, our relationship is going to be much closer. Lin Fan was confused. Brother Xiao, what do you mean? Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, my sister is going to be your wife. In the future, we will be relatives, so what else do I mean? Xiao Qi smiled and said. Obviously, to Xiao Qi, he was quite satisfied with marrying his sister to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at his father and the meaning in his eyes was obvious. He was saying that, Father, why haven't you given up? Lin Wani ignored Lin Fan's gaze and said, Father is satisfied. Your Auntie Sue is satisfied too. Your mother in heaven must be satisfied too. You aren't young anymore, so starting a family is what you have to do. Father, I am still young. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said, You aren't, you are already very old. Lin Fan looked at his father and touched his forehead. He had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to run away this time. It was a little amazing, a little scammed. He knew that this would happen. After dealing with Dragon Island, he should have left right away. Chapter 518. Lin Fan knew that he couldn't hide from it. It seemed like he could only meet her once. He trusted his father's taste. Normally, he wouldn't be interested in girls who didn't fit his worldview. Xiao Qi followed at the side and tried his best to promote her. What he meant was simple. My sister has white skin and a beautiful face. I definitely won't lose out. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Qi with a weird expression. Could this fellow have any conscience? He actually promoted his sister just like that. Was this something a brother should do? Lin Wani obviously knew his son's personality. He pulled him back and warned him. Kid, listen up. If you dare to send her flying, I will beat you to death. Lin Fan was filled with disbelief. Father, I don't believe that you will beat me to death. Lin Wani nearly couldn't breathe. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Naturally, it was impossible. He said that to express the seriousness of the matter. He wanted him to pay attention. Anyways, you better behave yourself. Lin Wani said that and didn't say anything else. To Lin Fan, his father's standards were getting higher and higher. In the past, she was just the daughter of the family. Now, she was the princess of the imperial dynasty. Why didn't he find someone more high-end? Very quickly, the bunch of them came to a courtyard. This was where Princess Yongla lived. Naturally, their arrival attracted the attention of many people. These people were all princes and some princesses. They had good mindsets. To them, although the imperial dynasty was gone, it didn't affect them much. They were still taken care of here, so naturally their lives weren't a problem. Father, I think that there is no need to make things so complicated. Lin Fan walked over and tried to instill new ideas into his father's mind. Unfortunately, it wasn't effective. Father was a stubborn person. Once he decided on something, even 10 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. Brother Lin, that is my sister. Xiao Qi raised his hand and pointed at a person in the distance. That person stood in front of a garden. His back was facing Lin Fan and the others, and he was smelling the fragrance of the flowers. Sister Yongla. Xiao Qi shouted and told her to come over. He really hoped that Brother Lin could be together with his sister. When that happened, they would be family and things would be easier to discuss. Princess Yongla looked back and saw that her imperial brother had come, as well as her uncles. She felt quite confused and did not know what was going on. Lin Fan did not stand out in the crowd. He sized up Princess Yongla. She was indeed decent, but he had seen many decent women before. At first glance, he was sure that Princess Yongla was an honest person. For the unrestrained little white dragon that soared in the waves of the ocean, how could an honest person keep an eye on him? Yongla greets my brother and uncles. Princess Yongla's voice was soft and gentle. She was like a fresh flower that needed protection. The more Lin Wani looked at her, the more he liked her. This was a good daughter-in-law. As for those backup daughters-in-law that he showed they couldn't compare to Yongla. That's it. Even if this kid didn't agree, he had to tie him up. Lin Wani said eagerly, Yongla, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Lin's son, Lin Fan. I brought him over for you to take a look at. Are you satisfied? Princess Yongla looked at Lin Fan carefully and instantly her face turned red. Her voice was so soft. I will follow uncle's decision. Although her voice was soft, Lin Wani heard it clearly. He laughed out loud. Good, that's good. Princess Yongla, this is the first time we are meeting, so we have to think it through. Moreover, one has to be self-aware and have the desire to pursue happiness. An arranged marriage won't bring happiness. Don't be afraid, just say it directly. Do you like it? If you don't, it is okay. Lin Fan opened his mouth and tried to brainwash her to let her have her own thoughts. Instantly, he noticed that his father's gaze was filled with killing intent. It was obvious that he was angered by his words. In Lin Wani's words, he had finally found a wife for him and now he was talking like that. If not for there being so many people here, he would have slapped him to death. Yongla likes it. Princess Yongla's face was so red that it was about to turn red. She didn't dare to look at Lin Fan in the eyes. Lin Fan was helpless. This evil society. But this is the first time we are meeting and you don't even know what kind of person I am and you like me. That is just too fake. Love isn't a business. It needs time to develop, so Lin Fan said non-stop. But suddenly he realized that the situation wasn't right. Princess Yongla's originally red face turned ashen white and tears started to fall from her eyes. Uncles, Yongla has been rude. The moment he said this, Princess Yongla turned around and her body twitched. She then ran into the distance. Lin Fan felt awkward. He realized that everyone was looking at him differently. It isn't what you think. I didn't say anything at all. I will beat you to death, you unfilial kid. Lin Wani couldn't help but raise his hand. He didn't say a word and just wanted to teach this kid a lesson. When Water Emperor saw this, he couldn't take it anymore. In the future, he was going to follow this kid and had to do something to gain some affection points. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Stop. Water Emperor hugged Lin Wani's back. Don't be rash. Let go. Lin Wani hollered in rage, you brat. I spent so much effort on your marriage and you actually ruined it. Today I will teach you a lesson. Prince Shaoqi raged, Brother Lin, I was wrong about you. I thought that you were a man but I didn't expect you to bully my sister. I am going to ignore you. Instantly. The entire place was in a mess. Lin Wani scolded. Water Emperor tried to persuade him. Lin Wani, shut up. Just at that moment, Auntie Su stood beside Lin Wani and scolded. Her voice caused Lin Wani to calm down. His face turned red from the scolding but now he was really calm. Su Chongsin gloated. It was a wise choice to bring his daughter over. He finally managed to turn the tables. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan and raised his finger like he was saying that this kid was really skilled and he had nothing to say. Fanner, you are in the wrong. Auntie Su walked in front of Lin Fan and tried to persuade him. Yongla is a decent girl. Your words are too hurtful. Especially for Yongla. You and her are just going through the wedding ceremony. Aren't you just looking down on her by saying all this? Auntie Su, I didn't say that. Lin Fan said. He didn't say anything too much and just tried to persuade her not to be rash. Some things had to be felt with one's heart. Auntie Su, we have to be willing. Without a relationship, it will be easy to break and she won't be happy in the future. Lin Fan said. Auntie Su said, Fan, I understand the words you said but when they are put together I don't understand. But forget it, it is normal for young people to be rash. But you have to consider other people's feelings. Yongla is a pitiful kid and your words are a huge blow to her. Listen to Auntie Su and coax Yongla. Lin Fan sighed. Just what in the world was going on? Hey's okay. Since Auntie Su said that, then I will coax her. But it has nothing to do with me. I am a short-tempered person. Okay, go. Auntie Su has high hopes for you. Su Liuli said. Lin Fan shook his head. He had no choice. He wanted to be an emotionless sect leader but his father made him one. Wasn't that just making him fall? Maybe he was just too outstanding. This was Princess Yongla's backyard. And because of this incident, Princess Yongla naturally ran to another place. Wani Fanner is really similar to you. Su Liuli said. Lin Wani was annoyed, similar to me? It would be great if he was like me. Look at him now, he doesn't have any mature thoughts. If he was like me, he would have. Like he thought about something. Lin Wani kept quiet. Su Liuli asked curiously, what? Nothing. Lin Wani shook his head like he didn't know anything. In the distance, Princess Yongla laid on the stone table and felt sad. Lin Fan stood in the distance and looked at that exquisite back view. She was indeed not bad. What a beast. She was so sad, and he actually had the mood to size up her body. He was just heartless. How should I coax her? Lin Fan touched his chin and thought about it. That was a problem. Anyways, he had to settle things here and leave. This place was too dangerous, and his father was staring at him aggressively. Forget it. He would just take one step at a time. Are you sad? Lin Fan stood quietly behind Yongla. Wasn't that nonsense? If she wasn't sad, she could cry. Yongla was really sad. When she heard the voice behind her, she stood up right away and wiped her tears with her back facing Lin Fan. She turned around and lowered her head. No. Lin Fan thought about it. What should he say next? Cough cough. What I said wasn't what you think. Do you understand? Lin Fan said. He had to explain. At the same time, he felt like he had to find a chance to tell her that it was impossible for them to be together. Whatever you say, Princess Yongla replied. Till now she didn't dare to look at Lin Fan. To Princess Yongla she was really nervous. She felt like her future husband was a really serious person. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. He had already become her husband, and she was so sure that he was the one. As expected, he was an outstanding person and was welcomed everywhere. Why are you sure that I am the one? I don't think I am that outstanding. Lin Fan asked. What he meant was that he was asking whether or not he was an outstanding person, which was why he was so crazy about him. Princess Yongla said. When father was here, he agreed to this marriage, and so did Uncle Lin. From now onwards I will be a part of the Lin family. If you don't agree, then I must have done something wrong. I will change. Lin Fan blinked and felt helpless. He really wanted to say it. Big sister, you are a princess. Although the imperial dynasty was gone, no matter what, your identity as a princess still existed. Now that you said it so directly, how was he supposed to reply? This is for you. Lin Fan took out the bracelet that Auntie Su gave him and passed it to her. This was a Dao artifact and he had no use for it. It was better to leave it here. If anything happened, he would be able to protect himself. When Yongla saw the bracelet, her expression changed. She covered her mouth and her eyes turned red once more. This is tough. Lin Fan shook his head and waved his hands. He left right away. As for what happened next, it had nothing to do with him. To Princess Yongla, it was tough for her to calm down. She knew what the bracelet was. It was Auntie Su's bracelet. Lin Fan was prepared to leave tomorrow. After the Dragon Island battle ended, the sect leaders rushed back to their sections. Some of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, there were some who flew into a rage. When they returned to the sect, they found that the sect had been destroyed into ruins. Countless disciples were wailing and screaming in the ruins. Some of the elders even died in the sect. Who did it? Who did it? Those disciples who survived didn't know who did it. The person who came covered his face and didn't say a single word from start to finish. He just came to the sect and started a massacre. He killed everyone he saw and even moved the sect treasury away. He was just like a bandit. The sect leaders whose sects were destroyed only had one thought in their hearts, which was that Lin Fan was working with the Alliance headquarters to leak the news that they weren't in their sections. After they left, the Alliance headquarters attacked. That had to be the case. Because of Lin Fan's casually slandering words, the Alliance headquarters became the scapegoat. If the Alliance found out about this, they would probably spit out blood. Damn. Even if you wanted to frame someone, you shouldn't have done that. That was just too much. Sects in the 4 alliances were destroyed, but most of them were fine. It was obvious that the Alliance headquarters had limited experts, which was why they weren't able to wipe them all out. Buddha Alliance and Celestial Alliance had a joint meeting. They were discussing this matter. Pu Yuan and Su Yuanming looked at one another. The glow in their eyes was really hidden, but it was obvious what they were trying to say. The two of them were like shit stirrers in Buddha Alliance and Celestial Alliance, stirring up a whole pot of shit. The meeting room was in chaos. They were all discussing about the destruction of their sections. Some of the grandmasters were rejoicing over the fact that their sects had been destroyed. If their sects had been destroyed as well, they might even have the heart to kill themselves. Pu Yuan and Su Yuanming sat there and looked at the clown sect leaders. At that moment, a sect leader raged, "We can't tolerate this. We have to teach them a lesson. Right, we have to teach them a lesson. My son is still a kid. When I saw him being squashed by a stone, my heart hurt so much that I couldn't breathe. That was just too cruel. Master Guyuan started to chant. Thank you, Master Guan, for helping my son. The sect leader whose son died said gratefully, the dead can't be revived. My condolences. Guyuan's expression didn't change. Of course, he doubted the abilities of these people. So many peak experts went to kill Lin Wani and the others, but they weren't even able to kill him. They even lost some of their experts. That was just so embarrassing. The current situation was good. They had weakened the strength of the four alliances. Now that such a thing happened, they could be weakened further. Fight, the fiercer the battle, the better. It would be best if all of them died. But the following situation was a little off. Right, the alliance headquarters are bullies. They suppressed us while we weren't in our sections. We can't take it anymore and we have to make them pay the price. Damn alliance headquarters. Guyuan laughed to himself. But when he heard that they tossed this matter to the alliance headquarters, he was shocked. Damn. What was going on? What did this have to do with the alliance headquarters? It had nothing to do with them at all. We did all of this to stir up the conflict between the four alliances. We wanted all of you to fight to the death and then we would reap the benefits. But now they said that the alliance headquarters did it. One had to say that their actions were a little overbearing. One had to respect them and also felt like they were idiots. Guys, are you sure that the alliance headquarters did this? Guyuan felt like he couldn't sit still and not do anything. He had to ask about it. Apart from the alliance headquarters, who else could it be? A sect leader raged. He was the victim. They didn't succeed in killing Lin Wani and the others and he was annoyed. When he returned to the sect and saw that it was in ruins, his heart was dripping blood. The heavens were blind. They didn't even protect such a loving sect. Guyuan didn't want to toss this matter to the alliance headquarters. Otherwise, with the current situation of the four alliances, they would at most scold them. As for attacking, that was impossible. The alliance headquarters didn't know about this. So how did they find out? Did people from Evil Alliance and Monster Alliance grab this chance to take action? Guyuan asked. Lin Fan said it. He found out about our whereabouts from Beast Monster Sect, and then informed the alliance headquarters. How despicable, I really want to rip him to shreds. The sect leader, who was furious, had flames burning in his eyes. How infuriating. Guyuan felt really stifled. How did this happen? His true goal was to cause a war between the four alliances. How did this kid spoil it? Su Yuanming frowned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Guyuan said, no, Beast Monster Sect needs some time to get to the alliance headquarters. He asked for the location from Beast Monster Sect and then had to send the news back. That would take a long time and he might not be able to make it in time. Guyuan, why does it sound like you want to help the alliance headquarters? How could he not make it in time? If not, then how would Lin Fan know that our sects would be destroyed? Some sect leaders were on the verge of collapsing. They were already sure that the alliance headquarters did it. Master Guyuan kept trying to help the alliance headquarters and that annoyed him. Su Yuanming shook his head at Guyuan and hoped that he wouldn't say anything more. There was no point in saying anything more. It might even make people suspicious. Damn. A monk didn't curse. But at such a moment, Guyuan was cursing deep down. Such a good thing was spoiled just like that. The next day, Lin Fan pushed open the door and was shocked by the person standing there. Who had come so early in the morning? It was Princess Yongla. She carried things to wash up and breakfast and had been waiting for a long time. When Lin Fan saw this, he didn't know what to say. What a hard-working girl. After that, he didn't say anything else and accepted it calmly. If not, there would be another misunderstanding and that would be pointless. Princess Yongla was the princess of the previous imperial dynasty. In the past, she lived a luxurious life. She had food to eat and clothes to wear. How could she take care of other people's lives? But now, everything she did, she perfectly fulfilled the definition of a little wife. When Lin Fan met his father, the smile on his face was much brighter, and the way he looked at Lin Fan was much gentler. When Lin Wani saw the bracelet on Yongla's wife's wrist, he smiled like a flower. He didn't expect the kid to be so cunning. He said that he didn't want it. But in terms of actions, he was really honest. Brother Lin, I was too rash yesterday. I apologize to you. Xiaoqi was in a good mood. Brother Lin was really mischievous. He saw that his sister was beautiful and liked her, but he still said such words. Haha, Brother Xiao, why do you have to do that? It is just a small matter. I didn't even care about it. Lin Fan said. Auntie Su was really happy. She had high hopes for Yongla. She had her own opinions and knew her place. She wasn't ambitious and didn't have any bad thoughts. She was just a normal girl. Naturally, she knew that Lin Fan was strong and was a peak expert. Especially since he had such achievements at such a young age. His future was limitless. However, it was precisely because he was such an expert that he needed a stable wife. He wasn't someone who just wanted to pursue the martial path. It wasn't like she hadn't seen this kind of partner who pursued martial arts together. But the final outcome was very bad. It could be said that it was extremely miserable. They could betray everyone for the martial path. Even the closest people were the same. Father, I should go, Lin Fan said. Lin Wani was stunned. How long have you been here and you are in such a rush to go back? Lin Fan said, I have no choice. Someone needs to take care of Martial Path Mountain, so I can't not return for a long time. This? Lin Wani frowned. His thoughts were simple, which was to hope that the unfilial kid could stay for a period of time. Simply consummate the marriage. That request shouldn't be too much, right? But looking at the situation, that was impossible. Okay, I will accompany you to Martial Path Mountain to take a look, Lin Wani said. He had to understand where this unfilial kid was. If not, this kid would disappear in the blink of an eye and it would be tough to find him. Lin Fan looked at his father and a weird feeling appeared in his eyes. Why? Can't I go take a look? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan said, no, how is that possible? Then let's go. Who knows how Martial Path Mountain is like? Naturally, Water Emperor had to go too. He had to stay on Martial Path Mountain. As for the former Imperial Dynasty, forget it. There was no hope. In his words, although Water Emperor was weak, he was really motivated. You pulled him out to restore the glory of the Imperial Dynasty, but you didn't make any progress at all. That was just so frustrating. He couldn't just slack here every day, right? So when he saw Lin Fan, he made his mind up. He had to work with him. Other people were just unreliable. Su Changsun didn't follow. He just stayed here in case anything happened. Lin Fan and the others left until they disappeared into the distance. Only then did Yongla dare to walk out from afar. She raised her head and looked into the distance with a stunned expression. Yongla, I don't have much to say to you. I just want you to remember that you have to endure loneliness. Sometimes waiting is also a choice. You should know that the person you married won't come back before he completes some things, said Su Liuli. Yongla nodded. Thank you for your advice. I will remember it. If I marry a chicken, I will follow the chicken. If I marry a dog, I will follow the dog. I will continue to wait. Su Liuli touched her head and smiled. What a good kid. But she knew that Lin Fan didn't have any feelings for Yongla. But sometimes feelings weren't important. What was important was stability. Living was something to rely on. No wonder they said that this kid was dumb. He really was dumb. But this kid was just so annoying. He gave away the bracelet just like that. Was he being generous or was he just casually giving it away? Or did he not know what the bracelet represented? Martial Path Mountain. Lin Wani said with a weird expression, Kid, you are not bad. You actually managed to stand firm. Father, what are you talking about? Given your child's strength right now, isn't it a simple matter for me to stand firm? This entire area of 10,000 miles is your child's territory. I've swept through countless sects and beaten them up so badly that they don't even dare to turn back. Of course this wasn't much. His goal was simple, to occupy all the land. To make those top sects bow down to him. No, to split them up and make them disappear from the world. I called you fat, but you are still panting. Be careful. If you develop too much, those top sects won't let you off. Lin Wani couldn't stand how arrogant this kid was. He was even more arrogant than when he was young. But there was no comparison. Thinking about his achievements when he was young compared to this kid, it was like playing with mud. Lin Fan squinted. Top sects? One day, I will make those top sects retreat when they hear my name. They won't dare to fight with me. When they see me, they will kneel down and welcome me. Brag. Lin Wani stared. He didn't learn the good things and only learned the bad things. He was bragging so much that he nearly believed him. Very quickly, Lin Fan and the others entered Martial Path Mountain. Master Lin. Zhu Shen saw Lin Wani right away and was really excited. Even if he turned into a pig, he couldn't hide his majesty. Lin Wani felt a little guilty towards Zhu Shen. If not for the U City matter, then this wouldn't have happened. Zhu Shen could sense Master Lin's guilt, but he didn't feel much about it. The pig body was decent and he felt that it had changed. It was a change in the bloodline. When Zhang Tianshan and Zhao Lishan saw Lin Wani, they were really excited. After all, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Lin Wani didn't expect that the kid would actually gather so many people. He was a little surprised and a little shocked. But more than that, he felt happy. Looking at the situation, he didn't mess around. With these reliable brothers helping him, he was at ease. But what shocked Lin Wani was Gozi. In U City, Gozi took care of the kid. He thought that after so many things, even if Gozi didn't die, he would be chased away by the kid. After all, what he was going to face wasn't something normal people could face. Who knew that Gozi was the one taking care of Lin Fan? Old master. Gozi was really careful when he saw Lin Wani. Oh, not bad. Lin Wani patted Gozi's shoulder and praised. But instantly he was shocked. It wasn't because he saw who it was, but because he realized that Gozi's cultivation had actually reached Dao Realm Stage 3. How was that possible? To Lin Wani, this was an earth-shattering change. He was stunned. Gozi saw that Old Master was stunned and understood something. Old Master, this is all because of Young Master. Lin Wani came back to his senses and looked at Gozi. He nodded his head and was thinking about how the kid did it. Even Gozi's cultivation rose to such a realm. If other people found out, it would definitely cause a huge impact. Father, since you are here, then take a look around. I have developed Martial Path Mountain well, and we have the foundations of a top sect. Lin Fan said. This was a rather modest statement. Actually, not only did they have the foundations of a top sect, but they really had the strength to fight against them. That moment, under Lin Fan's lead, Lin Wani nodded his head. It was obvious that he recognized Fan Er's achievements. But suddenly the situation was a little off. He saw someone who shouldn't be here. The divinator was observing the changes in the sky and felt a pair of eyes looking at him. He turned his head, and when he saw that it was Lin Wani, he didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he smiled. Brother Lin, I didn't expect that we would meet again so quickly. The divinator smiled and walked over. He looked at Lin Wani's destiny right away and was astonished. As expected, it was extremely terrifying. This wasn't because Lin Wani was terrifying, but because sect leader Lin's luck was just too terrifying. He really changed his destiny. If other people wanted to do that, naturally they would have to pay a huge price. But to him, sect leader Lin was as simple as drinking water. Amazing. Lin Wani had nothing to say. He was impressed by the divinator, and at the same time, his heart suffered a huge blow. He personally invited the divinator to help the imperial dynasty. On the other hand, the divinator acted like he was tired of the conflicts of the world, and he just wanted to live in seclusion in the forest and live a peaceful life. Lin Wani respected his choice. But what was going on now? What about hiding in the forest? What about not fighting in the world? Who would believe him? Brother Lin, your words aren't right. Sect leader Lin is not normal, he is not normal. The divinator praised. When he said that he was not normal, his expression was one of respect. Water Emperor walked beside the divinator and said softly, You old thing, did you notice something long ago? The divinator smiled. Brother Water Emperor, it isn't too late for you to come now. Although he didn't say it so directly. But the Water Emperor understood what he meant. He would follow young Master Lin and he would have a bright future. Water Emperor was in a good mood and was at ease. To Lin Wani, he was a little unhappy. Was this unfilial kid so popular? He personally visited him to ask for help, but he didn't even bother. Who knew that he would go to this kid's side? Even if he was his son, it still made him feel bad. Fan Er, what are you prepared to do in the future? Lin Wani asked. At the same time, he wanted to know Fan Er's true thoughts. Lin Fan said, Naturally, I will wipe out all the sections. From now on, only Martial Path Mountain will exist. You want to replace the imperial dynasty? Lin Wani hesitated. If Anna really wanted to become the imperial dynasty, then what should he do? Should he support him or not? Lin Fan smiled. This has nothing to do with me. I just want Martial Path Mountain to exist. Whether or not the imperial dynasty exists has nothing to do with me. The divinator said, Brother Lin, you have to be optimistic about some things. The luck of the imperial dynasty has dissipated and we can't force it. A new era has arrived. Haven't you noticed? Lin Wani glanced at the divinator and didn't bother about him. In his heart, he was still filled with hatred. A brother's words make sense. Water Emperor revealed his thoughts of betrayal and hoped to give Brother Lin some hints in case Brother Lin felt betrayed, and his heart hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. Lin Wani looked at Water Emperor and then at the divinator. He had a bad feeling. That night, within the room, Brother Lin, I am sorry. I won't be accompanying all of you to restore the imperial dynasty. Water Emperor said directly. Lin Wani sucked in a deep breath. I knew that you were rebellious. The divinator said, Brother Lin, Water Emperor's choice is correct. You must believe me. The imperial dynasty is impossible. Your son's luck is so thick that it is 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the imperial dynasty. Don't talk about luck. I only believe that man can beat the heavens. Lin Wani said. The divinator said, man can beat the heavens but luck is something that even the heavens can't control. So what if he beats the heavens? What did this kid feed all of you for all of you to praise him so much? Lin Wani knew that he couldn't win against the divinator, so he didn't linger about luck. The divinator said, he is really lucky. Lin Wani raised his hand. Okay, let's not talk about this. This is your choice. I don't believe that I can restore the imperial dynasty to glory. Brother Lin, it isn't impossible to restore the imperial dynasty. I have an idea. The divinator said. Speak, what is it? Lin Wani asked. Was the divinator stunned by his aura and had a change of heart? Follow sect leader Lin and it won't be a problem. The divinator said seriously. Scram. Lin Wani thought that the divinator would have a good idea, but he didn't expect that to be the case. The divinator shrugged helplessly. If that was the case, then there was really nothing he could do. The night wasn't peaceful. Lin Wani laid there and tossed and turned. The moment he closed his eyes, the words that the divinator said echoed in his mind. His head was swollen. The next day, Lin Wani didn't stay for long and left alone. Water Emperor waved his hands. Brother Lin, when I have time I will visit you. Water Emperor stayed on Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain had one more person at the peak. Lin Wani didn't even turn his head and left right away. He made up his mind to work hard and no matter what, he had to restore the imperial dynasty. He didn't do it for anything else but to fight for pride. How could he not be as strong as that kid? Nephew Lin, what will be my position in the sect in the future? Water Emperor smiled and asked. Lin Fan frowned. There is a problem with the way you address me. Think about it. How would Water Emperor know what he meant? He wanted to jump up and argue, but when he thought about how the divinator was willing to stay here, what else could he say? He didn't even need to use his brain to think about it. Sect leader Lin. Water Emperor called out. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. In the future, you will be like the divinator. Okay, no problem. Water Emperor was delighted. The divinator was so amazing and naturally, his position in the sect wouldn't be low. So be it. That was a good choice. The divinator looked at Water Emperor and shook his head. They were the same and he was still smiling. What was so funny about that? Oh, during this period of time, something serious happened in the four alliances. Based on what Gu Yuan thought, the four alliances would at most scold the alliance headquarters and wouldn't do anything. On this point he had indeed guessed correctly. Those who didn't do anything meant that their sects weren't destroyed. But to those sect leaders whose sects were destroyed, they only had one goal, which was to take revenge on the alliance headquarters. Thus, for the first time, those people worked together to take revenge on the alliance headquarters. This was something that Gu Yuan didn't expect. Brother Gun, this matter is complicated, Su Yuanming said. Gu Yuan thought about it for a long while and then said viciously, that kid spoiled our plan. who knew that the heavens would help him and point the problem at the Alliance. But that is good too. If those people fight with the Alliance headquarters and both sides suffer heavy losses, it will be beneficial for our future plans. Su Yuanming was terrified by Gu Yuan's plan. This was a bold plan. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. But as he got deeper into it, he realized that it was feasible. At the same time, they were really ambitious. Not only did they want to occupy the 4 alliances, but they also wanted to control the Alliance headquarters. Alliance headquarters? The commander frowned. He had already found out about the situation with the 4 alliances. They didn't succeed in killing Lin Wani, and their lair was stolen. Moreover, that person even pushed the blame to the Alliance. Who was the one who did it? The commander felt that there was an unknown and mysterious power hiding in the dark. It was like a poisonous snake staring at them. As long as they were weak, they would be bitten. Zhu Daoxin and Wu Zhiga hadn't been rehabilitated. Although they could be used, they couldn't do so openly. Otherwise, the Alliance's position in the hearts of the people would be greatly reduced. It seems like I have to have a good talk with the 4 alliances. The commander was prepared to appear and negotiate with them. At the same time, he told them that this wasn't done by the Alliance. Some wars were necessary, but some shouldn't have happened at all. Especially when someone was purposely framing them. No matter what the outcome was, it would only make the despicable person in the dark laugh. Then, the commander summoned a 9-star general and told him to bring a personally written letter to the 4 alliances. This matter was a secret. It definitely couldn't be leaked. General Yu, you have to send this letter to the 4 alliances, the commander said. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission, General Yu said firmly. This was a secret mission that the commander gave him. He was really excited, and no matter what, he had to complete it. How could he fail? Very quickly, General Yu left the Alliance. But in the dark, someone looked on as General Yu slowly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 519. Zhenming didn't need to hide. He had always been so righteous and would only occasionally hide in the darkness. As a Hell Mountain higher-up, he could move freely and knew a lot of inside information. Hell Mountain and the Alliance headquarters worked together to occupy rich land, which was why Hell Mountain was able to gain a stable footing there. He also suggested several strategies and perfectly helped Hell Mountain expand. This was why his position in Hell Mountain naturally rose. The 4 alliances suffered heavy losses, and they think that it was done by the Alliance headquarters. Just now General Yu snuck away. He was definitely ordered by the commander to explain this matter to the 4 alliances. Zhenming thought about it for a long while. He didn't think that the commander wanted to start a war with the 4 alliances. If they were at their peak, naturally the Alliance headquarters wouldn't fear anyone. But the situation now was different. The 2 strongest 9-star generals couldn't appear, and the Alliance suffered heavy losses in terms of peak combat strength. Naturally, they weren't able to fight against the 4 alliances. Zhenming's guess was right. General Yu was indeed ordered by the commander to take over from the 4 alliances. What should I do? Zhenming was in deep thought. He thought about all sorts of possibilities. It was a good idea to drag Zhu Daoxin and Wu Zhiga down, but it was too difficult. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to save himself. Moreover, the 2 strongest 9-star generals might not be so stupid and not be able to see the problem. Zhenming followed General Yu, but he didn't dare to get too close. In the entire Alliance headquarters, the commander was the most careful person. Sometimes, he would be able to think of things that you didn't. In a certain hidden area, the commander looked at General Yu. He had been observing the surrounding situation and hoped that he could pull out the enemy who was hiding in the dark. The enemy wanted to break the unity of the Alliance headquarters, so naturally, he wouldn't give up on any chance. He looked on for a long while. The commander frowned. Nothing happened. Was he thinking too much? That moment, Zhenming's hair stood on its end. An expert's aura covered the area. Luckily, he was smart enough and didn't get too close. At the same time, he mixed in as a normal person and didn't attract any attention. Otherwise, with the commander's strength, as long as he noticed him, he would definitely die. If Lin Fan saw Zhenming's shocking actions, he would have shut himself up. Why were other people able to think so much but he couldn't? The land of abundance. At the border between Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance. General Yu hit his aura and headed towards the main camp of Celestial Alliance. He looked calm, but he was actually panicking. This mission looked simple, but it was actually really dangerous. Although he was just sending a letter with the current situation, there was a high chance that he would be killed by the people from the 4 alliances. Suddenly, he felt an astonishing power coming from the dimension. Marshal Yu was shocked. Someone wanted to fuck him. If Zhenming didn't attack, then it would be too late. Even though there was a gap between him and Marshal Yu. But no matter what, he had to attack. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill General Yu here. Although he was a higher up in Hell Mountain, he didn't trust anyone. Who dares to sneak attack me? General Yu was furious. Was it someone from the 4 alliances? But that was impossible. His movements were stealthy and did not attract any attention at all. How could he be discovered? Zhenming didn't say a word. Each time he attacked, he would use his strongest attack. He knew that if this dragged on, he would just be asking for death. Was Temple. Back Mountain. Yu Yunming, who should have died a long time ago, was still standing there. Yunming, I know that you are reluctant, but you must know that he is an evil demon from Hell Mountain. He has killed many people and his hands are stained with many innocent lives. This is the only way for him to redeem himself, so you can't be soft. Miaozhen said. Yu Yunming said, Don't worry, Master, I understand. When I first saw him, I knew that his background was unknown and that he was really evil. After we interacted, he didn't hide anything from me and told me that he was a higher up in Hell Mountain. He wants to follow me to the ends of the world and hide in the mountains. I can sense his love for me, which is why I discussed a plan with you. I faked my death to let him take revenge on the Alliance. I just don't know what the situation is like now. Miaozhen was really happy. Yunming satisfied her, and she could be at ease leaving was Temple to her. I don't know the exact situation, but I have found out that he has returned to Hell Mountain and maybe he has started to attack the Alliance. Elmar, everything you've done has made me very happy. Yu Yunming said. It is all because Master has taught me well. Miaozhen smiled. Her eyes were filled with memories. Maybe she was thinking back to when she was young and had a fool in her hands. She was really satisfied with her disciple. She was good at acting, pure and kind. This was a weapon that most men in the world couldn't block. Even evil people could slowly change. Especially those who were filled with evil energy. Once their hearts were opened and they lost their only hope, they would turn into a vengeful maniac that everyone feared. At the border of the 2 alliances. Zhenming, you actually dare to kill me. General Yu spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. He raised his hand and took off the mask on Zhenming's face. The moment he took off the mask, fresh blood flowed down like a flood. A maniacal expression appeared on Zhenming's face and he slapped down. Don't! Marshal Yu shouted in fear. With a pung, General Yu's body collapsed and his organs broke. The breath he had just taken was gone. Who? Zhenming panted heavily. His body was riddled with holes and there were many bloody holes on his body. As expected, I nearly died. After Zhenming calmed down, he found the letter from General Yu. He opened it and after reading the contents he smiled. Next, it was the most important moment. He didn't need both sides to believe him. As long as one side believed him, his goal would have been achieved. Beast Monster Sect Ruins. A person appeared in the sky. I was in a rush last time and forgot to harvest. No matter what, Beast Monster Sect is a top sect. Lin Fan looked at the situation below and his head hurt. Everything was in ruins and the good things were buried underground. It seemed like he had to be a laborer once more. He had already cultivated all the Dao Realm cultivation techniques he had. He had to find some newer ones. Water Emperor and the Divinator definitely had Dao Realm techniques too. When he returned, he had to ask them to selflessly hand them over and exchange them. Lin Fan floated above the ruins for a long while. With a thought, numerous pieces of stone floated in the air. He scanned each area with his senses. After confirming that there was nothing, those floating pieces of stone seemed to have been struck by some sort of power. They turned to dust and disappeared from the world. Not long later, I found it. Many techniques floated up from the ground and circled around Lin Fan. He then picked out the Dao Realm techniques. Not bad. Beast Monster Sect had a total of 20 Dao Realm techniques. As for the other techniques, they weren't that interesting. Lin Fan wanted to see whether or not there were any Dao artifacts. But he flipped the entire ruins and didn't find any. Maybe Beast Monster Sect didn't have any, or maybe the Dao artifacts left to find a new owner. Few days later. Martial Path Mountain. What did you say? The four alliances are at war with the alliance headquarters? Lin Fan was shocked. He was shocked by what the four alliances were doing. Why did they suddenly start a war with the alliance? If this was in the past, the alliance headquarters wouldn't even have a chance. They might not even be able to defend their own territory. Zhu Shen said, who knows what the four alliances ate? They actually uprooted the alliance divisions and killed everyone. They didn't leave a single one alive. It was really intense and dealt a heavy blow to the alliance headquarters. Haha, that is a good thing. Maybe I can join in. Lin Fan was interested. Was he right? The alliance headquarters really attacked and wiped out those top sects? This was why the four alliances were taking revenge. Zhu Shen said anxiously, Young Master Lin, the situation is really chaotic. We can't be careless. They said that the four alliances were fighting back against the alliance headquarters, but they weren't united and often clashed with one another in the dark. The more chaotic it is, the better. I will head forwards to take a look. If it isn't enough, then I will add some firewood for them. Lin Fan felt like he had to grab hold of this chance and earn a bunch of rage points. Sect Leader Lin, do you need my help? Water Emperor asked. He thought that he was like the divinator, either a deputy sect leader or an elder. Who knew that he wasn't even a disciple, and was just an external member? That was a little too much. But forget it. So be it, at least he could have a good relationship with sect leader Lin, right? Lin Fan took a look. He didn't like being a third wheel. Forget it. Just stay in Martial Path Mountain, and don't let people try to take advantage of you. After what happened to the top sects, he was really afraid that something like that would happen to Martial Path Mountain. Now that there were peak experts defending, it would be hard for such a situation to happen. What a waste, I wanted to show off my strength. Water Emperor said regretfully. Lin Fan called out. 9 demons stood on his shoulder and left Martial Path Mountain. Alliance headquarters. Damn these damn things. The commander was furious. Rage exploded out and the surrounding temperature became really high. There weren't many 9-star generals in the meeting room as most of them were sent out to defend against the four alliances. Commander, the four alliances are asking to die. Our alliance has never offended them, and not only did they kill General Yu, but they even dared to attack. The 9-star generals discussed and condemned the actions of the four alliances. Who is framing the alliance? The commander knew that this matter wasn't as simple as he thought. He sent General Yu out to carry out a mission in secret and no one knew about it. In the end, General Yu's corpse was sent back. He personally went to take a look. The letter wasn't there, which meant that someone had gotten it. But there was another letter. It was written by the four alliances and the general meaning was clear. They would definitely strike the alliance headquarters. The commander knew that it was fake. But so what if he knew? Who knew what the bastard hiding in the dark had sent to the four alliances? Alliance, a manor. Zhu Daoshan frowned. He had received news that the four alliances had dealt a destructive blow to the alliance's main camp in rich land. There were many casualties and many 9-star generals had fallen. This was the worst disaster in history. Grandfather. The little girl jumped in front of Zhu Daoshan and called out to him. But seeing that he was thinking about something, she waited at the side. Zhu Daoshan came back to his senses and touched his granddaughter's head lovingly. He called a maid to bring her away. Grandfather. The little brat pouted. She hadn't played for long. Zhu Daoshan smiled. Listen to me. Once I solve this matter, you won't ask about anything and just accompany your little baby. Really? Really? Then pinky promise. Don't lie to me. Okay, pinky promise. Whoever lies is a dog. Zhu Daoshan reached out and hooked his pinky with the little one. He had a son in his later years and then a granddaughter. His life was really complete. But as one of the strongest 9-star generals, his status was really high and the things he had to face were really complicated. During this period of time, he calmed down and thought about many things. In the end, he realized something terrifying. All along, someone had been deliberately targeting them. Zhu Daoshan contacted Wu Zhiga. "Brother Wu, what do you think?" Zhu Daoshan asked. Wu Zhiga said, "What else can we think? We are guilty now. Even our titles have been removed. There are more people on the platform attacking us, so it's better for us to stay put." Zhu Daoshan said, "No, I feel like someone is targeting the alliance on purpose. Now that the rich land is being attacked, it will be tough for us to defend. I am prepared to head to the front lines. Are you going?" "Forget it. We are already so old, so it is better for us to be safe." After Wu Zhiga went through all these things, he became really careful and didn't dare to go all out. He looked at the discussions on the alliance platform. He was so furious that he wanted to spit out blood. His heart felt cold. He had sacrificed so much for the alliance, but in the end, he actually ended up like this. In the past, those young people were cheering. Grandpa Wu was good. Now, he had become Old Thief Wu. What a bunch of practical people. Zhu Daoshan kept silent for a long while. "I can't just ignore it. It isn't easy for the alliance to reach such a prosperous state. I am prepared to head to the front lines right away. If you don't want to go, then forget it." "Brother Zhu, our relationship isn't good, but we are both unlucky. Since that is the case, then I will accompany you once more." Wu Zhiga said that, but in his heart, he was still worried about the alliance. "Ha ha ha, good. Then the two of us will shed blood for the alliance once more." Zhu Daoshan laughed out loud and felt much better. That period of time had a huge impact on him, but he had thought things through. The two of them weren't the only strongest 9-star generals in the alliance headquarters. But the two of them were the only ones who cared about the alliance the most. Recently, the alliance platform was really busy. The main reason was that this matter was just too huge. There were heavy casualties. These damn natives, who gave them the courage to attack the alliance? Are the people at the headquarters eating shit? They still haven't solved this matter. In my opinion, we can only kill them until they are afraid. Only then will they know what pain is. Don't think that things are so simple. Those native sects aren't much individually, but if they are all gathered together, it will be a huge problem. Even the headquarters will find it tough. Kiki, they are just some barbarians who haven't been educated. With our brains, as long as we play some tricks, we will be able to play them. I want to use star-level energy to level them to the ground. That shouldn't be possible. Star-level energy is just too destructive and the effects it causes are too huge. It doesn't match the Alliance's ideals. We are trying to change their lives and not wipe them out. Moreover, star-level energy requires a terrifying amount of resources. Who knows if the Alliance has it? Damn, this was definitely done by Old Dog Zhu and Old Dog Wu. This happened because they betrayed the Alliance. I heard that Old Dog Zhu has a granddaughter. If we kill her, maybe he will know what the outcome of betraying the Alliance is. Good idea. That is just too cruel. There were all sorts of discussions on the Alliance platform, but the rough meaning was simple, which was to make the natives pay a price. Rich land battlefield. In the past, the Alliance occupied the border cities and at the same time, they expanded outwards. They occupied over 50 cities and that was really terrifying. But after occupying them, the Alliance started to build bases to mine for energy. Now, all of this was destroyed by the 4 alliances. Evil Alliance, Monster Alliance, Celestial Alliance, Buddha Alliance. The sect leaders whose sects were destroyed had given up on everything. They just wanted the Alliance to pay a heavy price. What made them even more furious was that the Alliance headquarters actually sent someone to send a letter. They warned the 4 alliances to be well behaved. This was just a small lesson for them. This was something that the 4 alliances couldn't accept. But some sect leaders felt that this wasn't as simple as they thought, so they didn't join in. They just wanted to see how things developed. Of course, some sect leaders said that this was a plot and that they were being used as tools. But to those sect leaders whose sects were destroyed, they didn't care about all that. They just wanted the Alliance headquarters to pay a price. Today, in this chaotic region, there were flames of war all around and there were ruins all around. At that moment, a shadow was hidden deep underground and would occasionally appear. It turned into numerous tentacles that pierced through the corpses and absorbed them in the blink of an eye. Only when there is a war can I improve quickly. King Wutong left the imperial dynasty and came out to search for food. As his strength increased, he became bolder and bolder. But now that he was here, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Although he was improving quickly, There were too many experts here and too many of them could instantly kill him. Thus, to King Wutong, he had to be careful and strengthen himself. Once he reached a high realm, it would be time for him to stir up a storm. There were few corpses from the 4 alliances. Maybe they were killed and taken away by others. But there were many corpses of alliance experts. Another domain realm expert's corpse was absorbed by him. What King Wutong couldn't accept was that the corpses he absorbed were experts who were much stronger than him. But why was the power he received so little? Oh, what an intense battle. So long has passed and there are still energy fluctuations in the air. Lin Fan headed out from Martial Path Mountain and came here. When he stepped into this territory, he smelled the ripples left behind from the battle. Haze, what a waste. Such a good place actually turned into such a state. They really know how to destroy things. Lin Fan felt really bad. It was such a beautiful place in the past, but who knew that it would turn into such a state? It was unrealistic to try and stop it. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed movement in front. He hid in the darkness and looked at those people. He wasn't interested in them. They were just a bunch of weak people with weak cultivations. But looking at the situation, it seemed like they were searching for useful things on the battlefield. They searched the corpses and then someone exclaimed, "Found it. He has pills on him. Wow, our luck is just too good. Softer, don't get noticed, otherwise we will all die." So they were here to search for good things. To these weak people, as long as they took risks, they would be able to raise their cultivation. They were around the same age as Lin Fan. But the gap between them and Lin Fan was ridiculously huge. This was the same age, but they had different destinies. Lin Fan took a look and was prepared to leave. But suddenly, not far away, the bunch of people faced the most terrifying thing in history. Many terrifying tentacles shot out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, they pierced their bodies and absorbed them. In the blink of an eye, nothing was left, only clothes were left on the ground. What is this? Lin Fan was shocked and didn't react at all. There was something underground. He wanted to leave. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and attacked from the darkness. He opened his fingers, "Come out." King Wutong's senses were really strong. The moment Lin Fan appeared, he sensed danger and fled without hesitation. But with King Wutong's strength, how could he escape from Lin Fan so easily? Damn. King Wutong was really unwilling. But he knew that if he wanted to escape safely, he had to pay a price. That was impossible. Pung. At that moment, King Wutong used a secret technique and his body collapsed. Naturally, Lin Fan didn't know what happened. He closed his fingers and with a pong the ground shook. Then, something struck out from the ground and landed in his palm. Lin Fan frowned. What landed in his hand was a red stone. The aura around it was a little evil. He clenched his fingers into a fist, and with a bang, the red rock instantly exploded, turning into ashes and disappearing into the air. Interesting. It's not the Evil Alliance or the Monster Alliance. Is it an unknown force? Lin Fan had clashed with the 4 alliances before and knew their auras. But this aura was really weird. Who was it? Although he paid a huge price to escape from his hands, logically speaking, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Lin Fan stood there and thought for a long while. He felt like this battle wasn't just between the 4 alliances and the alliance. Maybe there were other powers trying to take advantage of the situation. He continued to head deeper in. Slowly, Lin Fan's expression turned dark and terrifying. It wasn't that he faced an enemy, but that the 4 alliances were too cruel. This was a battle to wipe out the city, and they didn't care about the commoners or the alliance. They treated everyone the same and suppressed them. Thus, when Lin Fan came to a ruined city, he noticed that there were corpses all around. Some belonged to the alliance and some belonged to commoners. Jerk. Rage burned in Lin Fan's heart. He just wanted to join in and gain some rage points, but their actions were a little too much. The next day, there was a loud explosion. Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the distance. The space there shook intensely and terrifying powers clashed with one another, causing the space to shatter and the dimension to appear. Lin Fan headed into the distance. He had changed his mind. Since that was the case, then he would start a battle. Celestial Alliance Xianyang Sect leader Xianmu stared at the alliance with rage in his eyes. There were many experts beside him. Compared to Xianmu, who was at Dao Realm Stage 6, the gap was huge. These experts were all from the top sects under Xianyang sect. Now that Xianmu wanted to fight the alliance to the death, naturally, he would bring the experts from the other sections. Even if they weren't willing. But because Xianmu was too strong, they had no way to fight back. If they really did, they would end up in a tragic state. Opposite them, the Alliance 9-star general raged. You natives are just asking to die. The 9-star general's eyes were bloodshot. Their alliance had suffered heavy casualties, and this was the most intense one apart from when Lin Wani killed 2 of their strongest 9-star generals. Kill! Xianmu hollered in rage and then charged towards him. To the subsidiary sects, they started to curse in their hearts. Sect leader, we can't go on like this. Xianmu is crazy, but what does it have to do with us? If this continues, we won't be able to gain any benefits. Then what can we do? Who dares to go against Xianmu's orders? It was already not easy for these subsidiary sects to produce a single domain realm expert. But on this battlefield, domain realm experts were nothing more than bystanders. Suddenly, the people in battle sensed a terrifying aura spreading from the distance. They raised their heads. Their eyes shone with confusion. What is that? A streak of light seemed to split the sky into 2. The space and dimension were so weak in front of this light. Xianmu stopped and frowned as he looked into the distance. At the start, he was confused and didn't know what it was. But shortly after, his expression changed drastically. Be careful. But it was too late. The light that covered the heavens and the earth streaked across everyone's legs silently, as if it could pass through their bodies. Shortly after, a person walked over from the distance. All of you deserve to die. His tone was really calm and there were no fluctuations at all. One couldn't tell what his current state was like. Poochie. Those people realized that their legs slid off. The wound was smooth and they didn't feel anything at all. But shortly after, they cried out in pain. The pain was unbearable. Xianmu and the Alliance 9-star general were shocked. When they saw who it was, they exclaimed. Lin Fan uproar. Lin Fan was really famous now, and the 4 alliances all knew that he was Lin Wani's son. He was really strong and they could do whatever they wanted to him. Xianmu raged. Sect leader Lin, what is the meaning of this? Lin Fan smiled. I am killing all of you. Rage points increased. He was just too arrogant. He actually said that he wanted to kill them. Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to attack and waited for the rage points. The people from the subsidiary sects all cried out in pain. To them, they didn't even understand what had happened, and their legs were separated from their bodies. That was just too terrifying. Xianmu hollered in rage and started to use the undying body. His legs grew back. The Alliance 9-star general did the same. Lin Fan waited quietly until the rage points stopped increasing. Then he was filled with killing intent. Okay, I will send all of you on your way. The moment he said this, a shocking sword light shone in Lin Fan's eyes. Numerous sword intents surged out from his body and instantly, the sky was filled with sword shadows. Kill. The sword intent flowed and life after life was reaped. Even Xianmu and the Alliance 9-star general couldn't take it. After blocking for a while, their bodies were sliced apart. Even if they had the undying body, it was useless. From the start till now, Lin Fan didn't move at all. His attacks were really sharp and overbearing. It was so shocking that it sent chills down one's spine. Since I am so overbearing, does that count as me causing trouble? Lin Fan thought about it and was in deep thought. But forget it. Why did he have to think so much? All of this wasn't important anymore. Since they were already here, then he would just kill them. With his current strength, it was enough. He didn't need to run. If he met an expert, then he would just fight. If they weren't happy, then he would continue. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Few days later, the 4 alliances and the alliance headquarters realized that both sides had suffered heavy casualties. The one affected the most was the alliance headquarters. So many of them died, so naturally the news couldn't be hidden. The alliance platform was in an uproar. The death toll was a shocking one. Damn! What is the alliance headquarters doing? So many people have died, so why aren't they doing anything? Are the 4 alliances going to counterattack? Where is the star-level energy? Release it and flatten them. Alliance headquarters. The commander wasn't at the headquarters and went to the front lines. But even then, he didn't bring any good news to the alliance. Meeting room. All of you have seen the situation. The people are asking the alliance to release star-level energy to flatten the natives. What do you think? The person who spoke was the deputy commander Cheong. The commander wasn't here, so he was in charge of the alliance headquarters. At that moment, everyone present exchanged glances with one another. This price is a little high. Right, star-level energy is our final trump card. The alliance only has 3 of them. They didn't know what to do. They saw the people's petition, but they were just a bunch of ignorant people. Why should they listen to them? Cheong, I agree to release star-level energy. The one who spoke was the highest existence in the tech division, Xiang Yuntian. When he said this, everyone's eyes focused on Xiang Yuntian. Some lowered their heads and were in deep thought. Some understood. The tech division's position in the alliance headquarters was high and low. It was really useful for the people, but it was tough for them to do anything in the war. Xiang Yuntian was really calm, and didn't even change his expression when he suggested using star-level energy. They knew that the tech division wanted to prove themselves. Chapter 520. The research ability of the Alliance headquarters wasn't weak at all. To be able to become a member of the research department, they were all geniuses. Maybe they weren't good at cultivation, but they were extremely smart. Xiang Yuntian wasn't strong, but he was really smart. He was the strongest person in the research department. In other people's words, Commander Xiang alone could catch up to everyone in the department. He wasn't bragging, and it was the truth. Star-level energy was created by him, and it was 100 times more terrifying than the Alliance headquarters' strongest weapon. Cheong said, "This matter has a huge impact. Since that is the case, then let's vote. But not today. I hope that all of you can think about whether or not it is worth it. 1 star-level energy consumes close to 30% of the Alliance's energy." The deputy commander felt heart-pained. At the same time, he didn't know the true strength of the star-level energy, as he had never used it before. He had only simulated it on equipment. Based on the data, it was really terrifying, and even someone at Dao Realm Stage 7 might not be able to block it. Space, dimension, all of them were shattered. But he didn't know the exact situation. After all, it was just a simulation. Cheong's suggestion was agreed by everyone. They had to think about it, and they couldn't just do whatever they wanted. Xiang Yuntian said, "All of you can think about it and decide whether or not to release the star-level energy tomorrow. But I can tell all of you that as long as you use it, you will be able to deal a heavy blow to the natives. When the time comes, all of you will know that even if you cultivate for your entire life, you won't be able to block this small star-level energy." Everyone looked towards Xiang Yuntian with a suspicious gaze. He made it sound really terrifying, but who knew what the exact situation would be like? After Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga joined the front lines, they faced the sect leaders of the top sections. They had already clashed once, but there was no outcome. That moment, Wu Zhiga frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Look at these guys. They really think of us as traitors. Say it's already like this and we're still licking our faces to help. Aren't we just finding trouble for ourselves? At such a time, we don't need to care about how others look at us," Zhu Daoshan said. He didn't care about their gazes at all. The biggest headache was that the attacks of the 4 alliances were scattered, and they couldn't deal with them at all. He hoped that the 4 alliances could work together, as it would be easier to block them. Wu Zhiga said, "I didn't expect the natives to be so bold to attack the alliance headquarters. Even the commander personally came out to suppress them. If Lin Wani is here, we will work together with the commander and he will definitely die." Zhu Daoshan shook his head. "Lin Wani isn't the most important anymore. His son is. This kid has terrifying potential, and if we don't kill him, it will be a huge danger for the alliance headquarters." Speaking of Lin Fan, Wu Zhiga was filled with regret. "If I had known this would happen, I would have sent him and his mother on their way back then." Zhu Daoshan said, "What is the point of saying all this? Since it has already happened, we can only think of a way to solve it." Along the way, Lin Fan killed people from the alliance and the 4 alliances. He killed so much that the hearts of the alliance turned cold. As for the 4 alliances, they were furious. 4 alliances meeting. Who did it? They actually killed so many of us. The Alliance also suffered heavy casualties and someone used this chance to attack us. I don't know, but I am sure that it isn't the Alliance. Even if someone knows who did it, it is useless. They have all turned into corpses. Their sect was wiped out by the Alliance, and as sect leaders, if they couldn't take revenge, then they would feel really frustrated. Thus, they weren't prepared to head back alive. They wanted the Alliance headquarters to pay the price. The next day, Alliance headquarters meeting. Okay, let's vote on whether or not to release star-level energy, Chung said. This was a huge matter. At the same time, there were reporters broadcasting it to the entire Alliance. As for the reporters, they were really excited. They didn't expect that they would face such a thing. They knew about star-level energy, but they didn't know what it was. Maybe this time they would be able to personally witness it. The reporter faced the camera and said excitedly, "Guys, this is the Alliance meeting. The tech department's highest commander has suggested using star-level energy on the natives. If half of them agree, then the Alliance headquarters will release it." Before the voting starts, let's switch the scene. Famous star-level energy researcher Wang Tao will explain the strength of star-level energy. Very quickly the scene changed. An old man had a smile on his face as he faced the camera. It was Wang Tao. Wang Tao said, "Viewers, all of you should know about star-level energy, but you must be wondering whether or not the Alliance has it. I can tell all of you that we do, and it was personally developed by Xiang Yuntian 10 years ago. His production process is very complicated and dangerous. Any mistake could lead to an explosion. I'm sure some people still remember the news of the snow mountain being destroyed 12 years ago. That's right, it was because of a small mistake that the snow mountain within a radius of hundreds of miles disappeared from the world. But luckily, there weren't any researchers there, so apart from financial losses, there were no casualties. Now let's talk about how strong star-level energy is. The Alliance has never used it before, so we don't have accurate data. But based on the simulation data, when it explodes, the core strength will be similar to dozens of Dao Realm Stage 7 experts self-destructing. Of course, this is just the simulation data and we don't know the exact situation. At the same time, the most terrifying thing about star-level energy isn't the core strength. But before he finished, the scene was cut. "Guys, the voting has begun. We are all witnesses to history." The reporter shouted excitedly. As for Wang Tao, who didn't even finish, he was annoyed. "Damn. You invited me to give a lecture, at least let me finish." Xiang Yuntian was the first to agree to use star-level energy. Chung was hesitant. Those 9-star generals looked at one another and after thinking for a long while, they agreed to use star-level energy too. Of course, many of them felt that there were too many unknowns about star-level energy. How strong it was and whether or not it would affect their own people were all unknown, so they rationally rejected using it. The livestream platform started to scold. "Damn, why don't these few old fellows agree? Damn, just one look and I know that they are traitors of the Alliance. What is there to consider when using star-level energy on the natives? I think we should just wipe out these dirty natives. How can we not be careful? Even the Alliance doesn't know how strong star-level energy is. What if we use it rashly and the consequences are severe? Using such a destructive weapon on the natives is just too cruel." Very quickly, the voting results were out. More than half of them agreed to use star-level energy. The Alliance platform was in an uproar. They all wanted to see how terrifying star-level energy was. Just thinking about using the natives as guinea pigs was really exciting. Haha, as expected, it passed. I am so excited. I suggest using Old Dog Zhu's granddaughter to celebrate. I agree with the person above. Haha, you all are a little cruel. How is that cruel? The descendant of a traitor is also a traitor. In a slightly old room, a bare-armed man drank and looked at the platform. When he saw that the voting had passed, he shouted excitedly. His eyes shone brightly. Okay, that is the way. Wipe out those natives. He hated the natives and felt that they were lowly people. In the past, when he went to the zoo to look at the caged natives, he would often use sharp stones to smash those dirty natives. At this moment, when he saw the comments about using Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter to worship the heavens, he felt that this idea was doable. The alcohol kicked in and he felt like he had to do something huge. He then sent comments. "Good idea. I will head to Old Dog Zhu's granddaughter's school now. The bare-armed man wore clean clothes and with a shake of his body, he gave off the feeling that he was a successful person. Zhu Daoshen's granddaughter's school was a noble school. If he didn't dress up properly, he wouldn't be able to enter. Moreover, even then, it would take some effort to enter. On the battlefront, Lin Fan hid in the darkness and retracted his aura. He looked forwards and saw many familiar people. Wuxia, Zhu Daoshen, and also a stranger. But he didn't look like an ordinary person and his status was high. That moment, the atmosphere was a little suppressed, like a war was about to erupt. Guys, this is a misunderstanding. We fell for someone else's plot. The commander said loudly. This was an unnecessary war. He also wanted to wipe out these sects, but it was too difficult. Especially now that everyone was minding their own business and living in peace with one another. The alliance continued to occupy land and the four alliances slowly developed. This was a good situation. Thus, the commander treated occupying the rich land as a long-term war. Maybe 10 years, 100 years, or even a few hundred years. All of this could be done slowly. What a joke, just because you say so. Then, who can take responsibility for the people who died in our sect? The one who spoke was a Monster Alliance sect leader. As the sect leader, he worked so hard to manage the sect. Who knew that when he returned, he would realize that the once prosperous sect was in ruins? Lin Fan listened to their conversation and nodded his head in agreement. Right, they definitely couldn't die. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and kill them. The commander said, I know that all of you are angry, but there are some things that the alliance did but we didn't do at all. Interesting, then who else could it be? Lin Fan colluded with you and told you where we were. Now, you actually say that you didn't do it. Your alliance is just too much. Monster Alliance sect leader raged. The commander felt that these people had problems with their brains. But he still calmed himself down. Guys, do you think that Lin Fan will work with the alliance? This General Wu killed his mother, so do you think that there is a possibility of working with him? The commander said. In the distance, Lin Fan squinted and stared at Wuxia. If he had a chance, he had to kill Wuxia. No matter what, he had to take revenge for his mother. Lin Wani had always wanted to kill Wuxia, but he just hadn't found a chance. The commander continued. Have all of you not noticed the problem? The people from the four alliances and the alliance were killed by a mysterious person and suffered heavy casualties. This means that a mysterious faction has their eyes on us and is waiting for us to suffer heavy losses so that they can reap the benefits. I can swear that if the alliance did this, then I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. The commander looked really handsome and solemn when he swore. It really stunned the sect leaders of the four alliances. Lin Fan was really anxious. Based on the situation, it would be tough for the battle to start. Who? Suddenly, the commander frowned and looked into the distance. He grabbed with his fingers and the dimension broke. Lin Fan appeared. Lin Fan. It is you. Everyone had different expressions. Some were furious, some were shocked. It was obvious that Lin Fan's sudden appearance shocked them. Lin Fan didn't panic at all and walked over calmly. I didn't expect that I would meet all of you here. Commander is right, I really didn't work with the alliance. The commander frowned and felt like something was off. Lin Fan, you actually dared to appear. I think you are asking to die. Zhu Daoshen stared at Lin Fan in rage. This kid conned the alliance so badly. General Zhu, your words are a little problematic. Didn't we work well together last time? Why are you turning against me this time around? Lin Fan asked. Zhu Daoshen raged. What nonsense are you saying? Ha ha. Lin Fan smiled and then looked at the people from the four alliances. I know that all of you want to kill me, but that is okay. You aren't the only ones who want to. I appeared here to tell all of you that the alliance can't be trusted. If you work with them, it will be easy for you to turn on me. Lin Fan, did you tell the alliance where we were? A sect leader asked in rage. Lin Fan said, you can't say that. I didn't tell the alliance where you were. Swear that if you lie, you will die a horrible death. Someone said. Lin Fan acted like he had a headache. No, how can I swear so casually? But please believe me that it is true. The alliance wants to kill me, so how can they work with me? The more he said that, the more suspicious the people from the four alliances became. Damn. You said that the alliance wanted to kill you. Now that there was such a good chance, you actually didn't push the blame to the alliance. If you said that there was no problem, then you were lying. The commander knew that things weren't good. As expected, he realized that the gazes of the people from the 4 alliances were a little off. Guys, let's not talk about whether it is true or not. Why don't we work together to kill this kid? He has such strength at such a young age. If he continues to develop, the outcome will be catastrophic. When that happens, no one will be able to suppress him. The commander was really curious about Lin Fan's growth, but he had no choice. To clear the alliance's suspicions, he could only kill the kid on the spot to prevent any future problems. Moreover, he mentioned Lin Fan's advantage so that the people from the 4 alliances would notice it. It was impossible for him to be strong. The most terrifying thing was that he was young and had limitless potential. That was the truly terrifying thing. Lin Fan took another look at the commander. Who knew that this fellow was so cunning? He purposely stirred up the jealousy of the 4 alliances. He had no choice. He was too amazing and was welcomed everywhere he went. Wuxia laughed coldly. Kid, you will definitely die today. I will send you down to meet your mother. Old thing, stop bragging. Who knows who will die? Lin Fan chuckled. He wanted to kill everyone here. However, he was estimating that a huge battle was about to break out. This battle would probably take up a lot of time. But it was still okay. With 9 demon here, how could he be afraid? Suddenly, the commander's expression changed. He just received news that the alliance used star-level energy, and it was traveling quickly. In just a short while it would arrive. At the same time, the alliance members at the border were retreating. Damn it! Who was the one who suggested using star-level energy? They could have solved it right away, so why did they do that? Although the alliance didn't know the exact situation, he knew that it was terrifying. Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia saw the change in the commander's expression and were shocked. Did something huge happen? But very quickly, they also received news that the alliance headquarters released star-level energy. In just a short while it would arrive. If they didn't run, there was a high chance that they would die here. He didn't know how strong star-level energy was, but for it to consume so much of the alliance's energy, it definitely wasn't so simple. 3 9-star generals, your expressions don't look good. Lin Fan realized that the expressions of the commander and the others had changed from the initial calmness to one of shock. Something must have happened. Guys, I just received news that someone from the alliance is using a really strong weapon. In just a short while they will arrive. I don't want to be enemies with the 4 alliances, so it is best if all of you leave, otherwise the outcome will be catastrophic. The commander said. He didn't think for long and told them about the star-level energy. Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia were stunned and didn't expect the commander to actually tell them. But thinking about it, they thought about the commander's intentions. If these people were killed by the star-level energy, they would really be enemies with the 4 alliances. It would affect the future development of the alliance. A really strong weapon? A sect leader said in disdain. I am at Dao Realm Stage 7. What kind of weapon can harm me? Your alliance actually said that you didn't work with Lin Fan. Then I want to know whether or not you will kill him before you leave. No, otherwise it will be too late. The commander said. His heart was filled with rage. What was going on with Cheong? Why did he agree to use star-level energy? He really wanted to kill Lin Fan here, but time didn't wait for him. Aha, interesting, this is really interesting. Your alliance is really despicable. You did it but don't dare to admit it. Now you want to help the kid get out of it. How could they believe the nonsense that the commander said? But Lin Fan believed it. He realized that the commander didn't seem like he was joking. Moreover, the change in the situation was too huge. I have already told you the situation. Whether or not you believe it is your problem. The commander said. He nodded towards Zhu Daoshan and Wuxia. The 3 of them left without turning their heads. Zhu Daoshan said, Commander, who released the star-level energy? This might cause the situation to go out of control. The alliance headquarters voted that Xiang Yuntian should release the star-level energy. The commander said. Wuxia said, maybe this is a good start. What good? If everyone from the 4 alliances is here, we can release the star-level energy and kill as many as we can. But this is just a small portion of the 4 alliances. Once a problem occurs, the alliance will really start a war with the four alliances. The good situation will be messed up. What are these people thinking? The commander was so furious that his head hurt. That moment, the people from the four alliances were stunned by the alliance's actions. They had no idea what was going on. Lin Fan suddenly thought about a possibility. Not only did the alliance cultivate, but it was also a technological world. Star-level energy was it that thing? When he had such a thought, Lin Fan was shocked and felt that it was a little terrifying. But now that the people from the four alliances were here, it was impossible for him to leave peacefully. Suddenly, a light shone in the distance. One couldn't see what it was, but it seemed like it was heading towards them. Damn. Lin Fan had a bad feeling. Seemed like it really was the case. Lin Fan, you have nowhere to run. Today is the day you die. The people from the four alliances stared at Lin Fan in rage. Some of them even predicted what would happen to Lin Fan. Wait. Lin Fan opened his mouth. To others, they thought that Lin Fan was afraid. But thinking about it, there were so many of them and Lin Fan was alone. How could he block them? Scoff, are you afraid? Let me tell you, it is too late. Lin Fan shook his head and raised his hand. No, look. Something is heading over. Let me tell you that this isn't a joke. People will die. The moment he said this, Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and just ran. He felt really uneasy. He felt like a terrifying thing was about to happen. Chase, don't let the kid run. The people from the four alliances hollered in rage. They didn't care about the thing flying over and didn't even care about it. What would die? Some Dao Realm Stage 7 experts were filled with disdain. With their strength, what else could threaten their lives? Unless other experts came, they didn't even need to think about it. Lin Fan felt that since the alliance commander was willing to give up the chance to kill him and wanted to leave, how could it be something normal? Maybe it was really terrifying. In the distance, Zhu Daoshan's communication device rang. He frowned and wondered who would contact him at such a time. When he saw the contact person, he was furious. His mate actually dared to contact him. When he came from the alliance, he told the people around him not to contact him no matter what. It seemed like they didn't care about his words. After a while, the commander and Wuxia realized that Zhu Daoshan was standing there like a fool and ignoring the star-level energy. They were a little anxious. Zhu Daoshan, what are you doing? Why aren't you retreating? Do you want to die here? The commander raged. Wuxia was anxious too. What was going on? Was there something wrong with his brain? Chapter 521. Old Master. Little Miss was attacked in the school. I don't know how he snuck in. The security guards didn't notice him at all. Little Miss has been taken away by the Alliance headquarters 9-star generals to be treated. I don't know the exact situation, but when she was carried out, she was covered in blood. I don't know what happened to her. A panicked voice spread into Zhu Daoshan's ears. It was obvious that the maid was terrified. That moment, Zhu Daoshan's body trembled and his hands shook a lot. Search for news about Yinglong Alliance College. Smart search. Very quickly, a wide range of videos appeared. At the same time, there were many comments. So tragic. This fellow is a beast. He even dared to attack such a small child. Even if his grandfather is a traitor, he can't attack an innocent child. Well done. One person is a traitor, the whole family is a traitor. I feel so good after watching this. Hero, this is the hero in our hearts. Die, you dog traitor descendant. Shortly after, a video appeared. The guy in the video was mad and he held a bottle in his hand. The liquid in the bottle was really turbid. Did you all see that? This is old Zhu's granddaughter. Damn, one has to say that there are so many guards in this school. Luckily, I am smart enough to climb in from the ship pipe. Now it is time for me to punish him. I will let old Zhu know the outcome of betraying the alliance. The video was a little shaky and it seemed to be in a corner of the school. Then, the man opened the bottle and poured the liquid on her body. At that moment, screams and cries struck Zhu Daoshan's heart. A bunch of security guards charged in and punched the guy into the wall. Heal her. Quick. From the video, one could hear that the security guards were panicking. After all, this was a noble school and this was the granddaughter of the strongest 9-star general. This was a huge problem. Pata. Pata. Zhu Daoshan ignored the star-level energy that flew over. His eyes were red as he looked at the video. He, who had never cried before, was now tearing up. Why? Why? He did not understand why the other party would do such a thing. Even if the other party was dissatisfied with him, they could have done anything to him. Why did they have to make a move on his granddaughter? She was just a child who knew nothing and only knew how to call him grandpa. What are you doing? Star-level energy will arrive soon. Do you want to die? The commander raged. He didn't know what Zhu Daoshan was doing. He wanted to drag Zhu Daoshan away, but shortly after, he realized that Zhu Daoshan's expression and condition were really bad. His eyes were even filled with rage, like he wanted to destroy the world. The commander felt that things weren't right. He noticed the equipment in Zhu Daoshan's hands and took it right away. When he saw the contents, his face turned ashen white. This was Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter and he knew her. They had a good relationship and he really liked her. He just wanted to kill this guy. Bastard! Do you even know what you're doing? Did the security guards of the aristocratic school all grow up eating shit? They actually allowed such a thing to happen. But the commander didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually climb in from the ship pipe just to attack Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter. The commander's tone became much gentler. Leave first. The Alliance will definitely give you an explanation. The Alliance will capture all those people who commented randomly on the platform. You can deal with them however you want. Can you leave first? She is still waiting for you. He had known Zhu Daoshan for decades and knew what kind of person he was. To Zhu Daoshan, the most important thing was the Alliance and his granddaughter. Now that someone touched his granddaughter, it was the same as killing him. It was even more serious than killing him. Zhu Daoshan slowly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and it sent a chill down one's spine. I want them to die. The moment he said this, Zhu Daoshan looked at the star-level energy in the distance like he had already thought about what to do next. The commander realized that Zhu Daoshan's aura was different and he was shocked. He pinned Zhu Daoshan to the ground and pressed down on him. What do you want to do? When Wu Zhiga saw this, he was stunned. What was going on? Why did they start fighting for no reason? Also, the star-level energy was about to arrive. If they continued to waste time, they would just be asking to die. He looked at the equipment that fell to the ground and picked it up. But slowly his expression changed. Rage appeared on his face and he gritted his teeth. These pieces of trash. They were called traitors. Even if they were a little annoyed, forget it. They would just bear with it. But he didn't expect that someone would be so crazy to attack Zhu Daoshan's family. Zhu Daoshan, do you remember the oath you swore when you entered the Alliance College? Do you remember your dream and goal? That is to strengthen the Alliance and make it a place that everyone in the world looks up to. Now, do you want to personally destroy it? Remember your identity. You are the strongest 9-star general in the Alliance and everything you do is for the Alliance. The Alliance has let you down. Once we return, the Alliance will definitely give you an explanation. Now follow us back. Don't do any useless things. The commander hollered. He knew that Zhu Daoshan wanted to use his body to block the star-level energy and send it back to the Alliance. But how is that possible? The person controlling the star-level energy definitely wouldn't allow that to happen. He would probably explode on the spot. Zhu Daoshan was in pain. He clenched his fists and his nails pierced into his flesh. He felt really conflicted. Alliance granddaughter. These were all things that he wanted to protect in his life. Who knew that this would happen? The commander raised his head and looked into the distance. He didn't care about what Zhu Daoshan was thinking and carried him on his shoulder. He said to Wu Zhiga, "Let's go quick, otherwise it will be too late." At this moment, Wu Zhiga was furious. Although his relationship with Zhu Daoshan wasn't that good, his granddaughter was polite and would call him Grandpa Wu. This made Wu Zhiga really like that brat. When they returned, he would make those people pay the price. That moment, the commander and the others turned into streaks of light and sped through the dimension. Not long later, a star-level energy landed on the ground and with a loud explosion, an eye-catching light exploded. In the blink of an eye, it covered 1,000 miles. This was just the beginning. The ground shook and the cloud layer dissipated. The sky was ripped apart. An extremely powerful shockwave quickly spread out, causing the dimension to collapse and everything to turn into nothingness. This strength. Lin Fan turned his head and was tongue-tied. Although he didn't dare to underestimate that thing, looking at the situation, it would reach here soon. Those who were chasing after Lin Fan and yelling to kill him felt the ripples coming from behind them as they fell into a state of shock. They only had one thought in their hearts. How did this thing come into being? What is going on with old ancestor Kuan? Why is he still there? At that moment, someone realized that old ancestor Kuan was in the distance and didn't chase Lin Fan at all. Old ancestor Kuan was at Dao Realm Stage 6 and was really strong. When he saw so many people chasing Lin Fan, he didn't follow. But he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Damn, I am at Dao Realm Stage 6. How can such a weird thing hurt me? Old ancestor Kuan hollered in rage. He wanted to run, but he didn't even see the enemy. He just saw a weird thing land on the ground and suddenly explode. He was so terrified that he peed his pants. That wasn't his style. At that moment, old ancestor Kuan hollered in rage. His body was covered in a bright light. At the same time, Dao patterns swept out and wrapped around his body, forming an impenetrable shield. In the blink of an eye, a shockwave struck him. Then, there was nothing then. Old ancestor Kuan turned to dust and disappeared from the world. He was too close and was even within the first explosion range. What? When the experts who were paying attention to old ancestor Kuan saw those scenes, they were all shocked. The terrifying old ancestor Kuan had actually disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of strength was that? How terrifying was that? What did the Alliance headquarters do? Why was it so shocking? Alliance headquarters, Data Collection Center. Countless large machine transport stations collected the power data produced by the explosion of the star-level nuclear energy at the same time. Everyone started to get busy. Their faces were filled with excitement. They were the witnesses of history. Ever since the star-level energy was researched, it had never been used. Now they could finally detonate one in the rich land. They could feel the power of the star-level energy as they wished. Xiang Yuntian's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. He knew that the moment the tech division detonated the star-level energy, they stood up. In the past, the Alliance martial artists suppressed them and didn't care about them at all. They felt that the tech division could only develop some small things and wouldn't be able to affect the war at all. But did they see it now? How strong was the star-level energy? It even exceeded what Xiang Yuntian, the developer, expected. Don't relax, record the data carefully, Xiang Yuntian instructed. Yes. Don't worry, Commander. Everyone cheered and jumped up in excitement. They were fully focused on their work. Oh, this is just too terrifying. Lin Fan didn't expect the explosion to be so shocking. But it wasn't that it had no weaknesses. To Dao Realm experts like them, before the star-level energy landed, they could flee. But the area was too huge. Even if they ran so far away, they weren't able to escape from the shockwave. When they turned their heads, they could see the shockwave sweeping towards them at a terrifying speed. Everything disappeared in the shockwave. Suddenly, screams of terror spread out. What is that? An old man exclaimed. He sped through the dimension and could have avoided the attack. But for some reason he still sensed danger. In the blink of an eye, the speed at which the shockwave spread was as fast as the speed at which he sped through the dimension. Not only did space shatter, space and the dimension were all shattered. Pung! The old man felt a scorching, earth-shattering power enveloping his body. Poochie! Fresh blood spurted out. The flesh and blood on his body disappeared at a visible rate and white bones appeared. How is that possible? Terror flashed in the old man's eyes. What weapon was that? Why was it so terrifying? He was a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert and such a thing shouldn't have happened. Undying body recovered. At the same time, he hollered in rage and tried to block the shockwave. But to the old man, although he was strong, the shockwave was too terrifying. It continued to destroy his defensive Dao patterns. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave engulfed everyone, including Lin Fan. At that moment, the sky became turbid and was covered by the white light. It was like it was telling everyone that the world was white. Who knew how long passed? The light slowly dissipated. The area covered by the star-level energy had turned into a hellish scene. The sky seemed to have shattered and a storm swept about. Pata! An unknown black block was pushed aside. A person slowly stood up. Lin Fan's body was in pain and a large portion of his flesh and blood had disappeared. If he wasn't a dual cultivator, he wouldn't even be left with a bit of flesh and blood. He used the blood demon reversal technique and his body instantly recovered. So terrifying, I didn't expect the Alliance headquarters to have such a trump card. Lin Fan was shocked. He had underestimated the Alliance. He thought that the strongest in the Alliance were the strongest 9-star generals, but now it seemed like the so-called star-level energy was the truly terrifying thing. The area after it exploded was just too wide, and the most terrifying thing was the shockwave. Logically speaking, with their cultivation, when they sped through the dimension, it was the same as entering another dimension. Who knew that they would still be struck out from the dimension? He looked around. The once familiar scenery had disappeared. It was totally barren, and even the most normal land had disappeared. Only those black blocks were supporting it. He didn't know what they were, but maybe they were the protective layer of this world. Lin Fan remembered that many experts were chasing him. He didn't know what happened, but if he could, he didn't mind killing them. But he searched and didn't see a single person. Dao Realm Stage 6 might have died. But Dao Realm Stage 7 shouldn't have died, and they should have been badly injured. It seemed like the explosion just blew them to another place. Pung! Lin Fan rose into the air and looked around. The explosion formed a giant hole that one couldn't see the end of. Moreover, the violent countercurrents kept bombarding his body. If he was weak, he would have been ripped apart by the currents. There is no hope for this place to recover. Lin Fan cursed the Alliance for being so vicious to actually release such a terrifying thing. The border city disappeared. But the Alliance headquarters shouldn't have too much star-level energy. If there really was a lot, they didn't need to fight them at all and they could just surrender. But the star-level energy was too destructive and this place was useless. It wasn't suitable for humans to live at all. To Lin Fan, this was something the Alliance headquarters would do when they had no other choice. It seemed like he had to pay attention in the future. It was best to retreat when facing such things. He was confident in his own strength, but he wasn't so arrogant that he thought that he could survive the explosion. If he didn't run and took it head-on, he would have been dead long ago. He wouldn't even have felt any pain at all. The Alliance headquarters only had 3-star level energy, and now there were 2 left. This was a weapon of deterrence, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Now that the tech division of the Alliance had released it, it proved its value. A truly destructive weapon would change the entire battle situation. Alliance headquarters. Zhu Daoshan slowly opened his eyes and the sound of medical equipment spread into his ears. At the same time, he realized that he was soaked in liquid and his injuries were slowly recovering. He didn't know what had happened. At that moment he was swept into the shockwave, and after defending for a moment, he was badly injured and then fainted. Suddenly, Zhu Daoshan seemed to have thought about something. Pung! He smashed the glass with one fist and large amounts of liquid splattered all around. He pulled out the tubes on his body and rushed out anxiously. General Zhu, you can't head out now. A medic walked up to stop him, but he was stunned by Zhu Daoshan's gaze and didn't dare to move at all. Zhu Daoshan walked outside and saw a medic. He grabbed him and hollered, "Where is my granddaughter?" Alliance headquarters. Pung! The commander punched Xiang Yuntian to the ground. He didn't use any strength, otherwise, he would have exploded on the spot. "You lunatic, do you know what you are doing?" The commander hollered in rage. "You nearly caused us to die." Blood flowed from the corner of Xiang Yuntian's mouth. He looked at the commander and smiled. "I know, but you have also seen how terrifying star-level energy is. This is an improvement for the Alliance, and it will let all the people know that the Alliance has a weapon that can decide victory. When I released the star-level energy, I informed all of you. With the commander's strength, it won't be a problem for you to leave." The commander looked at Xiang Yuntian in rage and said, "I have already discussed with the 4 alliances to clear up the misunderstanding. But because of your decision, the Alliance and the 4 alliances are going against each other. You have to take responsibility." Xiang Yuntian said, "Decision?" The release of star-level energy was decided by a vote. Moreover, the strength of the star-level energy has caused a lot of discussion in the Alliance to raise the people's trust in the Alliance headquarters. You can't do that, right? After all, you have made several mistakes and the people's trust in the Alliance headquarters has dropped. Just as the commander wanted to say something, someone hurried in. Commander General Zhu has woken up. The commander retracted his furious gaze and nodded. He walked out and then looked at Qiong. When I am not here, you are in charge. I want to know why Zhu Daoshen's granddaughter was attacked in the college. Are the security guards eating shit? I order you to capture all of them and send them to the Alliance court. Yes, Commander. Qiong replied. Also, send the culprit to the medical center. When the commander walked to the door, he turned around and said, Yes. Xiang Yuntian looked at the commander who left and shook his head. Hayes, martial artists are martial artists. The power of science shouldn't be underestimated. You should speak less. The commander's head hurts. Zhu Daoshen's granddaughter. Hayes, she is such a good girl and she has to suffer like this. Qiong shook his head. He wanted to wipe out that noble college. Damn, they couldn't even do security and they dared to say that it was a noble college. Why didn't they just die? Xiang Yuntian said, That's right, the atmosphere on the platform isn't good. If you need help, then find me. It won't be difficult for me to find the trash behind all this. Oh. Zhu Daoshen was being treated at the Alliance Headquarters Treatment Center. Normal people weren't able to come here to be treated. The commander's face was cold along the way and very quickly, he arrived at the special ward. He wanted to push the door open but he thought about something. He pulled the medic over and said, What is her situation now? When the medic saw that the commander was the one who stopped him, he was really emotional. He then thought about the little girl and said seriously, We have tried our best. She can be said to be dead or alive. Vegetable? The commander said. She's not a vegetable. Although a vegetable is unconscious, she's still conscious. However, according to our tests, she doesn't have any consciousness at all. Her heart is still beating slightly, but the frequency of the beating is not enough to support the number of times a person needs it to beat. Therefore, the specific conclusion we came to is that she's dead, but we didn't dare to tell General Zhu. The commander waved his hands and pushed the door open. Within the room, Zhu Daoshen sat by the bed and lowered his head. He grabbed his granddaughter's hand. Wuxia stood at the side and didn't know how to console Zhu Daoshen. He could only sigh and then he looked at the person who came. Commander. The commander nodded and looked at the little girl who was lying there. She was wrapped up like a dumpling. When she was sent here, her entire body was corroded by the liquid, and one could even see her bones and organs. Even with the special liquid, she was still unable to recover to her original state. He walked behind Zhu Daoshen and placed his palm on his shoulder. The Alliance has let you down. I have already ordered them to give you an explanation. Zhu Daoshen didn't say anything. He just grabbed his granddaughter's hand and rubbed his forehead against the back of her hand. Zhu Daoshen wasn't the strongest 9-star general in the Alliance. He was just a normal old man who lost his granddaughter. An old man who gave up everything for the Alliance and fought for his entire life. Suddenly, Zhu Daoshen raised his head and looked at his granddaughter. He removed the tubes on her body and hugged her. Baby, don't be afraid. Grandfather will bring you home. The commander wanted to say something but Wuxia stopped him. The two of them stood there and looked on as Zhu Daoshen carried his granddaughter and walked outside. He knows better than anyone what is going on. It is just that he doesn't want to believe it. Wuxia said and then sighed truthfully. For some reason, when I see these scenes, I am a little disappointed in the Alliance. The commander looked at Wuxia and patted his shoulder. He nodded his head and walked outside. On the corridor, the man who had committed the crime was tied up and dragged over, shouting and yelling. I am the Alliance's hero. I am helping the Alliance clean up. Suddenly, the male looked at the person who walked over and for some reason, his throat felt like something was stuck. He became terrified and didn't dare to say a single word. Zhu Daoshen hugged his granddaughter and caressed her hair. When he passed the male, he didn't bother at all. He didn't even take a look and just walked past him. Wuxia, who had just walked out of the ward, saw the male. He walked forwards and grabbed his collar, slapping his face time and time again. Bastard, you bastard. The male spat out blood and his face changed shape. Save me, save me. The traitor of the Alliance wants to kill me. Ah! Save me! The male hugged his head and shouted. That moment, outside the medical center, a large number of reporters were gathered. When they saw Zhu Daoshan walk out, they took pictures crazily. To them, this was huge news. Although they pitted his granddaughter in front of the news, it wasn't important anymore. They just wanted to know what the outcome was. General Zhu, I saw the culprit being sent here. Should we execute the culprit here and not send him to the Alliance court? What do you think about such revenge? General Zhu, what is your granddaughter's situation like? Is she out of danger? Are you going to sue the security of Noble College? The commander walked out from the treatment center, and when he saw how heartless the reporters were, he was so furious that he nearly exploded. He instructed the people beside him. Remember these people. I want them to pay the price. Yes, Commander. Zhu Daoshan rose into the air and didn't bother about them. He just left right away. Zhu family courtyard. The servants all knew that something huge had happened. When they saw old master carry the little miss back, no one dared to say anything. They didn't even dare to ask. To them, they felt like everything had become really suppressive. It was like a giant stone was pressing down on their bodies, making it hard for them to breathe. On this day, Zhu Daoshan stayed in the little miss room and didn't come out. No one knew what had happened and no one dared to ask. The next day, when the servants saw old master come out, they were dispirited. They instructed them to take care of the little miss before leaving. No one knew where old master was going. Alliance Data Center. With Zhu Daoshan's status, no one dared to stop him from appearing here. Especially after such a thing happened, no one dared to ask about it. He came here and stayed for an entire day. No one knew what he was doing. The commander told people to pay close attention to Zhu Daoshan. After all, such a thing happened and he was really afraid that Zhu Daoshan would do something irreversible. But when he learned that Zhu Daoshan stayed in the Alliance Data Center for an entire day and didn't come out, he was stunned. What was he doing? That moment, Zhu Daoshan didn't turn his eyes away and focused on the introduction of the native sex in the Alliance Data Center. He knew that his granddaughter was dead. Although there was a weak heartbeat, she was really dead. But he wouldn't let her die. The Alliance didn't have revival techniques, but the natives definitely had them. In the end, Zhu Daoshan found what he wanted. Evil Alliance. Corpse God Sect. Chapter 522. Martial Path Mountain. A person appeared on the steps leading to the mountain gate. 9 Demon, you must remember what happened just now. I was the one who blocked the shockwave for you. When Lin Fan had nothing to do, he would brainwash 9 Demon, telling him how good Master was to him and how much he loved him. One had to say that. This method was really useful. He didn't look at 9 Demon's 9 heads as it moved towards Lin Fan's face. Oi oi, stop licking. Don't think that I didn't see you licking your own shit last time. Oh. Martial Path Mountain Main Hall. Young Master Lin, the tremors came from the border. What happened? Zhao Lishan asked. Even if they were so far away, they could sense the ripples. Lin Fan said with a weird expression. All of you sensed it? Martial Path Mountain was far away from the border and logically speaking, it shouldn't have been affected. But since they sensed it, it meant that he had underestimated the strength of star-level energy. If he faced such a situation in the future, he had to be careful. Who knew whether or not he would be able to take it when he reached Dao Realm Stage 5? He shook his head. He wasn't sure. He might have been able to take the ripples, but if he was at the center, he might not have been able to. I sensed it. The ground is shaking. Although it isn't intense, I can sense the space constricting and the dimension becoming chaotic. Zhao Lishan said. Lin Fan sighed. All of you might not dare to believe it, but the Alliance released star-level energy. It is really terrifying and it covers a huge area. Within tens of thousands of kilometers, even Dao Realm Stage 7 experts will be injured. If they were at the center, they would have been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Zhao Lishan was shocked and said in disbelief, how is that possible? If the Alliance had such terrifying strength, they wouldn't have fought with us until now. Lin Fan said, really, I think it might be because this thing is hard to create and it is a huge pressure on the Alliance. But don't worry, it takes time to release star-level energy and we can see it from afar. As long as we flee right away, we won't need to worry about our lives. All of this was only for Dao Realm experts. If it was a normal person, the outcome would be obvious. Even if they were far away, they would be heavily injured and even die. Maybe only the Alliance headquarters would know how terrifying star-level energy was after this self-destruction. As for others, there was no need to say much. Terrifying, this is 100 times more terrifying than a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert self-destructing. Water Emperor was shocked. Who knew that the Alliance headquarters would be so strong? Lin Fan said, 100 times? Water Emperor, you are underestimating it. Even if Dao Realm Stage 7 expert self-destruct, it can't compare to star-level energy. Water Emperor didn't see it with his own eyes, so he didn't know how terrifying it was. But they were so far away and could feel the tremors. If they were there, wouldn't they be scared to death? If there's a chance, I really want to see what that star-level energy is. Could it even shake my Water Emperor? It was normal to brag when one had nothing to do. Otherwise, it would be so boring. Lin Fan took a look. If he really saw it, he would be so scared that he would run away faster than anyone else. Let's not talk about all this. Although this matter is a little dangerous, there are benefits too. The Alliance headquarters has totally offended the 4 alliances. He told everyone about what happened. When Zhao Lishan and the others heard about it, they were shocked. It wasn't that the Alliance headquarters was so overbearing, but that Lin Fan was too strong. He dared to face so many experts. Wasn't he afraid that they would kill him? The sect leaders of the 4 alliances should be fine. They fled really quickly. At most, they would just suffer some injuries. But that was enough. Their rage towards the Alliance headquarters had definitely reached a peak. During this period of time, he had to expand his territory. At the same time, he had the Darkness Chief God Core, and he should gather those who believed in him together to take care of the territory that he occupied. Since the attention of the 4 alliances is attracted by the alliance, we should expand. Lin Fan said. This was a chance. Although he didn't gain much from this trip, he did manage to do a decent amount of things. But he had to pay attention to the Alliance headquarters' star-level energy. It was just too dangerous. This was the same as the Alliance headquarters having the key to victory. Even if they couldn't kill anyone, they could destroy a certain place. This was why he needed to raise his cultivation. He was only at Dao Realm Stage 4 and was still a long way away from Dao Realm Stage 5. Water Emperor said, Sect Leader Lin, if the Alliance has such a terrifying weapon, then what is the point of expanding? If we attract their attention, won't the star-level energy destroy all the maps that we work so hard to expand? If people who said such things were placed on the battlefield, they would cause chaos and they would be hacked to death. Based on what you said, Dao Realm Stage 7 is the end and we have nowhere else to go. Then what is the point of cultivating? Isn't it just something to look forward to? Maybe one day we will find a way. Lin Fan said. Water Emperor said softly, Sect Leader Lin, there is a path after Dao Realm Stage 7. I know some secrets, it is there. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. Okay, since it is a secret, then you don't have to tell me so clearly. There is no need. Let's deal with the matter in front of us first. Lin Fan didn't care about the so-called secrets. What did it have to do with him whether or not they could step into Dao Realm Stage 8? Anyway, he had the small support system. Dao Realm Stage 8 wasn't a problem at all. If something really happened, then he would just study it. Water Emperor was helpless. The new generation will replace the old and the old will die on the beach. The secrets that I know aren't so popular anymore. How unbearable. The divinator patted Water Emperor's shoulder. You will get used to it. Water Emperor glanced at him. Are you trying to comfort me? Animal. For alliances had a meeting. Naturally, they weren't together. Evil Alliance, Monster Alliance, Celestial Alliance, and Buddha Alliance all had their own meetings. Alliance deserves to die, they actually treated us like this. Right, everyone said that Lin Fan was the most dangerous. I think it was their alliance. That metal lump fell from the sky and exploded. The aura that it gave off was just too terrifying. I personally witnessed old ancestor Kuan disappear without a trace and died without a whole corpse. Uproar. Right, old ancestor Kuan is a Dao Realm Stage 6 expert. Even a stage 7 expert would find it hard to kill him instantly. Kiki, so what if he is stage 6? I am at Dao Realm stage 7. I was so far away, but that shockwave actually heavily injured me. That shockwave was different from the power that we used. It was really scorching, and even my Dao artifact robe was ripped apart. The Alliance headquarters is the most dangerous place. If we don't care about the Alliance, then one day we will be wiped out. Many evil Alliance sect leaders who went out returned, but many of them were still alive. They described the situation to the sect leaders who didn't participate in the battle. To them it was like a fantasy story, but they all felt the ground shake. In their hearts they mostly believed it. Thus, when they heard the news, they were in deep thought. Everyone had their own thoughts. To them this wasn't good news. If the Alliance headquarters had such a destructive weapon, then why didn't they use it in the past? Such a situation didn't only occur in the Evil Alliance meeting. Buddha Alliance and Celestial Alliance were the same. Su Yuanming and Gyuan were shocked. They came to an agreement with the Alliance headquarters to use one another to obtain benefits, which was why they started a war between the 4 alliances. But now that they knew that the Alliance headquarters had such a terrifying weapon, they were filled with terror. It was like they were thinking about a certain day in the future. The Alliance headquarters would get what they wanted and they would be destroyed by the Alliance. Although the two of them weren't together. But at that moment, both of them had a thought, which was that they couldn't think too simply. Alliance. Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter incident was magnified by the reporters. The mail was sent to the medical center. The reporters wrote that the Alliance headquarters was going to punish the culprit to appease Zhu Daoshan. At the same time, the commander dealt a heavy blow. He sent people to capture the people who were spouting nonsense on the platform. It had a huge impact. Everyone was in a state of panic. What was more serious was that many people couldn't accept the Alliance headquarters' overbearing actions and started to protest. Headquarters. Commander, this matter is a little too rushed, Chong asked. He was worried that the citizens would fight back too intensely and cause a bad storm. The commander's face was cold. They gave them too much. They would protest if they wanted something, and the Alliance would take a step back to satisfy them. In their words, this is democracy, this is fairness. But now, their endless demands and the Alliance's unprincipled satisfaction aren't enough to satisfy their desires. Now, a strongest 9-star general who sacrificed his life for the Alliance has become their target. They are even insulting him on the platform. Do you think that this is too rushed? Cheong, as the Alliance's deputy commander, you should understand how humiliating this is for people who truly fight for the Alliance. Cheong kept silent and understood what the commander meant. You are right, but some things can only be done slowly. If we are too rash, we might cause chaos. The commander was furious. Then kill them. Kill those who aren't happy, kill those who cause trouble, kill those who insult the Alliance. They have to live up to their conscience. Who was the one who brought us such prosperity? Hell Mountain, Ocean Emperor Island, they weren't the ones who suppressed it. Now that Zhu Daoshan is facing such a thing, not only does he not console him, but he is also spouting nonsense. He is just asking to die. Cheong looked at the commander and knew that he was filled with killing intent. It would be hard to change that. Commander, this is an important matter and you can't decide it alone. They definitely won't agree to it. The Alliance system wasn't decided by one person. Even when the commander faced some things, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, right when Cheong said this, he sensed a strong killing intent spreading in the meeting room. Who agrees? Who objects? Shortly after, the commander stared at Cheong and said coldly, "Do you object?" Cheong felt huge pressure on his body. He thought about it and sighed helplessly. No. The commander said, "Then what are you waiting for? Move." Yes. Outside the door, Wu Zhiga leaned against the wall and heard everything that was said. When Cheong came out, he saw Wu Zhiga and nodded helplessly. "I heard everything." Wu Zhiga nodded and didn't say anything. Cheong said, "This matter is caused by Zhu Daoshan. No matter what the outcome is, the commander's violent actions will be passed down." Wu Zhiga shook his head and smiled. Violent? Maybe only the Alliance would do that. Although I don't live in the rich land, there the weak dare to judge the strong. They will die for nothing, so they can only do that in the alliance. Cheong didn't agree, so the natives are just natives, a symbol of backwardness. They won't be able to enjoy prosperity like the alliance. Prosperity? Wu Zhiga asked. Stop lying to yourself. If Zhu Daoshan knew that all he got was such prosperity, he would rather stay at home and raise his granddaughter than give up everything for the alliance. Cheong frowned. Aren't your words a little too? If it isn't suitable, then so be it. After this matter, it seems like a door has been opened in my mind. Alright, the tech division is really active. Let them solve the 4 alliances. I won't participate in it for now. Anyways, I have already been called a traitor, so what else can I be afraid of? Hiki. Wu Zhiga laughed and left with his arms behind his back. Cheong looked at Zhu Daoshan's back view and all of a sudden, he didn't know what to say. To Wu Zhiga, the commander's actions were a little too late. If he did that earlier, then this wouldn't have happened. Within a residential building, a guy posted his thoughts on the alliance platform. Zhu Daoshan's matter annoyed him and he felt that the alliance headquarters were sucking up to Zhu Daoshan, which was why they didn't go to court and punish him. Many people agreed with his comments. Although many people scolded him, it didn't affect him at all. Pung! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The door was violently smashed open from the outside. The people who moved weren't normal alliance members who maintained order, but they were strong alliance army members. Very quickly, someone hollered in rage. Who are you? Who allowed you to trespass into my house without my permission? I want to complain. Release me. Pung. Shortly after, there were screams of pain. There was a huge commotion here and it attracted the attention of the people around. They didn't know what was going on and just felt that it was really sudden. Such a situation was common in various parts of the alliance. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who knew what was going on? The people who moved were all from the alliance army. They gave off a fierce aura and when normal citizens saw them, they were terrified and hid far away. Very quickly, the truth was revealed. So, it was because of Zhu Daoshan's matter. This made many citizens unhappy and they started to protest. What they didn't expect was that it was as if the alliance headquarters had eaten gunpowder. They didn't reject anyone. As long as they resisted, they would capture them. Not long later, when the citizens learned that the person who caused the most trouble had been sentenced to death, they were all stunned, as if they had been scared out of their wits. They only had one thought in their hearts. Was the commander crazy? At the same time, the cruel actions of the alliance headquarters stunned them. Facing such a vicious move from the headquarters, no one dared to cause trouble. Even if there were people who protested, they were captured right away. This was just the start of the alliance's unrest. As for the exact outcome, it would depend on how the alliance headquarters was prepared to end it. But for the alliance citizens, they felt that this was the darkest moment of the alliance. They felt like they were like ants in the hands of those 9-star generals. They couldn't do anything and they couldn't even sneeze. Rich land. Evil alliance corpse god sect. Zhu Daoshan had been searching for corpse god sect ever since he left the alliance. Corpse god sect was just a normal sect in evil alliance. It wasn't eye-catching at all. Even if it was wiped out, no one would care. The cultivation of the corpse god sect master was only at the void transformation realm. He was very weak and humble. Amongst normal sects, he was one of the weakest. Zhu Daoshan searched for a way to save his granddaughter from the alliance data center, so he could only search in rich land. Corpse god sect was his target. To Zhu Daoshan, such a weak sect could be wiped out with a flick of his finger and totally disappear from the world. Zhu Daoshan didn't descend directly. He walked from the foot of the mountain. Very quickly, he reached the entrance of the sect. Who are you? A disciple blocked his path and questioned. Zhu Daoshan cupped his fists. I want to meet your sect leader. Please do me a favor. The disciple sized up Zhu Daoshan and felt that he wasn't someone to be offended. He said, then wait a moment. The disciple left hurriedly. To Zhu Daoshan, Corpse God sect was a native sect and he could just wipe them out. But this was his hope and he couldn't allow it to disappear. Not long later, someone walked over from the distance. Corpse God sect leader didn't know who it was, but he heard the disciple say that a stranger wanted to meet him. At the same time, he mentioned that it was an old man and he didn't look like a normal person. This shocked the sect leader and he obviously didn't dare to meet him. After all, the Corpse God sect was just an ordinary sect, and his cultivation was only at the void transformation realm. There was no limit to his trash. I am Corpse God sect leader Heen. Who are you? Heen wasn't very old, but he was already middle-aged. His talent wasn't good and his cultivation rose too slowly. This was why it was normal for him to be at void realm. At the same time, he looked at the person warily. He didn't know him and he didn't look familiar. Who was he? Why did he come to Corpse God sect? Zhu Daoshan said, I am Zhu Daoshan and I would like to ask sect leader He about revival techniques. I hope that you can teach me and I will remember your kindness. Sect master He was stumped, as though he did not understand what Lin Fan had just said. Old mister, you must be looking at the wrong place. How could we possibly be resurrected from the dead? Our sect is just an ordinary sect, and even my cultivation base is only at the paradise realm. If our sect really had the ability to resurrect the dead, how could we be in such dire straits? I think you must have heard some false rumors. Sect leader He didn't know that the person in front of him was the strongest 9-star general in the alliance, Zhu Daoshan. After all, the strongest 9-star general in the alliance was a little far for normal sections. They didn't even have the right to join the evil alliance meeting. The sect leader was only at void realm, and he couldn't even compare to some disciples. Zhu Daoshan said firmly, no you do. Heen shook his head, I really don't. Yes you definitely do. Zhu Daoshan's emotions fluctuated, and he was pretty much unreasonable. This made sect leader He a little unhappy. Old mister, aren't you being a little unreasonable? How could our sect possibly have a resurrection technique? Instantly, a shocking aura exploded from Zhu Daoshan's body. You can. Your Corpse God sect definitely has revival techniques. Putong. This aura was just too terrifying. Heen and the others all sat on the ground. Their expressions were filled with terror and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. That terrified look on their faces exploded out. They thought that he was just a crazy old man. But at this moment, they realized that this old man was someone they couldn't offend. Just the aura that he gave off was something one couldn't block. How terrifying would that be? That moment, the shocking aura dissipated. Zhu Daoshan reacted and headed forwards to help Heen up. Sect leader He, I am sorry. To him, Corpse God sect was his hope, so how could he offend him? Sect leader He put on a long face and spoke with a trembling voice. Senior, if my sect has offended you, please be magnanimous and let us speak slowly. We can talk slowly. Zhu Daoshan's tone slowed down. I just want to ask your sect to help me revive a dead person. Don't worry, I can give all of you unimaginable benefits. Sect leader He replied, Senior, how can the dead come back to life? My sect can only refine living people into corpse demons. But to refine dead people into corpse demons, that's impossible. If there was such a method, how could my sect still be a small sect? We would have long searched for the corpses of those experts. Sect leader He cursed in his heart. Which bastard was the one who wanted to harm them? He actually spread such nonsense. All of you can do it. I believe you. Zhu Daoshan said. Sect leader He cried, Senior, you really can't. You can tell me that you can. You definitely can. Zhu Daoshan grabbed his shoulder. As he used too much strength, his face turned ashen white. Pain, it was really painful. Yes. Sect leader He panicked. He was afraid that if he said no, he would be crushed to death. Where did this senior come from? Was it easy for him to think of Corpse God sect? His cultivation technique was also trash, and he had been surviving in the cracks. He had never thought that he would be targeted by such a powerhouse. Moreover, it was an unreasonable one. He was about to cry. Zhu Daoshan was delighted. Tears appeared in his eyes. Good, this is great. I told you that you could do it. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. As long as you can do it, I will give you whatever you want as long as you can revive him. Let's go, follow me now. Heen was stunned and then said, Senior, wait, this matter is a little complicated. Please allow me to prepare some things. Right, I was too anxious. How can this be so simple? Naturally, I have to prepare. Zhu Daoshan said. Chapter 523. Damn, I am finished. The moment He entered the room, he locked the door and leaned against it. His face was ashen white and he was sweating profusely. He muttered to himself. He was finished. He didn't know how to face the following situation. What a cheat. He scratched his head and a helpless glow appeared in his eyes. He didn't know what to do. How could there be such a thing to revive someone from the dead? Even the top sects didn't have such an ability. If this goes on, I will die. The first thought that appeared in He Yin's mind was to run and leave the sect. He didn't care so much and just wanted to live. But he felt like he had been locked onto by someone outside. Even if he couldn't see him with his naked eye, that person would know whether or not he was in the room. Running away was impossible. Who is the one bragging outside? He was thinking about whether or not a disciple felt that Corpse God sect wasn't famous enough, so he just bragged about his own sect. If an expert didn't hear it, that was understandable. But the key was that an expert had heard it. The other party had personally come to find him, wanting to know how to revive the dead. After a long while, Zhu Daoshen's voice spread in from outside. Sect leader He, are you ready? When He heard this, his body shuddered and his heart was filled with fear. Yes. Then, sect leader He acted like he was bringing a few things over. Corpse God sect didn't have anything valuable. The most valuable thing was a corpse-raising coffin. It wasn't a Dao artifact and was just a small toy with some special abilities. Sect entrance. The disciples looked on as the sect leader left. He looked at his personal disciple and communicated with his gaze like he was saying, "Disciple, I am leaving and I might not be able to return. Do as you see fit. Disband or take over the position of sect leader, as long as you are happy." Zhu Daoshen couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed sect leader He and headed towards the alliance. The Corpse God sect disciples cheered. They looked at one another and found it hard to hide the excitement in their hearts. I didn't expect our sect to have a revival technique. Haha, an expert came to seek help from the sect leader. If I didn't personally witness it, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Sect leader really hit it well. That's right. If it weren't for the experts who came to ask, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known either. If He knew what these fellows were thinking, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. Was there a hole in their brains? This moment he finally understood. The main reason why the Corpse God sect could not develop was not only because he was the sect master, but also because these disciples were not good enough. City of Darkness. With the village chief as their leader, a group of bootlickers were tasked with praying to the Statue of Faith in the morning and evening. Xue Jinru and her father had already settled down in Darkness City. They had felt the power of faith. I have no doubt about it. And today, the statue once again erupted with dazzling divine light. No matter what the villagers were doing, they all stopped what they were doing and knelt in front of the statue. Ever since the disaster had befallen this place, the Master God had appeared once, but he had never appeared again. Now that he had appeared again, it meant that something important must have happened. Lin Fan was used to acting mysterious and it was really easy for him to do so. The message he was sending to the villagers was to accept the guidance of the chief god. The mission of saving the world was on them. The content was really high class and really cool. It was worthy of his identity as the chief god. Of course, Lin Fan didn't want them to know that the chief god they all believed in was him. Mystery was what made one sink in. If he revealed it too early, it wouldn't have that effect. Excitement appeared on the faces of the villagers. This time was different from the past. This time the chief god was guiding them and giving them a bright light. Therefore, the villagers packed their things, led their livestock, and happily set off into the distance. To them, this was a direct from the chief god. It was definitely different now. Mountain City didn't do anything. Lin Fan didn't appear there mainly because there was a high chance of development there. The situation was really unstable. Mountain City was a good place to go. Many normal people lost their homes and when they passed by Mountain City, they would choose to stay here. Once they stayed here, they would slowly be curious about the statues in the city and slowly have faith. This was a good time to raise their strength, so how could they let it go so easily? Lin Wani's situation was the same as usual and nothing happened. Hayes, Water Emperor sent news to tell us to be careful of the Alliance headquarters' secret weapon. When Su Chongsun saw the news, He was a little helpless. This fellow was really weak, fleeing at the last moment and defecting to Lin Fan. But the content that followed shocked Su Chongsheng. The Alliance headquarters' secret weapon is star-level energy, and it is really strong. Even Dao Realm Stage 7 experts can't take it head-on. Your son personally experienced it. Su Chongsen's words stunned Lin Wani, and he said anxiously, "What the hell is this brat up to again?" Su Chongsen said, "Water Emperor didn't say it clearly and just roughly. But what is star-level energy? It can actually injure someone at Dao Realm Stage 7 and can even kill them." Lin Wani shook his head and thought about it. "I don't know. I have never heard that the Alliance has such a thing." But when he heard that it could cause such terrifying damage to someone at Dao Realm Stage 7, his heart shook and he felt like things were a little off. Old Ancestor Zhao opened his mouth. "It seems like we have to be careful in the future. The Alliance headquarters suddenly having such a weapon isn't good for us." The three peak experts looked at one another and thought about what to do next. Su Chongsen thought about what Water Emperor said. Since things were already like that, why not follow Lin Fan and maybe they could do something big? In the past, naturally he wouldn't agree and would even scoff. But as some things happened, he actually had such a thought. Maybe that was a good thing. Lin Wani saw that Su Chongsen's expression wasn't right. What happened? Su Chongsen shook his head. Nothing. When he spoke, his gaze was dodging and he really felt guilty. As the country protector of the former imperial dynasty, how could he have such thoughts? If the former emperor found out, he would climb out of his coffin and smash his head. Lin Wani looked at him in confusion. He didn't think so much about it. "I will head to Martial Path Mountain. All of you protect this place," Lin Wani said. He had to find that unfilial kid and ask for the truth. What happened at the Alliance headquarters and what was star-level energy? After Lin Wani left, Su Chongsen pulled Old Ancestor Zhao. "Should we change our way of thinking?" Old Ancestor Zhao frowned. "What do you mean?" "That is," Su Chongsen found it hard to say. It sounded bad and it seemed like he could only slowly lead him from the shallow to the deep. In the end, he would simply let Lin Fan understand what he was trying to say. "Alliance? Where is this?" He looked around in confusion. This was the first time he traveled through the dimension and everything around him was turbid. To him it was like a dream. He was even thinking about whether or not this was the legendary dimension. Zhu Daoshan said, "This is the Alliance." He looked at him with his mouth agape. "Alliance? Then you are." Zhu Daoshan didn't hide anything. "I am the Alliance's strongest 9-star general, Zhu Daoshan. The person you want to save is my granddaughter. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. As long as you succeed, I will ensure you a life of riches." These conditions were just too good. Who didn't want a life of riches? But the key was that he didn't have the ability. He was finished. He was totally finished. "I'm afraid there's really no hope." He didn't expect him to be from the Alliance and also one of the strongest 9-star generals. This was just too much. He took advantage of this period of time to think about what he should do to escape. He thought of all methods. In the end, he realized that he had no choice. With his strength, even if he escaped, what ability did he have to escape from the Alliance's territory? Zhu Daoshan sensed Yin's emotions and said calmly, "I just need you to be able to do it. But if you disappoint me, then I won't be disappointed. I will definitely succeed." That was a little too much. He wanted to smash his head against the wall, but he didn't have the courage. Very quickly, Zhu Daoshan brought He to the villa. This was where he lived and it was really special. When He came here, he was attracted by the modern technology around. This was something he had never seen in the sect. Zhu Daoshan said, "As long as you can do it, no matter how big the place is, I will give it to you." The conditions were really attractive. To be treated like a treasure by an expert made him feel really flattered. He was even thinking about how good it would be if he could really come back to life. Unfortunately, he didn't have that ability. The nannies saw that the old man brought an outsider they didn't know back. No one dared to ask and they just did their own things. Within the room, "This is my granddaughter. Take a look." Zhu Daoshan stood beside the bed. Each time he saw his granddaughter, his heart would hurt. He didn't see any granddaughter, but he saw a cocoon that was wrapped up like a dumpling. Can you remove the bandages? I can't see the exact situation, so it is hard to say. Ian said. He had already thought about it. He had to check it seriously and then tell him that it would take a period of time. He needed too many materials and it wasn't something that could be solved in a day. Only then would he be able to keep his life. Then, he would search for a chance to escape in the limited time. Even if he was in the Alliance, he couldn't lose the confidence to live. Zhu Daoshan had lived to such an age and had seen all sorts of things. Without saying a word, he removed the bandages around his granddaughter. See, when Ian saw the little girl's situation, he couldn't help but suck in a deep cold breath. Oh my God, what a ruthless method. He was afraid that they were already dead. Chapter 524. Ian felt really bad. An impossible task had landed on him, and yet he was entrusted with high hopes. There was even a feeling that if he couldn't do it, they would kill him. That moment, Zhu Daoshan stood at the side and didn't say a word. He looked on nervously. Maybe this was the only moment that could make the strongest 9-star general so nervous. Ian acted like he was checking on her. Haze. This. Heh. His expression was really good. Sometimes he would sigh and sometimes he would look like he had discovered a new continent. This was torture for Zhu Daoshan. He prayed in his heart. He had to succeed and he definitely couldn't fail. No matter what, he had to succeed. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he wouldn't care. But to Ian, he didn't know what to do. Corpse God Sex Corpse refining 3 techniques were a little mysterious and he knew the contents inside by heart. The corpse had to be a living person even if they were badly injured. But when he looked closely at this brat, she didn't meet the requirements. The only shocking thing was that this brat had a weak heartbeat. His eyes could see where her body had life. In his eyes, this little girl only had a trace of her heart left in her entire body. But what was the point? She wasn't satisfied with being a corpse demon. Pung! Just at that moment, the door was pushed open. The commander and Wuxia walked in and locked onto Ian. Why did you bring the native here? If people find out, you won't be able to clear your name. The commander raged. Zhu Daoshan raged. You are spying on me. The commander didn't want to waste time with Zhu Daoshan and said, Enough, I will bring this native away. Impossible, I will fight whoever dares to touch him. How could Zhu Daoshan let the commander bring Ian away? Even if he had to risk his life, he definitely wouldn't. The commander frowned and was furious. During this period of time, he was under huge pressure and did so many things. Didn't he see that? Now, he was actually colluding with the native. Although it was understandable, to him, Zhu Daoshan was dreaming. He was already dead. Did he really think that the native had a revival technique? Ian panicked. Damn, what was going on? He was very scared now. He felt like he had fallen into a wolf's den. Marshal Zong pointed at Ian. What can he do? He is only at the insightful emptiness realm. Do you want him to save her? Don't deceive yourself. He then looked at Ian and said sternly, Tell me, can you do it? Are you lying to him? Ian lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the commander. He felt like this person's gaze was really penetrating. It was as if he could see through his heart. It was frightening. The other party was right. This was indeed deceiving the other party. But he had no choice. If he didn't lie, he wouldn't be able to survive. Actually, there is a possibility. Ian thought for a long time and said unwillingly. It wasn't that he wanted to continue lying to survive. But the commander's words hurt his pride. Damn it, although my cultivation is very weak and the corpse god sect is also very weak, it doesn't mean that you can humiliate me as you wish. When Zhu Daoshan heard this, hope exploded in his eyes. The commander and Wuxia frowned. Their impression of this native went from hate to someone who had to be killed. This fellow actually wanted to play around with Zhu Daoshan, who had lost his family. How despicable. Who do you want to lie to? You can lie to him, but you can't lie to us. As long as you speak the truth, I can swear that I won't do anything to you. Instead, I will send you back to where you belong. The commander stared at him. His eyes seemed to have seen right through Ian. Ian was really tempted. He was really direct. As long as he admitted it, he would be able to leave safely. He really wanted to tell him the truth. He was really lying to him. This person was already dead, and there was nothing he could do. Wait, my stomach hurts. Yin's stomach hurt and his face flushed red. The commander sucked in a deep breath. This fellow really didn't want to speak the truth. But looking at him, did he want to go to the toilet to think about it? Okay, then he would let him think about it. After he left, Wuxia said, I understand how you feel, but you can't trust others. He is just a Void Realm weakling, so what can he do? Zhu Daoshan said stubbornly, he does. Haze. Wuxia was helpless and didn't know what to say. Why didn't he understand? Why did he still trust him? He knew that if he wanted Zhu Daoshan to give up, he had to personally say it. This wasn't a problem. Toilet. Yin wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was sweating like rain. It was really tough for him to remain calm and not fall to the ground in such a situation. What should I do? He didn't know how to face the situation. If it was just Zhu Daoshan, he was confident that he could bluff him and drag some time. But now, 2 more people came and he knew that they weren't easy to deal with. He wanted to continue bluffing him. It was really difficult. He didn't have much confidence. He just wanted to use the shit escape technique to buy himself some time to think. Who knew that because he was nervous he really wanted to clear his bowels. But the facilities in the toilet confused him. What was that? How did he use it? But it should be simple. Seemed like he was sitting on it. Sect leader he sat on the toilet and defecated while thinking about what to do next. Not long later. Don't the Alliance people have anything to wipe when they go to the toilet? Sect leader he frowned. He searched for a long while but didn't find anything. Just as sect leader he was searching for something to wipe, there was movement in the toilet. A ball of black mist rose up from the toilet and surged into the hole in the canyon. I found it. Sect leader he searched for a long time and finally found it. Right as he was about to reach out, his body shook. Black mist spread in his eyes and he recovered. Sect leader he seemed to have changed. His face twisted into all sorts of expressions. But very quickly, those expressions disappeared and he returned to normal. It has been a long time since I felt something like this. I am not used to it. Sect leader he muttered to himself. He didn't even wipe himself. He just pulled up his pants and pushed the door open. Within the room, the commander persuaded Zhu Daoshan and told him that there was no way to revive him. Even if there was, it was fake. But he underestimated Zhu Daoshan's pain from losing his family. Even if there was just a bit of hope, he wouldn't let it go. Just at that moment, sect leader he pushed the door open. Who said that there is no revival technique? When I was in the toilet, I recalled that my sect had a secret technique. Zhu Daoshan was delighted. He grabbed his hand. Really? Sect leader he smiled confidently. Yes, you don't believe me? I believe you. Zhu Daoshan nodded right away. How could he not believe it? At this moment, no matter what sect leader he said, he would believe it as long as he could save his granddaughter. You're just spouting nonsense. The commander was furious. He didn't expect that after he came back from the toilet, he would be so clueless. Did he really think that the Alliance 9-star generals were easy to play around with? Alright, let me see what you have up your sleeve. He was already prepared to kill. As long as he didn't do it, then he would instantly kill him. Even if Zhu Daoshan tried to stop him, it would be useless. Please head out. The secret technique cannot be seen. Yin said. Hiki. The commander laughed coldly. He had treated him as someone who was just spouting nonsense. Head out quickly. Zhu Daoshan rushed. He pushed the commander and Wuxia out and then grabbed Yin's hand. Everything depends on you. I am a man of my words. Yin smiled. His smile was really confident and infectious. Don't worry, you will see her jumping around in a while. Good. Zhu Daoshan was really excited. He said good thrice and his heart was filled with anticipation. The commander said softly to Wuxia, this person can't be left alive. He has Zhu Daoshan's weakness and will be able to play him around. He knew that Zhu Daoshan was anxious to save his granddaughter and wouldn't doubt his words. No matter what he said, he would believe it. Such a thing was the most terrifying thing. This was something that they didn't want to see. Wuxia nodded and understood what the commander meant. No matter what, they had to kill this person. Within the room, he laughed sinisterly and cracked his neck. He opened his mouth and a palm-sized monster that looked like an octopus crawled out of his mouth. However, it was definitely not an octopus. Every tentacle had a sawtooth. Shio. The octopus was really quick and instantly attached itself to her face. It slowly disappeared and entered her body. Outside the door. Brother Zhu, you are in danger. You have lost your mind. Wuxia said. Zhu Daoshen's eyes locked onto the tightly shut door. No, how is that possible? Wuxia shook his head and knew that it was tough to communicate with him. After a long while, a voice spread out from within. You can enter now. Zhu Daoshen pushed the door open eagerly and looked at his granddaughter right away. But when he saw that she didn't move at all, he became anxious and asked about the situation. Ian wanted to say something. Pucci. The commander attacked and his arm pierced through his body. Zhu Daoshen, wake up. As the strongest 9-star general of the alliance, you even believe such a thing? He is lying to you. Zhu Daoshen was stunned and stood rooted to the spot. Cough cough. He coughed and large amounts of fresh blood spat out from his mouth. Wah! Just at that moment, a tender cry spread out. Grandfather! Grandfather! The commander and Wu Zhiga's expressions changed like they had seen a ghost. They didn't expect that. You treacherous fellow. He stared at them in rage and then laughed. Don't be too happy. Although I saved her, this is just the start. Without my help she will. Honglong. Before he finished, his body fell to the ground. Chapter 525. No, Zhu Daoshen didn't even care about his granddaughter who had just woken up. He just fell to the ground and hollered, you can't die, you can't die. He had hope from the start. Until now. When he saw his granddaughter wake up, he knew that there was hope. He also trusted He-in. After all, apart from him, who else could save his granddaughter? What are all of you standing there for? Help me save him. Zhu Daoshen hollered in rage. He was like a wild beast that wanted to swallow up the commander. How would the commander expect this to happen? He is already dead. Since he personally attacked, he obviously knew the outcome. Moreover, Lin Fan was just at Void Realm, so how could he survive from his furious strike? Honglong. Suddenly, Zhu Daoshen charged forwards and the commander's stomach suffered a heavy blow. With a pong, a hole was smashed into the wall. Damn! Wu Zhiga was stunned. He then came back to his senses. Crazy, all of them were crazy. For some reason, he felt like things were becoming more and more complicated. Zhu Daoshen stepped on the commander's body and punched his face time after time. You jerk. Every punch landed on his body, causing the commander's face to be covered in blood. The commander didn't fight back like he wanted Zhu Daoshen to vent the rage in his heart. Wu Zhiga saw the commander raise his hand. Even if his face was covered in blood, he didn't want Wu Zhiga to attack. His intentions were obvious. He wanted Zhu Daoshen to vent his anger. Wu Zhiga was helpless inside. At the same time, he didn't understand how such a weak person did it. It was impossible for the resurrection technique to exist. But the truth was right in front of him. He personally witnessed it, so what if he didn't believe it? It was understandable that Zhu Daoshen was so furious. There was clearly hope, but now the commander-in-chief had completely destroyed it. Suddenly, Wu Zhiga realized that the brat was a little weird. Her expression was a little stunned, like she was in a trance. Oi, stop fighting. Come and take a look. The situation is not right. When Zhu Daoshen heard Wu Zhiga's words, he got up and walked beside the bed. Baby, what happened? Don't scare me. To him, the most important thing right now was his granddaughter. Everything else was insignificant. Listen up, if anything happens to my granddaughter, I can bear with it once but not a second time. Zhu Daoshen looked at the commander in rage. When he saw Zhu Daoshen's gaze, the commander realized that he had done such a stupid thing. If something really happened, he definitely didn't doubt that Zhu Daoshen didn't have the courage. The commander wanted to say something but stopped. He knew that he was in the wrong. Although he was expressionless, he was filled with regret. He looked at his right hand and really wanted to chop it off. What a cheap hand. If he had been a few seconds later, the result might not have been like this. Calm down, calm down. The current situation is not what we want to see. Wuxia tried to persuade him. Actually, he didn't want to. He just wanted to point at the commander and scold him for being sick in the head. Fortunately, he didn't attack, otherwise Zhu Daoshan would have sliced him into pieces. At this moment, the commander-in-chief was like a child who had done something wrong. He stood there innocently, not knowing whether to leave or not. He didn't know what to do. Grandfather. The stunned brat quickly regained her usual innocent self. At the same time, the terrifying wounds on her body were healing at a visible rate. This surprised and delighted Zhu Daoshan. At the same time, he was more and more furious at the commander. He heard what He said before he died. This was just the start, so what would happen next? Zhu Daoshan had a kind expression and hugged his granddaughter. Good girl, don't be afraid. It is okay, it is okay. Wuxia pulled the commander out. What was the point of them staying here? Don't you think that I went too overboard in this matter? The commander-in-chief thought for a moment before asking. Kiki. Wuxia smiled and patted his shoulder. You are the commander, so what is there to be overboard about? As long as you are happy. The commander-in-chief thought that Wuxia would comfort him, but what he said next almost made him vomit blood. Was this something a human could say? He wanted to say something, but there was nothing he could say. Maybe this was the first time in a long time that he had felt so wronged. It felt really bad. Wuxia walked to the door, turned around and said, If I were you, I would investigate who you just killed and see if there is anyone who knows that kind of secret technique. I would do whatever it takes to find that secret technique. What happened today made Wuxia feel that things had become really complicated. Maybe in the future, Zhu Daoshan would go all out against the commander. He probably wouldn't be able to stop such a thing. Wuxia's words were a little harsh, but to the commander-in-chief, it made a lot of sense. The commander's eyes shone with a look of hope. He seemed really calm, but actually he was panicking more than anyone else. He had to settle this perfectly, otherwise something huge was going to happen. Few days later. Martial Path Mountain. Father, why are you here again? When Lin Fan saw that his father was here, he found it weird. Without his father by his side, he was able to enjoy himself as much as he wanted. Using his own words, before he found his father, he treated him like a treasure and was afraid that something would happen. Now that he found his father, this treasure was a little useless. Of course, he wasn't worried about his father's safety. His brother Xiao was a coward and didn't think about reviving the imperial dynasty. Even if his father wanted to help, he had to have a reason. For example, Prince Shaoqi wanted to build a small faction to revive the imperial dynasty. But what a waste. Till now there wasn't such a faction. The key was that he had already poached one of the experts beside his father. He didn't panic at all. When he had the time, he would poach old ancestor Su and old ancestor Zhao. That would be perfect. Lin Wani frowned. Why can't I come to see you? Lin Fan smiled. Father, I didn't mean that. I was just asking. I heard that you face problems at the border. Does the Alliance headquarters really have such a strong weapon? Lin Wani asked. He had fought with the Alliance many times, but he had never heard that they had such a weapon. Even Dao Realm Stage 7 experts couldn't block it. If the Alliance really had it, why didn't they use it when they were attacking the border? Why did they have to wait until now? Lin Fan told his father about the situation. When Lin Wani heard the specific details, his expression changed. If that was the case, then that was just too terrifying. As for why the Alliance didn't use it, firstly, the commander wouldn't agree. Moreover, the Alliance headquarters wanted to take down the border to occupy territory and develop resources. They didn't want to destroy good land. Lin Fan chatted with his father for a long while. The sky slowly turned dark and Go Zi went to prepare food. Since Old Master was here, how could he just send him away so casually? In front of the table. Recently, I noticed that many commoners have moved to Martial Path Mountain. Zhu Shun was confused. He had nothing to do every day, so he would look around the territory that Martial Path Mountain controlled. Just yesterday, he noticed that there were many villagers hundreds of miles away. It seemed like the people in the City of Darkness listened to his instructions and moved here. That was a good thing. It seems like the situation is a little huge and many people have lost their homes. It is good that they moved to Marshall Path Mountain, at least we can take care of each other. Zhao Lishan said. Lin Fan smiled in his heart. If Zhao Lishan knew that the villagers had such terrifying cultivation, he probably wouldn't think that way. Father, the 4 alliances are wary of the alliance. Moreover, the previous matter won't be solved so easily, and there will probably be a conflict. We just have to watch them fight and we don't have to care about anything else. Lin Fan said. The only fortunate thing was that the 4 alliances weren't united. If they were, then there was no need to watch. The alliance would collapse. Even if they had the star-level energy, it was useless. A bunch of experts charged into the alliance headquarters and they could only die together. But such things could only be wishful thinking. Not to mention the sect leaders of the top sects, but even the sect leaders of the normal and mid-tier sects all loved their lives. They wanted others to charge first while they watched from behind. If that didn't work, then they could consider whether or not to attack. Lin Wani said, there shouldn't be a conflict. With my understanding of those sects, without absolute benefits they won't do anything. Lin Fan didn't believe it. How is that possible? The sect leaders of the 4 alliances were bullied so badly, and they actually didn't take revenge on the alliance? Kiki, you are still young. Marshall Path Mountain's location is known by the 4 alliances, but you saw them come to find trouble with you. It isn't that they don't want to, but that they know your strength. After the price they paid last time, they don't dare to do anything. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan thought about it and felt like that made sense. But if that was the case, then the 4 alliances were just too cowardly. Now they wanted to open up the situation. It seemed like he had to take the initiative to attack and open up the situation. Lin Fan thought about it. This matter was a little problematic and he had to think about it. Just as he was thinking about all this, the commander left the alliance and personally headed to Evil Alliance's corpse god sect to search for the secret technique that he mentioned. Unfortunately, when he arrived, those disciples didn't know anything. This infuriated the commander, and he even wanted to attack to kill some to threaten those disciples. But he controlled himself. He used huge rewards to tempt them. But to those disciples, they really didn't know what secret technique the sect had to revive the dead. If they did, then they wouldn't be in such a tragic state. The commander came to the book collection area and browsed through all the books in hopes of finding the secret technique. But unfortunately, he flipped the entire sect but couldn't find anything. For some reason, this made the commander panic. Imperial Dynasty! King Wutong cried out. His body was really unstable, like he was about to shatter at any moment. He didn't know what happened that day. He didn't see any enemy. Then he heard a loud explosion. Resplendent radiance erupted from the extreme distance, tearing apart even the heavens. He originally thought that it was a battle between experts, which was why such a terrifying scene was produced. But shortly after, something that he didn't dare to imagine happened. A shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye struck him, causing the earth to tremble. Everything in sight was destroyed, and by the time he wanted to run, it was already too late. He felt a destructive power crushing his body. There was no then. He fainted. When he woke up, he didn't know where he was. The pain in his body told him that he had suffered heavy injuries. His body was shattered and half of it was gone. In the end, he dragged his badly damaged body back to the Imperial Dynasty. King Wutong was terrified. Facing such an inhuman attack, he felt how small and insignificant he was. In the secret room, evil god, King Wutong hollered and his voice spread throughout the secret room. Not long later, evil god statue gave off a weird light. How tragic. So small and pitiful. Evil god statue spread its voice. Those words were a form of humiliation to King Wutong. It was like a sharp sword stabbing into his heart. But now those words weren't important to him anymore. Save me, evil god, save me, King Wutong said. He tried many methods, but his damaged body couldn't recover at all. Even if he tried to absorb experts, it was useless. It was like his wounds were absorbing some shocking damage that was destroying his life force. Why do I have to save you? You are really too useless. You have such an ability, but your cultivation base increases so slowly. This evil god really despises you, the evil god said disdainfully. In Evil God's words, this fellow was the weakest one that he had ever taught. He had no brain at all. He had such ability, but his cultivation rose so slowly. Till now, he wasn't even at Tao realm. Eat shit. Although a quick rise in cultivation would cause problems in the brain, if there weren't problems, how could there be such a shortcut? Actually, King Wutong realized that as his cultivation rose, his mentality and mental state changed. That feeling couldn't be described with words. But in the end, he would become a maniac, a bloodthirsty maniac. Save me. King Wutong didn't want to die. He still had things to do. He hadn't completed the mission that his brother gave him. He couldn't die. He definitely couldn't die. Evil God smiled. This is tough. How am I supposed to save you like this? But you can beg me to save you. Maybe if I am in a good mood, I will pull you back from the brink of death. He didn't need such a trashy chess piece. Instead, he had a more perfect chess piece. Please save me. I don't want to die. King Wutong placed down all his dignity and just wanted to live. Evil God said, "You are begging me like a dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy." King Wutong was unwilling. He used his remaining palm to support himself and laid on the ground. He thought back to how his brother died in front of him and his final words. "Lord Evil God, I am a loyal dog by your side. Please save me, I don't want to die." King Wutong lowered his head and his voice became hoarse. Ha! Evil God laughed sinisterly. He thought about it. Maybe this chess piece was still useful. Although he had a more perfect chess piece, if a problem occurred, wouldn't all his efforts be for nothing? Maybe he should give him a chance. Okay, since you are so well behaved, then I will save you. You must cherish this chance. Next time you won't be so lucky. The moment he said this, a light exploded from the Evil God statue and covered King Wutong. This power was too mysterious. King Wutong's injuries were recovering at a visible rate. I have recovered. Joy appeared on King Wutong's face. He clenched his fists and his body was filled with strength. Evil God said, "Remember this time, your progress is simply too slow. You need to devour even more experts to become even stronger. So much time has passed and you aren't even at Tao realm. In my eyes you are just trash. Comprehend those words. I hope that you can satisfy me next time." Instantly, King Wutong felt his vision turn black. When light appeared, he realized that he was actually outside. This shocked King Wutong and he was astonished. But he was conflicted. Stronger. He had to abandon his humanity. That wasn't what he needed. He had to be rational and complete his brother's expectations. Maybe I can block it. King Wutong muttered to himself. Expectations without strength were just thoughts in one's heart. One had to be confident. If one wasn't confident, one wouldn't know how trash one was. At this moment, Zhu Daoshan was in a good mood because of his granddaughter's revival. But he was also worried. He didn't know what he meant. What would happen in the future? Outside it was nighttime. Occasionally lightning would streak across the sky. He entered the manor. Zhu Daoshan hugged the doll. He had placed down everything. What happened outside wasn't important to him. He just wanted to accompany his granddaughter. He walked to the door and was about to push it open. He frowned and a bloody smell spread out from within. He panicked and thought that something had happened. He pushed the door open and entered. The hall was pitch black and there were occasional lights that flickered on the ceiling. Where is she? Where is she? Zhu Daoshan panicked. Why was the hall so dark? Where were the nannies? That damn thing. Who did it? In a dark corner not far away, there was the sound of chewing, and there seemed to be a shadow squatting there. Who is there? Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. Grandfather. That was his granddaughter's voice. This made Zhu Daoshan heave a sigh of relief. Good girl, don't be afraid. Grandfather is back. Grandfather, I am so hungry. The figure in the distance slowly walked over. It is okay. Grandfather will cook your favorite food later. Zhu Daoshan was thinking about where the nannies were. Those damn things, he would punish them later. They actually left little master alone in the dark hall. There was a loud explosion. A thick bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and lit up the dark hall. Zhu Daoshan's expression changed. He saw that his granddaughter was holding a bloody arm. The broken clothes on the arm were actually the nanny's clothes. How did this happen? Zhu Daoshen's heart was heavily injured. He took a step back in disbelief and his eyes slowly lost focus. Grandfather, I am so afraid. Shortly after, Zhu Daoshen walked up and squatted down. He hugged his granddaughter and touched her hair. Don't be afraid. With grandfather here, there is nothing to be afraid of. He thought about what He said. Could this be the aftereffects? If that was the case, then it didn't matter who his granddaughter wanted to eat as long as they were alive. Pata! The lights in the hall lit up. Where Zhu Daoshen's eyes passed, there were 3 broken corpses lying in a pool of blood. Ah! The nannies, who were hiding in other places, were all pale as they screamed in panic. Old master, little miss is a monster. She is a man-eating monster. Run, little miss is a monster. The nannies ran towards the entrance. They wanted to leave this place and tell others that little miss was a man-eating monster. Zhu Daoshen didn't move and just quietly hugged his granddaughter. His gentle gaze slowly flashed with killing intent. With a poochie, those nannies who were about to run to the entrance were destroyed by an invisible power and instantly exploded. Zhu Daoshen said, "Little miss is not a monster, but she doesn't like to eat food anymore. But no matter what, she will always be my baby, my good granddaughter." Creak creak. The door slowly closed. The nannies hiding in the various rooms trembled. Zhu Daoshen could only kill them all. He couldn't allow this matter to be leaked. His granddaughter needs to live a normal life. The evil god in the imperial dynasty was in deep thought. He had turned into a thinker. Were kinship so terrifying? All he did was show a little bit of his not-so-beautiful fetish. Who knew that humans could accept it so well? He was such a good grandfather. As expected, he was much better than that piece of trash King Wutong. Next day, Wuxia came to find Zhu Daoshen and told him that corpse god sect didn't have any secret techniques. Although it was a blow to him, he had no choice as that was the truth. But when he came to Zhu Daoshen's manor, he realized that this place gave him a weird feeling. It was tough to say. He didn't dare to say. Even the nannies were gone. Zhu Daoshen just told him that he needed peace and quiet. The nannies were all fired and he didn't need them in the future. Wuxia consoled Zhu Daoshen, but he didn't know what was weird. When he left, he turned around and looked at the huge manor. It was terrifyingly quiet and he felt like something was wrong. With his Dao Realm Stage 7 cultivation, his senses were really strong. This was why even if he felt like something was wrong, he didn't want to investigate. Martial Path Mountain. Son, I don't want to nag you, but are you like this every day? Lin Wani spent a period of time in Martial Path Mountain and saw what Fan was doing when he wasn't by his side. He really knew how to enjoy life. Where did this mate come from? Not bad. But was this something that a human would do? He actually asked her to massage him. He ate and drank every day and played around. When he was bored, he would carry a teapot and walk around. When he was tired, he would drink tea and relax. Such days were really boring. When he saw it, he was envious. But the situation didn't allow it. Right, father, these days are good days. But compared to you city, they lack humanity. Hayes, who knows when we can go back to the past? Lin Fan looked at the sky and reminisced. He might have been strong now and had become the sect leader with a bunch of experts following him. But truthfully, he still liked the days when he was so free and carefree. He liked to mess with his father. Chapter 526. You kid, Lin Wani sighed. He had no choice as this kid's words made him really angry. He kept thinking about going back to the past. Was the past really so good? Lin Wani liked his son who was motivated and worked hard to raise his strength. He wasn't that unfilial kid who spent his days doing nothing in U City. Although the Alliance headquarters was annoying for destroying the border, to him it was good that it was destroyed. In the future he wouldn't be able to return, so it was a good choice. This time Lin Wani wasn't in a rush to leave. His father wasn't in a rush, but he was. He had seen it and asked about it. There was nothing else, so why wasn't he leaving? Sect leader Lin, in my opinion, you can pull your father over to our side. I have seen it long ago, and the former imperial dynasty is impossible. Water Emperor's thoughts were much simpler. What he meant was that if he pulled Lin Wani over, wouldn't they have one more expert? Lin Fan said, Don't pull my father over. He is doing well now. Martial Path Mountain seemed safe, but it was actually really dangerous. Especially with what he was doing now, he would have to fight those sects head-on. Although his father was in danger over at the former imperial dynasty, it wasn't as dangerous as him. This was why it was better for his father to stay at the same place. He trusted brother Shaoqi very much. He was definitely a person with no ambitions. As for restoring the imperial dynasty back to its former glory, he didn't have any at all. Water Emperor shook his head. That is a waste. If we had their help, our faction would be terrifyingly huge. In terms of peak combat strength, we would be able to suppress all the top sections. Lin Fan looked at the divinator and asked, How is my father's luck? Will there be a life and death tribulation in the future? Yes, but it has already been resolved once and is much weaker. Especially after Water Emperor came, it became even weaker. But luck is really magical and we can't be careless. The divinator said. Water Emperor frowned and was really unhappy. What nonsense are you saying? You make it sound like I will purposely harm Brother Lin. Or are you saying that I have bad luck and anyone who is with me will face danger? The divinator retorted, What do you mean? Are you saying that I am purposely targeting you? This is a display of luck, and it isn't something I can control. Damn. No matter what, the Heaven's Fate Master was a well-known figure. Even though he was in seclusion, his fame still spread far and wide. He was even more respected than the Water Emperor. Now that the Water Emperor was being so arrogant, it made him unhappy. Lin Fan waved his hand. Alright, what's there to quarrel about? If you have the energy, hurry up and get to work. Then he felt very helpless. The four alliances are so disappointing. They are being bullied and they don't do anything at all. Is what my father said true? Are they really going to let the four alliances go? He had calculated so much, but he didn't expect the four alliances to be so cowardly. He wanted to take advantage of the battle between the four alliances and the alliance headquarters to earn some benefits. Now it seemed like he was disappointed. At this moment, Go Zi's voice came from outside. Young master, someone delivered a letter. Lin Fan was confused. Martial Path Mountain's existence wasn't a secret, but not everyone knew about it. Unable to comprehend the situation, he walked out of the house. Who sent it? Lin Fan asked. Go Zi shook his head. An old man sent it. Think he was hired. I didn't find anything weird, so I told him to leave the letter and leave. Based on my many years of experience, this might very well be a love letter. Water Emperor said. Lin Fan took a look and treated it like he was farting. He opened the letter and took a close look. What kind of disgusting words are written? Water Emperor saw Lin Fan smile and was instantly interested. Lin Fan tossed the letter to them and said, I didn't expect that someone would want to borrow someone else's knife to kill me. They really underestimate my intelligence. Water Emperor was really curious. What was that? Who wanted to borrow someone else's knife to kill? He looked at the letter and smiled. Oh, so it is this. The Alliance headquarters has internal conflicts and Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter died. Although she survived in the end, Zhu Daoshan and the Alliance headquarters have conflicts and they don't care about Alliance matters anymore. Wuxia isn't that active and he seems to be retiring. Doesn't that mean that the Alliance has lost two of their strongest 9-star generals? That is a great thing. Water Emperor spoke a lot of nonsense, but he used simple words to explain the entire matter. Who knew when Lin Wani appeared? He knew what was written in the letter and was delighted. This is a good chance. Fan-er, I am going to leave now. Take care of yourself. When I have time, I will come and visit you. The moment he said this, Lin Wani entered the dimension and headed towards the imperial dynasty. Lin Fan wanted to say something, but the moment he was about to say it, his father disappeared. Although it is a good thing he left in such a rush. He blinked. If his father turned around, he would definitely scold him. He was already so old, so how could he be so rash? Zhao Lishan had an idea. Young Master Lin, if the letter is true, then not only will it be good for us, but it will also be good for everyone. You are thinking too simply. Lin Fan shook his head. In my opinion, this matter isn't what we think it is. If Zhu Daoshan fought the Alliance headquarters because of this, I would believe that he would be disappointed in the Alliance. But now that nothing has happened, if the foundations of the Alliance are in danger, Zhu Daoshan will definitely jump out. To them, it was hard to imagine why Zhu Daoshan would still help the Alliance. But he knew that sometimes, the ideals in one's heart could not be easily worn away by some things. Hayes, the four alliances aren't united. If they were, suppressing the alliance would be a simple matter. Zhao Lishan felt regretful. In the past he was unhappy with the top sects, but now, he hoped that the sects could be united. With their strength alone they were just too weak. It was like ants fighting an elephant. This was a huge existence. Even if they were badly injured, the alliance still existed. Only by working together would they be able to suppress the alliance. Swordhead said, if the imperial dynasty could gather the sects and form a whole, then even if the alliance could ascend to the heavens, it would be useless. Lin Fan didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he felt that the bunch of old people in front of him couldn't open their minds. There was no need to gather them or not. Simply put, to raise their strength and raise their cultivation to a certain realm. Then everything else wouldn't be a problem. He always believed in the saying that one person could fight a country. If he couldn't, he could only say that he wasn't strong enough. Hell Mountain. In this hell-like place, the auras of many experts flashed across in the dimension above. They landed in the Hell Mountain headquarters. Internal meeting. The 8 island heads of Ocean Emperor Island have arrived, so we can start the meeting. The Hell Mountain leader was middle-aged. He was really muscular and just standing there gave one a sense of pressure. Yin Kuan, why did you call us over? Just say it simply. The 8 island heads were all people in charge of Ocean Emperor Island. Now that they were all here, it was enough to show how important the Hell Mountain leader was to them. Yin Kuan smiled. Calm down. I am just in charge of the meeting. The one who is truly introducing the situation is someone else. One of the 8 island heads, Island Head Lansong, frowned and was a little unhappy. Leader Yen, what is the meaning of this? You called us over and told us that you aren't the one who has something to say. Who is it? Yin Kuan looked towards a corner not far away. That moment, everyone's eyes followed Yin Kuan's gaze and turned to the side. When they saw him, there was a lot of booing in the meeting room. It was obvious that they didn't expect Zhan Ming to be the one to speak. This caused them to be rather surprised, and they were even more displeased. Zhan Ming did have some status in Hell Mountain, but everyone in this meeting was someone with high status. Now that Yin Kuan told Zhan Ming to go up, it was like a slap to their faces. Island Head Lansong raged. Leader Yen, what is the meaning of this? Are you insulting us? Zhan Ming's expression didn't change. Island Head Lansong, please calm down. What I am saying will have a huge impact on Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island. Whether or not our Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island can surpass the alliance will be decided here. You aren't strong, but your tone is really arrogant. Okay, let me see what you have to say. Island Head Lansong scoffed coldly. He crossed his shoulders and glanced at Zhan Ming. The other 7 island heads didn't say anything. What Island Head Lansong said was what they were thinking. Zhan Ming said, I think all of you know about what happened at the alliance. Zhu Daoshan and the alliance headquarters commander fell out, and as for Wu Zhiga, Island Head Lansong was annoyed. Who here doesn't know about what you are saying? They might even know more than you. Do you think that it is interesting for you to say all of this out loud? Or rather, that is all you want to say. If that is the case, then it is just disappointing. It is just a waste of time. Yin Kuan frowned. It wasn't that Zhan Ming's words made him unhappy, but that Island Head Lansong was using his seniority to cut him off right away. Couldn't he just shut up and listen carefully? Zhan Ming said, Island Head Lansong, this is just the beginning. What I want to say next is the main point. It seems like all of you are a little impatient, so I will just say it directly. To shake the Alliance headquarters position, it is time for Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island to regain their former glory. The reason why Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter revived has something to do with the native sect. During the initial treatment, the commander killed him, which caused the treatment to be cut off. Based on what I know, one can say that Zhu Daoshan's threat has disappeared. Island Head Lansong laughed coldly. Childish, do you want to threaten Zhu Daoshan? You really don't hold Zhu Daoshan in any regard. Zhen Ming said calmly. Island head Lansong, don't be anxious. There are some things that all of you don't know. If you do, you won't think that way. I just want to ask whether or not all of you have the courage to pull the Alliance headquarters down. If all of you do, then we can continue to talk. Everyone looked at Zhen Ming in confusion. He was really confident. What was it that made him so confident? That was the question. Chapter 527. Hiki. Island head Lansong looked at Zhen Ming with a teasing gaze and smiled. We lack everything but courage. I want to hear what you know and what you know to make you so confident. There was a reason why Ocean Emperor Island was able to survive for so long. The 8 island heads were united and didn't scheme against one another. If they did, Ocean Emperor Island would naturally collapse and they wouldn't be able to fight back against the Alliance headquarters. Thus, when Island head Lansong agreed, the others didn't say anything. They all acknowledged Island head Lansong. His words were what they meant. Zhen Ming said, okay, since that is the case, then I won't hide it from all of you. Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter is dead. Although she has revived, she is just a zombie and needs to eat people. Think about it, with Zhu Daoshan's status and prestige, if everyone in the Alliance finds out that his granddaughter needs to eat people to survive, what do you think he will do? Even if he doesn't care, with how much he loves his granddaughter, he definitely won't let others know that she is a monster. Uproar. Everyone was shocked. It was like they didn't expect such a thing to happen. When they found out about the news, they just thought that she didn't die and was saved. But looking at the situation, that wasn't the case. If what Zhen Ming said was true, then things were going to be interesting. Zhen Ming paused and gave everyone some time to laugh. He then continued. Now that the Alliance is in chaos, the Tech Department's highest commander Xiang Yuntian released star-level energy to prove that even 9-star generals can't block it. He gained the support of the Alliance people and shook the position of the 9-star general. At the same time, a group of people appeared and they felt that the Alliance should focus on research and not individual strength. To us, this current upheaval is also an opportunity. Then let's invite an important person over. The moment he said this, a strong aura spread throughout the meeting room. The 8 island lords of the Sea Emperor Island were shocked. They were all powerful people, and ordinary people were not worthy of their attention. Now there was someone who shocked them. Naturally, he wasn't a normal person. That moment, everyone stared at the silhouette walking over from afar. So young, so handsome, giving off a feeling of delicateness. However, this delicateness was mixed with an extremely sharp aura. Who was he? Everyone wanted to know who this person was. They then looked towards Zhen Ming and wanted to know who he was. Zhen Ming looked at them and said, "This is Monster Alliance Yin-Yang sect leader Su Yi. People call him Night Emperor, and he has been in charge of Yin-Yang sect for 300 years. Surprise! No one expected that the person Zhen Ming introduced would actually be a native sect leader. What was even more unbelievable was that this person had actually existed for more than 300 years. It could be said that he was the oldest here. Furthermore, he looked so young. It was clear that his physical body cultivation was extremely high, allowing him to maintain his youthful appearance even at a young age. They were curious about each other, but no one dared to underestimate each other. The Night Emperor was cultured and refined. A smile appeared on his face. Everyone, this is the first time we meet. I am Su Yi of the Yin-Yang Union sect. The 8 island lords of the Sea Monarch Island did not dare to underestimate the other party. I've heard a lot about you. He had heard of the Monster Alliance top sects, but he was unfamiliar with the Yin-Yang sect leader. Now that Zhen Ming invited him over, the meaning behind this was a little unclear. For example, Evil Alliance's Xiedao sect came from Yin-Yang Union sect. Compared to Yin-Yang Union sect, even if Xiedao sect leader Old Demon Wu Wei came, he wouldn't dare to behave arrogantly in front of him. Zhen Ming said, "Island heads, Hell Mountain is really sincere. I introduce my partner to all of you so that all of you can trust me. My goal is the same, which is to topple the Alliance. They have been suppressing us for a long time and it is time for a change. What do all of you want to say? Just say it. If you have any questions, I will be able to answer all of you." If this was before, The people from Ocean Emperor Island wouldn't give him any face at all. But the situation was different now. They personally saw Hell Mountain's sincerity. At the same time, the 8 island heads were naturally tempted. Who didn't want to topple the alliance? It was just that they didn't have the chance. Now that the chance was right in front of them, how could they not grab it? Leader Yan Zhanming, your suggestion is indeed tempting. However, this isn't something that can be done so easily. As for the exact outcome, we have to consider it carefully. Island head Lansong said. He was really tempted. If they really succeeded, then the things they would get wouldn't be something that they could imagine. Zhanming said, of course. Don't worry, before we are confident, we won't do anything. Not long later, Ocean Emperor Island, Hell Mountain, and Yinyang sect came to an agreement. Zhanming laughed to himself. He didn't want to send the 3 of them to hell, but he wanted to borrow his strength to take revenge. He had decided to not do anything else for the rest of his life. He would just fight to the death with the Alliance headquarters. Either they died or he died. He had no regrets. Few days later, Martial Path Mountain. During this period of time, Lin Fan didn't do anything and just allowed Zhao Lishan and the others to expand. He wanted to just let it be and raise his cultivation. Once his strength increased, he would wipe them all out. But this ambition and motivation couldn't be suppressed. He could only allow them to do whatever they wanted. Young master, does it feel good? Mu Gang asked. She felt like her hands were made for young master. Her movements became more and more familiar and her techniques became more and more advanced. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. And not bad, it feels good. Go Zi stood to the side and locked his eyes onto Mu Gang. This brat had her own thoughts and he had to pay attention to her. He had to stop her from sprouting. Suddenly, Lin Fan said lazily, since you are here, then why hide? Come out. Go Zi and Mu Gang were shocked. They looked around like they were searching for the person hiding in the dimension. Ha ha ha, as expected from Lin Wani's son. I hit so deep and was still noticed. Amazing, amazing. Instantly, a voice spread out from the dimension and a person slowly walked out. Lin Fan frowned. You really don't know how to speak. My father is my father and I am me. I will give you a chance to call me Sect Leader Lin, otherwise, you won't be able to leave this place. Sect Leader Lin, don't blame me. I was rude. The person who walked out was an old man. His cultivation wasn't weak, but compared to Lin Fan, he was only around Dao Realm Stage 5. Lin Fan was curious. Who are you? I have never seen you before. I am Buddha Alliance Wanggu Tower's Elder Shengli. Elder Shengli said. Go Zi was shocked. He didn't expect someone to hide so deep. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him not to notice. At this moment, Go Zi only felt that he was really weak. Lin Fan found it weird. Wanggu Tower, Buddha Alliance. He didn't expect that the person who found him would be from Buddha Alliance. Moreover, looking at his cultivation, he was only an elder. This meant that Wanggu Tower was a top sect. Oh, why did Wanggu Tower send you to Martial Path Mountain? He didn't have a good impression of the top sects and his true goal was to wipe them all out. At the same time, that was his final goal. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, there was no need to say more about the final result. Shengli said, Sect Leader Lin, your Martial Path Mountain has been expanding recently. Now you have reached the border of Buddha Alliance. That border is controlled by my Wanggu Tower. The sect sent me here to talk to Sect Leader Lin to stop and for the 2 sects to not interfere with one another. Is that so? Lin Fan was shocked. I didn't expect my people to expand so quickly. But your Wanggu Tower is just too petty. Isn't it just some territory? You can't bring it with you when you are born and you can't take it away when you die. Moreover, you won't last long, so why do you care about all this? Why not just give it out and save some trouble? When Shengli heard this, he felt like his words were a little off. He frowned and said unhappily, What do you mean, Sect Leader Lin? Lin Fan smiled. What else can I mean? Didn't I say it clearly? Does Martial Path Mountain's expansion need to depend on who controls it? I am not afraid to tell you that all the land that Martial Path Mountain has is snatched from others. His words were a little overbearing. To Lin Fan, this was normal. He couldn't take a step back just because the outside world was controlled by a top sect. That wasn't his style at all. Shang Li's expression turned dark and sunken, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye and he returned to normal. Sect Leader Lin. This is the Wangu Tower treasure. The Golden Light Relic. It is really mysterious and is a gift for you. I hope that you can stop here. Even if the two sects had some conflicts, there are no eternal enemies in the world. There is only mutual benefit. This item was indeed a treasure. But it wasn't a rare item in the Wangu Tower. A Dao Realm expert could use a secret technique to refine it. So to Wangu Tower, who could continuously refine the Golden Light Relic, giving it away wasn't a big deal. As long as they could stop Martial Path Mountain's expansion, they would have reached their goal. Lin Fan curled his finger and the Golden Light Relic flew out from his hand and landed in his palm. And not bad. If there are two, then it would be even better. I can wrap it around my fingers. Shang Li frowned and cursed in his heart. How greedy too. But forget it. Now wasn't the time to have a conflict with Martial Path Mountain. Sect Leader Lin, don't worry. As long as Sect Leader Lin agrees, I will send it over right away. Shang Li said. Lin Fan glanced and his brow rose up. He said lazily, why go back? There is no need to go back. I want this thing, I want the territory, I want everything in your sect. Shang Li couldn't take it anymore and hollered in rage. What is the meaning of this? Lin Fan laid there and enjoyed it. It is just what the words mean. Shortly after, he looked towards Water Emperor. His meaning was obvious. What was he waiting for? Beat him up. 1 second. 2 seconds. It was still so quiet. Water Emperor crossed his arms and looked at him with a playful expression. As for when he exchanged glances with Lin Fan, he just smiled. It was obvious that he didn't understand. Lin Fan frowned and exchanged glances with him once more. Water Emperor was confused. What was he doing? He didn't understand what that gaze meant. Was he trying to express something? Gozi noticed young master's gaze. Seeing that Water Emperor didn't do anything, he became anxious. How could he let young master be in a situation where no one could understand his gaze? Gozi walked forwards but Lin Fan stopped him. Lin Fan was at Dao Realm Stage 5 and even if Gozi used his head, he wouldn't be able to beat him. Shang Li sensed that the situation wasn't right. He moved right away and wanted to flee this place. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't someone without foresight. The gap between his strength and Lin Fan's was huge. Since Lin Fan wanted to kill him, he would definitely die if he stayed here. Lin Fan, Wangu Tower doesn't want to be enemies with you. But you are just too much. I will report your actions and you can just wait to die. Shang Li dove into the dimension and ran really quickly. He was afraid that if he ran any slower, he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. Did I allow you to leave? Lin Fan hollered in rage. He could only attack himself. He got up and opened his fingers. Energy wrapped around his fingertips and he grabbed towards the dimension. With a pung, a low thud spread out from the dimension and a person fell from it. You are just at Dao Realm Stage 5 and you can come and go as you please. Have you thought about what kind of place this is? Lin Fan waved his arm and pressed his fingers towards the ground. There was a pung. Shang Li smashed into the ground in a haggard manner. Just now he felt an irresistible power strike his body. This kind of feeling made him feel terrified. You overestimate yourself. Lin Fan took a look and didn't care about him at all. He just needed a reason to fight with the top sections. After all, he needed a reason for everything. The reason could be really simple, like he was annoyed by you. Otherwise, if he caused trouble for no reason, wouldn't it make people feel like he was a lunatic? Lin Fan said, okay. It is time for us to move. It is time for us to deal with the top sections. He then looked towards Water Emperor. You've really disappointed this sect leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards Shang Li, who was blocking the way. Water Emperor's face was stunned. He was totally stunned by Lin Fan. Oh my god. He just stood here and didn't do anything. He didn't even say a single word. He didn't cause any trouble at all, so how did he disappoint him? Isn't this a little too baffling? Gozi walked in front of Water Emperor and raised his head to take a look. He then shook his head in disappointment and sighed. It made Water Emperor panic a little. Damn! What was going on? It was totally random. What is the meaning of this? Can you tell me? Water Emperor pulled Gozi and asked. Gozi hesitated for a moment, You really disappoint young master. Didn't you see his gaze? Gaze? Water Emperor recalled and saw it. I saw it, but what is wrong with it? Gozi didn't want to say more. Haze, if only young master's cousin was here. Chapter 528. What was going on? That was what Water Emperor was thinking about. Oi, speak clearly. What does my disappointment have to do with that person? Water Emperor was a person who learned and would ask when he didn't understand. Lin Fan's actions made his head hurt and he was totally stunned. This was why he had to ask and find out the truth. Gozi was entangled by Water Emperor and had made things clear. But Water Emperor's comprehension was too weak, and until now, he was still stunned. He had no choice. He could only be more direct. When Water Emperor learned the truth, he stood rooted to the spot. Damn! Water Emperor couldn't take it and cursed. People nowadays were just too much. He wasn't a professional fighter, so how would he understand what he was trying to say? What did he want to do? Just say it. Why did he have to rely on his gaze? Wasn't he just messing with him? Gozi shook his head. This was the gap between people. You won't be able to walk into young master's heart like this. Maybe wandering outside will be your final achievement. His words were a little deceptive. At the same time, Water Emperor was a little unhappy. That moment, Lin Fan carried Shangli and walked into the distance. Haze, it doesn't feel good for a young man to carry an old man. He was an elder of Wangu Tower and was really strong. He couldn't be underestimated. But that was only to normal people. In Lin Fan's eyes, he was still really weak. Shangli hollered in rage, "Let me go. Wangu Tower won't let you off. You want the two sects to fight and Buddha Alliance won't let you off either." Facing Shangli's holler, Lin Fan was really calm. He didn't care about his actions at all. To him, only by hollering could he vent the rage in his heart. If his strength allowed him, he would have attacked right away. Why would he do this? Lin Fan waved his arms. Shangli was like a little chick. He felt like his bones had softened and he had no strength at all. Don't panic, I will send you back to the sects soon. He had already thought about it. His first battle with the top sects would start from Buddha Alliance, and Wangu Tower was a good choice. Shangli felt humiliated. He was here to talk. Logically speaking, even if they couldn't come to an agreement, they shouldn't attack him. However, these people from Martial Path Mountain were just too much. He really wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. In the distance, Gozi stood there and looked on as young master brought the old man into the secret room. He didn't know what would happen next. Perhaps she could feel the young master's overflowing love. How envious. Gozi shook his head and left. At night, Martial Path Mountain's first peak combat strength meeting started. Zhao Lishan said calmly, "Are we really going to attack Buddha Alliance Wangu Tower?" The sects they were dealing with were not ordinary sects but true top-notch sections. They absolutely could not be careless because they would never know what was hidden in those top-notch sections. Lin Fan said, "Didn't I make it clear in the day? Naturally, I will attack Wangu Tower." Swordhead thought about it and said, "Wangu Tower is one of the top sects in Buddha Alliance and they have many experts. Naturally, we can't compare to them in terms of numbers, but in terms of combat strength we have a chance." The divinator looked at everyone and laughed. "This is a good thing. We will win right from the start and there will be no danger. What is there to worry about?" Zhao Lishan frowned. "This is a huge matter. So how can we believe in something that doesn't exist?" He was really annoyed with the divinator. He felt that this person was full of nonsense and was just trying to bluff him. Now that they were going to face a top sect, how could he do whatever he wanted? Lin Fan noticed that Water Emperor was sitting there and didn't say a single word. He thought that he had some idea, so he opened his mouth to ask, "Water Emperor, what do you think?" Water Emperor raised his head and was stunned. "What idea can I have? I have no idea at all." He was thinking about the gaze that Gozi mentioned. To see what one wanted to do from one's gaze was a skill that normal people couldn't do. He felt like it was too much. It felt really bad. Jushin said, "Since we want to deal with Wangu Tower, then we need a perfect strategy. Otherwise, it will be a tough battle." His words instantly gained everyone's approval, especially Zhao Lishan, who nodded his head and agreed with Jushan's suggestion. At the same time, he looked towards the divinator like he was saying, "Did you see that? This is reliable, unlike you who is full of nonsense." Lin Fan raised his hand. "Okay. There is no need to discuss so much. I am just telling all of you that we will fight tomorrow." He felt that Zhao Lishan and Zhu Shen were thinking too much. They just had to fight. Why did they have to go through so much trouble? If they didn't have the strength, then no matter how well they thought, it was useless. They would still be beaten up so badly that they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Now Lin Fan was right. They were all disciples of Martial Path Mountain. Now that the sect leader said that, what else could they say? Anyway, they just had to follow his lead. Wangu Tower. Shengli went to Martial Path Mountain for a period of time, so why isn't he back yet? The higher-ups of Wangu Tower gathered together and golden light seeped out from their bodies. It seeped into the dimension and then shot out, covering the entire tower in golden light. If normal people passed by, they would probably have to kneel down and worship them. Shouldn't be a problem. Although Martial Path Mountain is strong, Wangu Tower is a top sect in Buddha Alliance. Even if they want to, they won't do anything. Otherwise, not only will they face Wangu Tower, but they will also face the entire Buddha Alliance. Those words are true. Shengli is using Wangu Tower's sincerity to negotiate with them. He has already given Martial Path Mountain enough face, so how can they not know what is good for them? Suddenly, the higher-ups sensed a few strong auras spreading over. One of them was really familiar. Shengli. It seemed like Shengli had returned and he brought some people with him. They were probably from Martial Path Mountain. Outside Wangu Tower. Look, this is the Wangu Tower. It is a decent place. It is majestic and holy. If someone who hasn't seen the world face such a situation, they might have been tricked by them. Lin Fan pointed at the Wangu Tower and praised it. It was like he was sizing up something. It was obvious that he didn't care about Wangu Tower at all. Look at those few towers, they look really good. Martial Path Mountain lacks such buildings with character. Lin Fan said. He touched his chin like he thought about something and was instantly interested. "Oh right, in the future when we fight those top sects, as long as we break one, we will take their symbolic buildings and place them in Martial Path Mountain. Thousands of years later, when people see them, they will naturally remember what they are." Isn't that right? Lin Fan's idea was a little dangerous. He actually had a weird habit of collecting things. Water Emperor's eyes shone. "Sect leader Lin, your idea is really good. I am willing to be a mover." Who didn't want to leave their names in history? To gather all the symbolic buildings of the top sects together. In the future, when people saw these buildings, they would be able to think about the achievements of their ancestors. Just thinking about it made him feel really good. During this period of time, Shengli had been tortured. Although his body wasn't badly injured, his heart suffered a huge blow. In his eyes, Lin Fan looked like a human, but his methods were just too terrifying. He had heard everything they had said. Rage burned in his heart. Damn. He came to Wangu Tower and not only was he not careful, he actually wanted to split the Wangu Tower treasure. That was just so annoying. Zhao Lishan was helpless. If Water Emperor was the one who said those words, he would have scolded him for being more serious. They were facing a top sect, Wangu Tower, and they weren't here to mess around. But since young Master Lin was messing around, he couldn't say anything. Just at that moment, a laugh spread from the distance. "Sect leader Lin, sorry for not welcoming you." Wangu Tower sect leader personally welcomed him. That was a huge honor. To all the Wangu Tower disciples, they were really shocked. Who was it that actually made the sect leader personally welcome him? That was just so weird. Each sect had their own geniuses. As a top sect, Wangu Tower naturally had their own geniuses. But compared to Lin Fan, the gap was huge. One was heaven and one was earth. There was no comparison at all. "There is no need to welcome me. I am not a guest." Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like he didn't understand what was going on. Shengli hollered, "Sect leader, Martial Path Mountain wants to wipe out Wangu Tower. They aren't here to talk." Uproar. Wangu Tower people were shocked by Shengli's words and they looked towards Lin Fan in shock. They were here to cause trouble? Just the few of them. Wangu Tower sect leader retracted his smile and a fierce glow appeared in his eyes. "Sect leader Lin, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Fan said, "Your sect blocked the wind from Martial Path Mountain. The weather is too hot and the wind can't blow. At that moment, not only were the Wangu Tower people stunned, but even Zhao Lishan and the others were stunned. Oh my god. What kind of lousy reason was that? If he wanted to find a reason, he should have found a good one. You are here to cause trouble. Wangu Tower sect leader hollered in rage. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually disregard Wangu Tower so much. He deserved to die. Lin Fan smiled. I am not here to cause trouble. I am here to wipe all of you out. When he said the latter half of his words, two shocking auras clashed with one another in the air. Zizi. The aura was too strong and it twisted the space. At the same time, lightning flashed and a battle was about to erupt. Good, you really are arrogant. Let's see how strong you are. Wangu Tower sect leader wasn't a coward. How could he let someone bully him like that? To Lin Fan, the feeling he had right now was pretty good. Rage points increased. As expected, only by being arrogant could one make others angry. Moreover, it would provide him with surprise rage points. Fight! Lin Fan hollered. He was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He smashed the Shangli in his hand towards the other party and then disappeared from the spot. Zhao Lishan and the others were helpless. This was a head-on clash. Couldn't they talk about strategy? Chapter 529. What a despicable fellow. Wangu Tower sect leader was furious. He didn't expect Lin Fan to smack Shangli towards him right away. One didn't even need to think and he knew how dangerous it would be. Sect leader, save me. Shangli panicked and his face was ashen white. He was about to curse Lin Fan to death. That jerk. Why did he have to drag him down? Wangu Tower sect leader hesitated. Naturally, he couldn't watch on as Shangli died. He was a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert and if he died here it wouldn't be worth it. That moment, Wangu Tower sect leader didn't attack. He was prepared to catch Shangli at the crucial moment. At the same time, he looked to the side and a look of shock appeared on his face. He noticed Water Emperor and there was actually another Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. How was that possible? To the Wangu Tower people, even if they had the numbers advantage, they felt a huge pressure covering their bodies. After all, apart from Lin Fan, they were facing a true Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. Although the divinator wasn't as strong as Water Emperor, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Out of all of them, Zhu Shun's cultivation was the weakest. Just at that moment, Wangu Tower sect leader wanted to use the chance to save Shangli. Shangli was delighted. As expected, the sect leader cared about him. He was filled with gratitude. But suddenly, something weird happened. To him, he felt his hair stand on their ends. It was as if an ancient beast was staring at him from behind. He prayed in his heart. Please don't let anything happen to him. Lin Fan, you dare. Wangu Tower sect leader hollered in rage. He had already predicted what was about to happen. When Shangli heard the roar of his Grand Master, he was completely flustered. That moment, a strong aura appeared behind Shangli's back. Lin Fan raised his hand and smiled. He clenched his fingers into a fist and waved it forwards. Hitting the dog from behind, there was a loud explosion. His fists landed on Shangli's back and a shocking and unstoppable power exploded. Shangli's body couldn't handle such power, and it started to break apart. It instantly shattered. Shortly after, Lin Fan's power wasn't blocked at all. Instead, it gathered into a power that could rip apart the sky and struck towards Wangu Tower sect leader. Bastard! Wangu Tower sect leader's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He personally saw Shangli explode in front of him and as the sect leader he was helpless. Rumble! Wangu Tower sect leader hollered in rage and a rumbling power surged out from his body. The two forces collided. Heaven and earth shook, and the sky was torn apart. As expected, he's not just for show. He does have some ability. Lin Fan praised. Your strength is not bad. You have already gained my recognition, but it is still not enough. His words were truly arrogant. Wangu Tower sect leader was furious. A ball of flames burned in his heart and couldn't be extinguished. He had never met such an arrogant and savage person, killing a sect elder in front of him. Moreover, he even dared to provoke him. He was truly despicable to the extreme. Ah! Instantly, a blood-curdling scream came from afar. Haha, you guys are too weak. You want to fight against me with just your strength? You guys are simply overestimating yourselves. Water Emperor was in a good mood. To him, beating up kids was the happiest thing. Wangu Tower's elders weren't weak, but compared to Water Emperor, the gap was huge. The Wangu Tower sect leader was anxious. Although he expected such an outcome, when he personally witnessed it, he still couldn't take it. Lin Fan smiled and said, I say you should pay attention to yourself. Your current situation is only slightly better than theirs, but very soon, you will become even more miserable than them. Wangu Tower sect leader hollered in rage, Lin Fan, do you really want to do that? If that was possible, he hoped that there wouldn't be any battles. This was not a good thing for any sect. Unfortunately, with the current situation, how could Lin Fan stop just like that? So to Wangu Tower sect leader, just thinking about it was enough. He could only use all his strength to fight against Lin Fan. Good, as expected. Do you really think that Wangu Tower is something that you can wipe out just because you want to? Wangu Tower sect leader hollered in rage. Flames of rage exploded in his heart. At that moment, Wangu Tower sect leader opened his fingers and hollered. He grabbed towards the sect. At that moment, a golden light rose from the ground and covered Wangu Tower. Lin Fan looked on in shock and frowned. It was obvious that he didn't expect them to have such a trump card. From the golden light he sensed a terrifying aura. Although it was filled with a holy aura, killing intent surged within and struck his heart. Wangu Tower sect leader raged, Lin Fan, you are a bully. Even if I use the sect's foundations, I will kill all of you. Okay, bring it on. Let me see what kind of foundations your sect has. Lin Fan said. He didn't hold them in any regard at all. Even if there were just a few of them, their combat strength was at the peak. How could these small fries touch them? Wangu Tower had many disciples, but they were too weak. In this battle, they couldn't help at all. Sect leader Lin, be careful. Water Emperor frowned and looked around warily. Just now, he sensed a really strong power brewing. Wang! Just at that moment, the disciples who were swaying in the wind and rain had a shocking change at that moment. They sat cross-legged on the spot, ignoring the tremors around and chanting scriptures. Their voices went from buzzing to shaking heaven and earth, wrapping around the sky. Shortly after, these disciples were covered in a golden light. There was a golden line that connected them together. A simple and unadorned pagoda shone brilliantly. The surface of the tower was covered in scars from time, but the moment the golden light wrapped around it, those scars fell off and revealed the jade-like body. I didn't expect them to have such foundations. Lin Fan thought that they were bragging, but looking at the situation, it seemed like what he said was true. They did have unimaginable foundations. Lin, I remember everything that you have done to Wangu Tower. Now, you will face the rage of all the seniors in the history of Wangu Tower. Come out. The moment he said this, in the air above the ancient pagoda, an illusory figure appeared. It was a gigantic pagoda Buddha with a jade-like body, without any impurities. This pagoda Buddha was thousands of zhang tall. The light didn't enter its body, and when it shone, it pierced through. At the same time, if one looked closely, the inside of the Buddha looked like it was formed from many galaxies. Amazing! Lin Fan praised. He wasn't lying, but he really felt that Wangu Tower was amazing. He had underestimated them. Thinking about it, it made sense. Buddha Alliance top sects, no matter what, weren't normal sects that could compare to them. They all had foundations that normal people didn't know about. Only when the sect faced danger would they appear in front of everyone. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that the pagoda Buddha was looking at him. He met the pagoda Buddha's gaze, and he could see the anger in those jade-like eyes. Instantly, the Buddha retracted his gaze and raised his hand. A giant palm covered the sky and smashed towards Water Emperor. Amazing, his strength is a little shocking. Water Emperor exclaimed. His words were a little arrogant, but his expression was solemn. It was obvious that he held the Buddha in high regard. He only had one thought in his heart. This pagoda Buddha could pose a threat to him. Sect leader Lin, suppressed this old man. This Buddha is formed from the foundations of Wangu Tower, and its strength is really terrifying. We might not be able to suppress it. Water Emperor didn't dare to guarantee anything. After all, they were still in Wangu Tower, in their territory. This thing was Wangu Tower's Buddha, and it had endless power. Even if they fought for a long time, they would definitely suffer in the end. Understood. Lin Fan was helpless. Water Emperor was really good at slacking. With his Dao Realm Stage 7 cultivation, he actually didn't have much confidence. What else could he say? But after this matter, he also deeply understood a problem. Some top sects weren't as weak as he thought. They were actually really strong. Honglong. In the distance, when the palm of the pagoda Buddha landed, there was no shocking or chilling phenomenon. When the palm landed on the ground, it actually passed through the disciples who were sitting cross-legged and fused with the ground. Water Emperor was solemn and his heart jumped. He looked towards the ground. This palm seemed really simple and didn't have any strength at all. But to Water Emperor, that wasn't the case. It was really terrifying, and there was a world within it. The Buddha and Wangu Tower merged into one. It wouldn't affect the Wangu Tower disciples at all. Zhao Lishan, Zhu Shun, the two of you are weaker, so be careful. Water Emperor seemed like he was concerned, but in truth, he was telling them that they were just too weak and that they should just flee. This thing could kill them. Zhu Shun was really annoyed by Water Emperor's words. What was he even saying? Was he even human? In the distance, Lin Fan and Wangu Tower sect leader fought one another. Their fists shook the land and the aura was really shocking. The sky was about to be ripped apart. The ripples from the battle between two Dao Realm Stage 7 experts were really terrifying. If Lin Fan wanted to take down the other party, he would require some time as well. Occasionally, he would pay attention to the Buddha. As expected, it was really strong. Water Emperor wasn't able to suppress it in a short period of time. The peak experts of Wangu Tower gathered their strength together. Even if it wasn't their peak strength, when they gathered together, it was so terrifying that it couldn't be described with words. As the battle continued, Wangu Tower sect leader's face was dark and sunken. Sect leader Lin, do you really want to fight to the death with my sect? Wangu Tower sect leader scolded in rage. Until now, he knew that even if he suppressed Lin Fan, Wangu Tower would suffer heavy losses and might even fall below the top sections. So, it was best if they didn't have to fight this battle. Otherwise, the price would be huge. Chapter 530. Lin Fan felt like he had heard a huge joke. Do you think that is possible now? Don't think so much, it is useless. Fight well. Looking at the situation, this might be the last battle in your life. To him, the Wangu Tower sect leader was a coward. If he was the sect leader and someone attacked him, even if he was no match, he wouldn't back down. Even if he died, he would fight on. How would he be like the Wangu Tower sect leader, who actually didn't want to fight? Good, very good. The Wangu Tower sect leader was at the peak of rage and he was about to explode. But he was terrified of Lin Fan's strength. He was just too strong. He had never faced such a person before. If he knew that this would happen, even if Lin Wani chased him, he would have wiped out this kid. What a waste. When the Alliance headquarters told them about this matter, they hoped that they could kill Lin Fan here. But unfortunately, the thoughts of the four alliances were really simple. They treated it as a way for the Alliance headquarters to use someone else to kill them. If they wanted to kill Lin Fan at this point, the difficulty would be way too high. Pung! Lin Fan appeared in front of the Wangu Tower sect leader. He clenched his fists and a demon ape appeared in the air. It was totally black and gave off an iron-like glow. It roared in rage and shook the entire area. Then, like Lin Fan, the demon ape clenched his fists and smashed towards him with an unstoppable aura. The aura was shocking. The Wangu Tower sect leader felt an unstoppable power surging towards him. It was like he was in a storm and he couldn't even stand properly. He didn't expect Lin Fan to have such a move. It was really aggressive and it was tough for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Wangu Tower sect leader slapped in rage. It turned into a majestic and holy Buddha palm like it was going to suppress the evil demons in the world. Lie down. Lin Fan hollered in rage and charged forwards. The power in his body boiled and he obviously wouldn't hold back. If he didn't hammer this old man to death, then he would have come for nothing. Pung! A shocking hammer clashed with the Buddha palm. Instantly, the Buddha palm shattered. What? Wangu Tower sect leader was shocked and didn't expect this to happen. Lin Fan's attacks were still strong and the Wangu Tower sect leader's stomach was heavily injured. With a pong, a low thud spread out and shockwaves swept out in all directions. Wangu Tower sect leader fell towards the ground. There was a loud rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The entire earth trembled violently. When the disciples saw their master being hammered to the ground, they started to panic. Lin Fan stood in the air and looked down. He smiled. As expected, he was going to get beaten up. Until now, he still didn't have the ability to crush his opponent. But as long as the battle continued, he would let his opponent know how terrifying his strength was. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his arm. A sharp sword will appeared in the air and coiled around him. Go! Lin Fan was expressionless as he pressed down with his palm. The sword will around him buzzed and slammed down. Crackle! It continued to shake and the ground shook crazily. Wangu Tower was an ancient sect and because of their cultivation characteristics, each time they cultivated, a thread of power would seep out to nourish Wangu Tower. Even the ground of Wangu Tower was much tougher than outside. But in front of absolute strength, everything was just a paper tiger and it instantly collapsed. Stop acting dead. My hands were just itchy and I wanted to test out the sword Dao. Such attacks shouldn't be able to cause much damage to you. Lin Fan said calmly. The moment he said this, there was a loud explosion. Wangu Tower sect leader slowly floated up from the deep hole. Although he looked a little haggard, the sword attack didn't cause much damage to him. Damn things, I will make sure that all of you die here. Wangu Tower sect leader was furious. He was totally forced to the point of collapse by Lin Fan, and he couldn't accept everything that he was facing. Lin Fan chuckled. Based on your current strength, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to keep us here, do you? You can just talk about it and vent your frustrations. If that's the case, I'll do as you wish. He didn't have a good impression of the top sections. Now that he was developing Martial Path Mountain, when he faced the top sects, naturally he would go all out. There was no need to use the Chief God's believers. It was enough to place them near Martial Path Mountain. His thoughts were simple. These people were left for the Alliance headquarters. When they fought the Alliance headquarters, it would be a little problematic. They weren't like the top sects who weren't united. Hiki. At that moment, Wangu Tower sect leader laughed coldly. His laughter was different from normal. That moment, Wangu Tower sect leader's body slowly dissipated, turning into many crystals that struck towards the Buddha. He was going to merge with it. Water Emperor, pay attention. He is going to use his ultimate move. Lin Fan reminded. Even he had to pay attention to the situation. The Buddha was tangling with Water Emperor and the others. Now that Wangu Tower sect leader merged with the Buddha, what kind of shocking thing would happen? Without personally witnessing it, naturally it was hard to imagine. What? Water Emperor asked curiously. Shortly after, the Buddha punched. The dimension shattered and a strong aura covered Water Emperor. This shocked Water Emperor. It was even stronger than before. Hunglong. Water Emperor took it head-on. His expression changed and he retreated. After retreating a certain distance, he slowly stopped. This fellow has become stronger. For Water Emperor, there was only one thing in his mind. Times had changed. Were people so strong now? He was an expert from the old era. Dao Realm Stage 7 was the peak of this world. As for Stage 8 or 9, that was just a legend. With the current situation, it was impossible. Wangu Tower's Buddha merged with the sect leader, and its body became even larger. It was just a shocking sight. The pure Buddha was like a god of heaven and earth, and each of its actions gave off an aura of majesty. Lin Fan said, Water Emperor, you are a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert. Why is it so difficult for you to deal with one Buddha? Water Emperor was a little unhappy. Sect leader Lin, that isn't right. This Buddha is the power that Wangu Tower gathered over many years. In terms of true strength, it isn't weaker than mine. How can I suppress it so easily? Lin Fan shook his head. In the end, I am still too weak. Forget it, I won't argue with you on this. Some things have to be admitted. Let's work together to suppress him and break the Wangu Tower. Although this place isn't much, those towers have their own personality. I like it. Water Emperor was helpless. His words were just so bad. One couldn't bear to listen to him at all. Zhu Shun and the others were able to deal with other people, but they were helpless against the Buddha. If they weren't careful, they might even be destroyed. Damn, all of you deserve to die. The Buddha that merged with the Wangu Tower sect leader could already speak. If not for the killing intent spreading around, people might have really treated it as a true god. The Buddha's rage swept the area. It opened its fingers and descended from above. Its palm covered the sky and controlled the entire area. As it descended, the pressure it formed became more and more terrifying. Hiki. Lin Fan laughed and disappeared from the spot. He rose into the air and shortly after, his body swelled in mid-air. Dao Realm Stage 4 astronomical phenomenon was really strong. There was a loud explosion. The powers clashed with one another and formed a strong wind that swept everything around. Come! Lin Fan hollered in rage. He waved his fists and sped up. Although his body was huge, it didn't affect his speed at all. Pung! Pung! The two of them clashed. His dual cultivation had reached Dao Realm Stage 4, and his physical body was really strong. Moreover, he had the Blood Demon reversal technique, so who would he be afraid of in a fight? As long as you couldn't kill me in one move, then you had no future at all. Honglong! Lin Fan punched the Buddha's body and the Buddha's palm landed on Lin Fan's body. The two of them flew backward and their giant bodies affected the surrounding environment. When the Buddha was injured, an invisible ripple spread out. Those sitting disciples dissipated without any pain on their faces and turned to dust. Hiki. Lin Fan was injured, so he had to look up to him. Wangu Tower is really strong. Wiping out Beast Monster Sect was just a waste of time. I didn't expect your sect to have such ability. Lin Fan looked up to Wangu Tower. Amazing, really amazing. He had to look up to them. A Dao Realm Stage 7 expert and another expert with Stage 7 strength surrounded one person, and were still unable to take him down. One could only say that they were really amazing. But this is the end. Let's see how long you can last. The moment he said this, Lin Fan hollered and 117 Dao patterns formed in his palms. These were all the Dao patterns he had formed so far. Uproar. When he used these Dao patterns, the sky shook and it was tough to block this terrifying power. Water Emperor was shocked. Amazing. I didn't expect him to have so many Dao patterns. He knew that Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm Stage 4. But he didn't know why he could suppress someone at Dao Realm Stage 7. Only now did he know that he had formed so many Dao patterns. Moreover, he knew that Lin Fan was a dual cultivator and had reached Dao Realm Stage 7. This was something impossible in the outside world. It was even possible for him to become a legend. Kill. Lin Fan grabbed with his fingers and the Dao patterns gathered together. He then struck the Buddha. Honglong. The collision of power was much more terrifying than before. The Buddha was shaken. Facing such strong power, even it couldn't block it. It retreated and cracks appeared on its perfect body. This could be said to be the strongest opponent Lin Fan had ever faced. The Buddha could only exist in Wangu Tower, and it was useless if it left this place. So, even if someone wanted to wipe them out, they definitely wouldn't head to their sect. They were afraid that an unknown person would appear. Water Emperor looked at Lin Fan's strength and was a little stunned. What was going on with sect leader Lin? He formed his own Dao patterns to attack. Wasn't he tired at all? After a long while. Go to hell. Lin Fan hollered in rage. His fists landed and the dimension exploded. His fists landed on the Buddha's body and a low thud spread out. One felt like their eardrums were about to explode. The Buddha retreated and it couldn't take such power at all. With such a huge body, it would be extremely difficult to even shake it by a little. But now, not only did he shake it by a little, he actually managed to force it back, leaving behind several bottomless pits in the ground. There was a cracking sound. The surface of the Buddha started to crack and many jade-like shrapnel fell off. Who? Lin Fan took in a deep breath and fresh blood dripped from his body. Water Emperor, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're really slacking off. How did you help in this battle? He was really impressed. He wanted to take him down together with Water Emperor. Who knew that Water Emperor was so good at dodging attacks? The Buddha didn't even hit him once. In the end, it gave up on Water Emperor and attacked him. Water Emperor's face flushed red and he acted calm. I attracted the firepower too. Lin Fan shook his head. He really wanted to press Water Emperor to the ground and step on him. To even say such words, he was just shameless. Cough cough. In the distance, Wangu Tower sect leader coughed and spat out fresh blood. His limbs were powerless and it was tough for him to even lift a finger. Lin Fan used the blood demon reversal technique to recover his injuries. He then walked forwards. Lin Fan slowly walked in front of Wangu Tower sect leader. How is it? Am I right? This will be your last battle. However, I have already acknowledged your strength. You are indeed very strong, but a large part of it is because of that pagoda Buddha. If it wasn't for that pagoda Buddha, you might not have been able to last until now. You cruel demon. Wangu Tower sect leader looked at Lin Fan in rage. My sect disciples died because of you. Wangu Tower was really empty now. Those disciples had already vanished into thin air, completely disappearing from this world without a trace. The destruction of the pagoda Buddha affected their bodies. With their strength, how could they withstand it? Like fireworks, they exploded in an instant. Lin Fan said, "Don't make it sound so scary. The border needed help and only Sword Palace helped. The others wanted to benefit from it and caused many casualties. I promised them that I would take revenge for them. The Alliance is an enemy and so are all of you top sections. So, the reason why I came to Wangu Tower wasn't because you blocked the wind but because I really wanted to wipe you all out." Wangu Tower sect leader's emotions fluctuated. You jerk. He was furious. Because of all these reasons, Wangu Tower was wiped out in his hands. That was a huge humiliation. He was filled with terror. It wasn't easy for him to reach Dao Realm Stage 7 step by step. At such a stage, as long as it wasn't a natural disaster, he definitely wouldn't die. Unfortunately, he faced Lin Fan, a person who was like a mad dog. Lin Fan smiled. I can send you on your way. Don't worry, you aren't the first. Beast Monster Sect will accompany you and more sects will follow you. You won't be alone. Chapter 531. Wangu Tower sect leader knew that there was no hope. He laughed. Lin, don't be too gleeful. You will pay a heavy price for your actions. I will wait for you below. He knew that Lin Fan wouldn't let him live. As the sect leader, he wouldn't beg for mercy and beg others to let him off. Those were actions that would lower his status, and even if he did, it would be useless. Lin Fan chuckled and stomped down with his foot. With a loud thud, his strength swept out and caused the corpse to explode. It is over. This battle was a little intense. Fortunately, Water Emperor helped, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. But Water Emperor was really lazy. One could say that he helped, but one could also say that he didn't help at all. The key was still himself. Zhao Lishan and the others were slightly weaker, and could only deal with some elders. But that was enough. If not, when he fought with Wangu Tower sect leader, the elders would run when they saw that the situation was bad. Even if he wanted to stop them, he wouldn't have a chance. Water Emperor exclaimed, I have roamed the world for so long and have never seen a top sect being wiped out. With our strength, we actually did it. He was a little shocked. Although there were two who were at Dao Realm Stage 7, even then they shouldn't have been able to do that. What was the reason behind it? It was worth a deeper level of consideration. He could think about it carefully. Lin Fan said, what is there to worry about? They are just top sections. In the future, we will wipe out more top sections. Shush, just keep those words to yourself. Don't say it out loud. Water Emperor was really frightened by Lin Fan's words. If others hear your words, not only will they laugh at you, but they will also be afraid. Keep your secrets to yourself. Safety is the most important thing. Aha, look at how cowardly you are. Haze Dao Realm Stage 7. Lin Fan smiled. He knew that he was about to face some Buddha Alliance sections. If they found out that he wiped out Wangu Tower, maybe they wouldn't do anything extreme, but they definitely wouldn't just ignore it. Water Emperor said, I am trying to play it safe. Zhao Lishan's face was flushed red. Young Master Lin, what should we do next? He felt really good, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't emotional. When he was guarding the border, the helplessness of having no one to help him was too unbearable. But now that he saw these top sects being destroyed, it was simply too refreshing. Lin Fan said, move what should be moved. A top sect definitely has many resources. Bring people to scavenge. I want to move that tower back. The most beautiful part of Wangu Tower was the tall tower in the distance. The Buddha was formed from this tower. No matter how it was used, moving it to Martial Path Mountain was a symbol. All right, Zhao Lishan replied. He brought Zhu Shen and the others to head in. The battle just now destroyed many buildings, but due to the existence of the Buddha, many places were protected. They were like a group of bandits who had entered a rich man's house, taking whatever they saw. To Lin Fan, his rage points had increased by a lot. If he continued to work hard, he had a chance of reaching Dao Realm Stage 5. Lin Fan came to the front of the tower. This tower was called the Ancestral Tower in Wangu Tower, and it consecrated the relics of all the ancestors of Wangu Tower. They used the power of the entire sect to nurture the Buddha spirit within. But now, the relics enshrined in this tower were all broken, and only a little bit of power remained. But soon, they would disappear and become ordinary objects. But to Lin Fan, he didn't care about how strong something was. He just felt that it looked good and that he liked it. He just wanted to bring it back. He used strength and the tower rose from the ground. When it left the ground, it left a deep hole. Golden energy seeped into the air and dissipated. What a waste. Lin Fan shook his head. How could he not tell what the golden energy was? But what could he do? After moving the ancestral tower, naturally, the golden energy would dissipate too. Very quickly, Zhao Lishan and the others had harvested the entire Wangu Tower. They were really careful, and if the situation allowed, they could even jump into the shithole to see whether or not there were any hidden treasures. Let's go back to the sect. With a wave of Lin Fan's hand, the group of people left happily. Only the Wangu Tower that was in ruins was left. Not long after Lin Fan and the others left, experts arrived. They were hiding around, but they didn't dare to get close. Wangu Tower was destroyed, and that was a huge blow to them. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed that such a thing would happen. Few days later, they spread the news. When the four alliances found out that Wangu Tower was wiped out, they were shocked and filled with disbelief. Wangu Tower wasn't weak among the top sections. Especially since they were wiped out on their own territory, how could Wangu Tower let them off? But even then they were still wiped out. Martial Path Mountain Lin Fan. This was a name that the four alliances didn't like to hear spread once more. Buddha Alliance. White Lotus St. Purity Mountains Guan had a solemn expression. Do all of you have nothing to say? If Wangu Tower can be wiped out today, it might be us in the future. Brother Guan, this is a little scary. No matter how strong Lin Fan is, he is just one person. Wangu Tower being wiped out only means that Wangu Tower is weak. Tell him to come to my sect and I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Great Zen sect Old Ancestor Tian Chan said. The moment he said this, people mocked him. Old Ancestor Tian Chan, who doesn't know how to brag? Everyone here knows how strong Wangu Tower is. Who dares to say that they can wipe out Wangu Tower? Old Ancestor Tian Chan wanted to brag, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't let him off. He was a little angry, but he had no choice. Whether or not he was bragging, he knew himself. This was why he didn't say anything and kept silent. Then what do you think we should do? This question had truly stumped them. Everyone was thinking about what to do next. Yuan noticed that their gazes were a little off. Why are all of you looking at me like that? This isn't just about me, but it is also about all of you. Brother Guyuan, White Lotus St. Purity Mountain is the leader of the top sects in Buddha Alliance. That is an undeniable fact. Now that Martial Path Mountain's Lin has provoked us so many times, how can we not care? If not, we will lose face. Right, we need Brother Guan to make a decision. Right, Brother Guan, please think of a way. Guyuan cursed in his heart. A bunch of scammers. In the past, none of them acknowledged him. Now that such a thing happened, they knew who to blame. One had to say that. How could he not know the true thoughts in the hearts of these people? Guyuan said. This matter is huge, but it is also small. It depends on what all of you think. We can work together to wipe out Martial Path Mountain, but with their strength we will have to pay a price. It depends on whether or not all of you are willing. As expected, When everyone heard that, they hesitated. In the past, they didn't know Martial Path Mountain's strength and maybe they didn't care about them at all. But the strength that Martial Path Mountain displayed now was extraordinary. Who would go first? This was a serious question. Anyway, no sect would be willing to be the first. Unless there was a hole in the head of that sect. Guyuan realized that the entire area was silent. It was totally silent and he felt helpless. Damn, when he got to the main point, no one replied. As expected, they really saw through everything. Why aren't you saying anything? Guyuan's expression was one of mocking. What was the saying? He saw how cowardly all of them were today. A bunch of all-mouthy king people. Brother Guyuan, why don't you lead? If you need anything, we won't reject you. A sect leader said. Hiki. Guyuan looked at that person and mocked. Don't you feel ashamed when you say such words? This concerns White Lotus St. Purity Mountain and also everyone here. As sect leaders of top sects, don't you have any responsibility? Silence. No one spoke. The top sects looked strong, but after so many years, they had never seen any top sects fight one another. They were afraid that both sides would suffer heavy losses and others would take advantage of them. So now that Martial Path Mountain was suppressing Wangu Tower, they panicked a little. But most of them felt that it didn't implicate them, so they just stood there and watched. Maybe it had nothing to do with them, and if they stepped out, they would lose out. At this moment, a sect leader said, based on what I know, the reason why Martial Path Mountain wiped out Wangu Tower was because they wanted to expand their territory. Wangu Tower blocked their path, so there was a conflict between the two sides. Buddha Alliance's territory is endless like an abyss, so it is okay for them to give up some territory. So, we can admit that Martial Path Mountain is a top sect. Those words make sense. That's right, I agree. There must be a conflict of interest. Otherwise, who would have a conflict with someone else for no reason? Don't you think so? When this person said these words, he laughed out loud. He didn't sense the problem at all. Guyuan looked at their faces. He felt helpless. These bunch of fools. Things had reached such a stage and they were still thinking about things so beautifully. If Lin Fan knew what they were thinking, he would probably nod his head. They were just blocking the path and didn't mean anything else. But his true meaning was obvious. He would just fuck them up. If they were unhappy, then they would fuck them up. Who cared whether or not they were blocking the path? When the other three alliances learned that Buddha Alliance Wangu Tower was wiped out, they gloated. Anyway, all of this didn't matter to them. They weren't the ones who were wiped out. Buddha Alliance's top sects were more than happy to be wiped out. Martial Path Mountain. Gozi, what do you think about the tower? Don't you feel that it is really overbearing? Although it doesn't fit in with Martial Path Mountain, it somehow raises its class. Lin Fan laid there and enjoyed it. He pointed at the tower and was really satisfied with his spoils of war. Gozi said, perfect, it is just too perfect. To Gozi, he really couldn't see what was good about the tower. But as one of Young Master's loyal lackeys, no matter what, as long as Young Master said it was beautiful, then it was beautiful. Chapter 532. Lin Fan moved the ancestral tower back to the sect and found a good place to place it. At the same time, he hung some lanterns on it to decorate it. From afar it looked really beautiful. During the battle with Wangu Tower, he realized that he was lacking. It was okay that he could fight, but the key was that he didn't have many people around him who could. Water Emperor was Dao Realm Stage 7, but he loved to slack off. Moreover, it reached a really serious stage. It gave him a huge headache. He gained a lot from Wangu Tower. He gained 1,000,000 rage points and increased 10 Dao realm techniques. He also gained 127 Dao patterns. Although he didn't reach Dao realm stage 5, his strength increased once more. Maybe in just a short while he would reach Dao realm stage 5. Very soon it shouldn't be too far away. Sect leader Lin, what should we do next? Water Emperor felt really good. Wiping out Wangu Tower made him feel like his future would be bright. Looking at this ancestral tower, it was a decent thing. Although it wasn't as useful as it was in Wangu Tower, it was still a symbol in Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan took a look. We just wiped out Wangu Tower and you are already so eager? Water Emperor smiled, I am motivated. Only sect leader Lin can wipe out a Buddha Alliance top sect just like that. If other people did it, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. He just silently sucked up to him. To Water Emperor it wasn't much. Moreover, he wouldn't let others think that he was sucking up to him. He had lived for so long and was a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert, so how could he do such a lowly thing? Rest, don't be too anxious. Let's see what Buddha Alliance is prepared to do, Lin Fan said. He wanted to know what Buddha Alliance would do when they faced such a situation. Would they sit still and not do anything, or would they gather people to fight? Water Emperor felt regretful then. This is a little unfortunate. We will chase them and strike them when they least expect it. Only then will they know how strong we are. Lin Fan took a look. What he said was all nonsense. He would always be the one to attack. It was useless to rely on Water Emperor, so it was better to look at the situation. During this period of time, Lin Fan was really relaxed in Martial Path Mountain and didn't care about anything. He ate delicious food and drank spicy food every day. Along with Mu Gang's craftsmanship getting better and better, his life was as happy as that of a deity. The only regret was that he hadn't found his cousin yet. He didn't know where his cousin ran off to. However, he did not panic at all. Cousin has his own fate, and one day we will meet again. Recently, Buddha Alliance discussed several times, but didn't come up with anything valuable. If they could unite so easily, the Imperial Dynasty wouldn't have controlled them for so long. Thus, the Wangu Tower incident slowly calmed down. Guyuan knew that Lin Fan definitely couldn't be left alive. Martial Path Mountain's existence threatened their position. At the same time, Martial Path Mountain occupied Wangu Tower's territory and stretched their hands into Buddha Alliance. They had to stop them, but it was too dangerous for him to go alone. He wasn't afraid that Lin Fan could do anything to him, but what if there was a mishap? Other people didn't understand what kind of person Lin Fan was. Guyuan saw that he wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't have his father's foresight and didn't care about the big picture. He was too crazy, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a mad dog. This was why he needed to gather some people to have a good talk with Lin Fan. He talked to Su Yuanming and hoped that he could tell the Celestial Alliance people about the current situation. If they allowed Lin Fan to continue developing, there would be endless problems. Once he couldn't be suppressed, then they would be finished. Su Yuanming simply told Guyuan that it was impossible. The Celestial Alliance people were all watching the show. If they wanted to snipe Lin Fan, that would be impossible. Anyway, Lin Fan was dealing with Buddha Alliance, and Celestial Alliance wouldn't join in. Even if Celestial Alliance and Buddha Alliance seemed like an alliance, that was fake and couldn't be tested at all. Alliance headquarters. Zhu Daoshan's disappearance caused an uproar in the alliance. Many people were curious about where Zhu Daoshan went. Some reporters followed and realized that Zhu Daoshan stayed in his villa. Apart from coming out occasionally, he spent most of his time in the villa. This confused the alliance people. But not long later, as there was no other news, it calmed down and disappeared from their eyes. Wu Zhiga, who was extremely fierce in the past, started to slack off. He rarely participated in alliance headquarters meetings. Outside the balcony of a high-class villa, Hayes, Wu Zhiga stood with his arms behind his back and sighed. He was really worried. General Wu, the situation isn't good for our faction. The one who spoke was Alliance General Xiao Hu. No, it should be Alliance General Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu had successfully broken through to 9-star General, which was Dao Realm. Standing behind Wu Zhiga, he was like a huge mountain. A ferocious aura overflowed. If an ordinary person stood in front of him, their legs would probably tremble. Wu Zhiga nodded his head. The tech division rose up and started to fight for power. Many people supported the tech division, and this placed a lot of pressure on the commander. General Xiao Hu's eyes shone brightly and he said solemnly, "The appearance of star-level energy has raised the tech division too high. In the hearts of the people, the tech division is the best choice." Hiki. Wu Zhiga laughed coldly. "A bunch of dumb things. Machines are dead and humans are alive." Relying on these emotionless machines is asking for death. Xiang Yuntian is the highest commander of the tech division, and hasn't been paid attention to for a long time. Now that he has become famous, his ambition has exploded out. He is just dragging the alliance down with him. Xiaohu said, there is one more thing. Based on the intel, Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island are doing something, and it seems like they are going to clean up the alliance. At Ocean Emperor Island, Hell Mountain, these two are a problem. If we don't pay attention, we might suffer a huge loss. Wuxia frowned. He felt that the alliance headquarters was in a bad situation. They were in a really dangerous situation. If they were not careful, something huge might happen. General Xiaohu said, based on the news from the people we planted in Hell Mountain, there are a few 9-star generals in our headquarters who have connections with the higher-ups of Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island. There is a high chance that they have betrayed the alliance headquarters. Wuxia turned his head and said solemnly, you can't say such things randomly. Guessing without evidence will only make one's heart go cold. Don't worry, we are investigating this matter. But it is too difficult to monitor 9-star generals, and we need some time. I will quietly investigate the truth without attracting attention. Xiaohu said. Let me see the list. Wuxia was in a mess. General Xiaohu took out the list. This was a secret and definitely couldn't be spread out, otherwise it would cause a huge commotion. Wuxia looked at it carefully, and his expression didn't change from the start. But deep down it caused huge waves. Many of the 9-star generals on the list had important positions in the alliance headquarters. If they betrayed the alliance, then all the secrets in the alliance wouldn't be secrets anymore. They would be stripped off their outer layer of clothing and announced to everyone. Wuxia asked, do you think it is trustworthy? Marshal Xiaohu said, it is hard to say, but the intelligence agent placed in Hell Mountain is quite trustworthy. He was extremely useful in quelling the conflict between Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island. If he is not mistaken, then he is basically trustworthy. Wuxia frowned and didn't say anything. Truthfully, he didn't believe it. But the intelligence agent in Hell Mountain had no choice but to believe it. If it was true, then it would be a terrifying blow to the alliance headquarters. It would even cause the 9-star general's position in the hearts of the people to fall. Bury this matter in your heart. Apart from me, don't tell anyone else. Wuxia said. Yes. General Xiaohu replied. Wuxia waved his hands to tell him that he could leave. He needed some time alone. Although he said that he would be more relaxed in the future, and that he didn't want to bother about alliance matters to Wuxia, how could he not care about it? The alliance definitely couldn't fall in the hands of their generation. The prosperity in the past was obtained by them through hard work. How many people died? Who knew how many of them were good brothers that he had known since the college days? If not for those things, Wuxia would have had many friends and brothers, but in the end, all of them died one by one and sacrificed their lives for the alliance. Thus, after Xiaohu broke through to Dao Realm, he started to use his power to promote Xiaohu to a 9-star general and place him in the most important position in the alliance. As long as there was any news, he would report it to him right away. I hope that all of this is fake, otherwise I don't mind washing everything in blood. Wuxia's eyes shone with determination. Even if it was true, he definitely wouldn't let the people find out about it. He would deal with it in secret and not cause any commotion. In Hell Mountain, Zhenming climbed really quickly. He was a higher-up, but because he wanted to take revenge, he grabbed all chances and finally gained the attention of Hell Mountain's leader, Yin Kuan. In the alliance with Ocean Emperor Island, he had an important position. At the same time, he was the one who pushed for the alliance with Yinyang sect. Or rather, he didn't care about the danger and personally came to meet the Yinyang sect leader. Kiki, the alliance only has this bit of ability. A spy planted in Hell Mountain. Zhenming had noticed that there were spies in Hell Mountain a long time ago. This was a coincidence. When Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island fought against the alliance, Hell Mountain captured many alliance experts and killed them. At that time, he realized that there was a weird person. When he killed the alliance experts, his hand actually trembled and he even hesitated. He was suspicious then. It was impossible for him to say that it was okay. But he didn't care. He was just a higher-up in Hell Mountain and couldn't care so much. Until today. He thought back to the spy. He suggested to lure the 8 island heads over. Naturally, this matter couldn't be hidden. As long as he was a spy, he would know what he wanted to do. He pretended to make a list and waited for the fish to take the bait. Wasn't that a simple matter? Chapter 533. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. Mu Gang's small hands pinched Lin Fan's leg while Go Zi waved his fan at the side. Where else could he find such a day? It was just so comfortable. It would be best if those top sects and alliance didn't exist. Suddenly, fluctuations could be felt from afar. Experts had arrived. Hey, I didn't expect you to really come. Lin Fan stood up and stretched his neck. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to fighting. Go Zi was confused. Who came? Someone that the young master valued was definitely not ordinary. Who else could it be? Other than those few, there can't be anyone else. Lin Fan raised his head and looked over. Even though he was far away, he could sense the aura unique to powerful beings from afar. Go Zi wasn't a fool, so how could he not know who young master was talking about? The Water Emperor and the others sensed this aura and frowned. They rose into the air and floated in the air. Wow, so amazing. Are those people from Buddha Alliance going all out? Water Emperor laughed, but he was a little panicked. He wasn't afraid of one-on-one, but he was afraid that they would gang up on him. That would be a little too much. Zhao Lishan said warily, be careful. They come with ill intentions. If a battle breaks out, the situation will not be good. Soon Lin Fan appeared behind them and said, don't worry too much. What are you afraid of? Even though Lin Fan was young, in this group of elders he was like a big brother. Lin Fan stood in front. Water Emperor and the others stood behind. Not long after. In the distance, several figures were getting closer and closer. Eventually, they stopped when they were a distance away from Lin Fan and the others. I was wondering who it was. So, it is the Buddha Alliance sect leaders. Why are you so free to come to Martial Path Mountain? Are you here to take revenge? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Even if the people in front of him were all Dao Realm Stage 6 and Stage 7 experts, he wasn't afraid at all. In a battle, whoever was afraid would lose. The moment Guiyuan saw Lin Fan, for some reason he hated him so much. Maybe it was because he hated him for so long that it became a habit in his heart. But he still had to pretend. Ha ha ha, sect leader Lin is joking. We came from afar, so how can we fight? Guiyuan said. To Buddha Alliance, in the end, Guiyuan was the one who brought some sect leaders over to negotiate. It was best if they could just talk about family matters. Lin Fan glanced over. What were these guys thinking? How could he not know? He couldn't even be bothered to argue with them. This person was White Lotus Saint Purity Mountain's Guiyuan. There were only two sect leaders that he hated the most in the top sections. One was Guiyuan, and the other was Guasian Island's Su Yuanming. These two people were really disgusting. Thinking back to when he was in U City, he and his father were fighting against the 4 strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance, and the two of them just passed by. Not only did they not help, but they even mocked them. He would remember this grudge forever. He would never forget it. Ho ho. So what if you guys are here to fight? Do you think that I, Lin Fan, am afraid of you guys? Lin Fan looked at everyone tyrannically, not giving them any face at all. Guiyuan frowned and was really unhappy. How arrogant. Surnamed Lin, don't be too arrogant. The one who spoke was an old man with a single eye and a tyrannical aura. He was the sect leader of the top sect. Old ancestor Dao Ling, you blind man, stop talking nonsense. So what if I am arrogant? If you aren't happy, then come at me. Let's see if I don't smash your other eye. Lin Fan stared in rage. To deal with these people, one had to be tough. Water Emperor's heart jumped. As expected from a domineering old brother. Facing so many peak experts, it was normal to be more friendly. But was it really good for him to be so tough? Arrogant, you are infuriating me. Old ancestor Dao Ling was so furious that he nearly jumped up. If not for considering his own situation, he would have really fought Lin Fan to the death. On the other hand, the surrounding experts were extremely indifferent. They acted like this had nothing to do with them and they didn't care. To them, Lin Fan didn't offend them and it had nothing to do with them. As for why old ancestor Dao Ling was so strong, naturally that was his problem. Of course, to them, this surnamed Lin was really arrogant. Enough. Guiyuan stopped him. Sect leader Lin, I didn't come here to quarrel with you but to talk about the relationship between Martial Path Mountain and Buddha Alliance. Gu Yuan suppressed the rage in his heart. If even he was defeated, then a battle was unavoidable. Even if he was confident in making Lin Fan pay a heavy price, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. There was even no need for both sides to have a conflict. There was no conflict of interest, so why did they have to do that? Lin Fan smiled. Relationship? Martial Path Mountain and your Buddha Alliance aren't on good terms. A while ago, you even had a conflict at Zhao Family Dragon Island. Oh right, you didn't come that day, right? They pushed the blame to me for the sneak attack. I even suspect whether or not you did it. Damn. Gu Yuan was furious. Fucking Lin Fan, I came to talk to you nicely and not only did you not receive me well, you even brought up the past. I gave you face but you didn't want it. You just didn't want it. Sect leader Lin really knows how to joke. Some things can't be said so casually. Gu Yuan was expressionless but his voice turned cold. One could tell that he was furious just from his voice. What a waste. Lin Fan really couldn't tell. Even if he could, he didn't care much about it. Lin Fan smiled. Right, Gu Yuan is right. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Sect leaders, it is hard to say. Sometimes things are just so coincidental. The one-eyed old ancestor Dao Ling was unhappy. Sect leader Lin, don't use such cheap tricks on us. It won't work. Kiki. When Lin Fan smiled, it felt like he was saying that he was a fool. That smile made one feel really uncomfortable, and it was easy to attract hatred. When old ancestor Dao Ling saw that smile, he clenched his fists. He was 100-year-old man and his mentality was really calm. He wouldn't panic no matter what happened. But for some reason, when he saw Lin Fan smile, he felt like he was going to explode. Gu Yuan said, Sect leader Lin, our Buddha Alliance won't pursue the matter of you wiping out Wangu Tower. After all, the strong eat the weak and occupying territory is a normal situation. Buddha Alliance is also willing to admit that Martial Path Mountain is a top sect. From now on we won't interfere with each other. Your Martial Path Mountain will still be your Martial Path Mountain, and Buddha Alliance won't find trouble with you. After all, to us, internal strife isn't good. It is easy for the Alliance to find a chance. Don't you agree? To Gu Yuan, the current situation wasn't as stable as he thought. Celestial Alliance and Buddha Alliance were working together, but they weren't as united as they seemed on the surface. Internal strife was common. White Lotus St. Purity Mountain and Guasian Island were working with the Alliance, but now the Alliance was in chaos. Things were becoming more and more complicated. This was why Gu Yuan and Su Yuanming discussed in secret. There were two plans. One was to work with the Alliance to slowly wipe out the top sections. The other was to work with the Alliance on the surface but use the strength of the four alliances to fight against the Alliance. They would be at the back and seize the chance to deal a heavy blow at the most crucial moment. What a perfect strategy. Both plans were perfect. This was why Gu Yuan didn't want to have an open conflict with Lin Fan. He wanted to play it safe. But looking at the situation, it was obvious that he couldn't. This kid's words were vicious and could easily cause one's mental state to explode. If one's tolerance wasn't high, one wouldn't have been able to take it. Water Emperor snuck to Lin Fan's side and said, This Buddha Alliance really can take it. They can even forget about this and even admit Martial Path Mountain's existence. I really respect them. At Water Emperor. When Gu Yuan saw Water Emperor, he didn't recognize him right away. But after taking a few more looks he really did. Kiki, I didn't expect that someone would recognize me after so many years of seclusion. Water Emperor was delighted. He had been in seclusion for many years and had left this era. Now that Buddha Alliance's White Lotus St. Purity Mountain sect leader recognized him, his face lit up. Gu Yuan said, How can I not recognize you? During the Three Corpse land battle, I was just a disciple, but I heard that you fought 3 top sect leaders alone. In the end, you were injured and had to flee. From then on, the world knew of your strength. Why does your words sound so weird? It sounds like you are praising me, but it doesn't feel right. Water Emperor squinted and looked at Gu Yuan unhappily. Gu Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Although Water Emperor was strong, he didn't care about him at all. So what if he lived longer than him? There was a peak in this world, and it was just a matter of time before the later generations caught up to the older generations. Lin Wanyi was so young and he was already at the peak of the world. Even people from the older generation like Water Emperor didn't dare to compete with him. Lin Fan raised his hand and hoped that Water Emperor would stop talking nonsense. He then looked towards Guyuan. Okay, what you said is true. Martial Path Mountain is indeed independent. As for whether or not we can get along peacefully with Buddha Alliance, that will depend on whether or not Buddha Alliance gives us face in the future. Lin Fan was in deep thought. Since you said that, then he would give you face. He didn't want to attack for now, but when he did, no matter if it was peaceful or not, he would still fight. He definitely wouldn't give them any face. Guyuan looked at Lin Fan and his heart was like a mirror. Naturally, he knew that this surnamed Lin wouldn't be so easy to talk to. From the start till now, he had been talking nonsense. But this was the effect that he wanted. As long as Lin Fan attacked the Buddha Alliance sects once more, he wanted to see whether or not the Buddha Alliance sect leaders would still be able to sit still and not do anything. He had to pressure them. Only then would they know that it didn't matter whether or not it affected them. It was because Lin Fan wouldn't think that way. If they continued to bear with it, then they would be the ones suffering. Okay, since sect leader Lin agrees, then I won't say anything more. Goodbye. Yuan cupped his fists. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Fan. He was really afraid that if he stayed here for too long, he wouldn't be able to suppress the rage in his heart and would fight with Lin Fan for 300 rounds. Chapter 534. When the last person, old ancestor Daoling of Six Will Ancient Temple, left with an unhappy expression, Lin Fan chuckled. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation didn't allow it, I would have made all of you stay long ago. His killing intent was boiling. Water Emperor was stunned and looked at Lin Fan. He didn't expect Lin Wanyi's son to have such thoughts. Zhao Lishan said, Young Master Lin, we need to think about this. If you clash with them today, Martial Path Mountain will be destroyed. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. Not only will Martial Path Mountain be destroyed, but everyone here, apart from me, won't be able to survive. We are still too weak. Zhao Lishan shook his head regretfully. Facing some Dao Realm Stage 7 experts, they were really helpless. Lin Fan shook his head. It's not that you guys are weak, it's that I'm too weak. I don't have the confidence to suppress all of them. But it's fine. It won't be long before they won't be as relaxed as they are now. Water Emperor didn't understand what Lin Fan meant by those words. It won't take long? What did that mean? Could he break through to Dao Realm Stage 8? Impossible, that was just impossible. Dao Realm Stage 7 was already the peak. Even if there were differences in Stage 7, even the strongest Dao Realm Stage 7 wouldn't be able to fight so many people. Sect Leader Lin, although I trust you, my peak realm is Dao Realm Stage 7. Everyone is at that realm and it is really difficult to suppress everyone. Water Emperor said. Lin Fan glanced at him, ignorant. This was truly ignorant. Could it be that he didn't know that the sect leader had a small support system on him? That's right, no one knows. The only person present who believed in Lin Fan's words would be the Heaven's Fate Master. He could see the calamities that these grandmasters were going to face in the future. They were all extremely tragic. Perhaps he could write the word die with blood on it. Where did this kid come from? The divinator thought about it and waves rose up in his heart. He really wanted to know where Lin Fan came from. If you say he is Lin Wanyi's son, right? Even his father wasn't as ferocious as him. Perhaps his father was relying on his son. Will he become the first expert to break through to Stage 8? The moment this thought appeared in the divinator's mind, he instantly dispelled it. What a joke. This was something that would never happen. Being called ignorant by Lin Fan, the Water Emperor was infuriated. The Water Emperor was old enough to be your grandfather's father, but he was still so disrespected. How infuriating. But forget it. Who asked you to be so strong? Who asked you to be so smug? Just wait until one day in the future when you need this emperor's help. At that time you will know how good this emperor is. Now that the matter was settled, Lin Fan didn't have any other thoughts. He returned to Martial Path Mountain to continue his drunken life. He needed to calm the irritable situation down a little. When the situation had calmed down to a certain extent, he would then launch a head-on attack to stun the other party. No matter what, he could also test the other party's endurance. In the distance, the Buddha Alliance people walked forwards. I think all of you have seen how arrogant martial path Lin Fan is, Yuan said. Old ancestor Dao Ling raged. Since you know that he is so arrogant, then why didn't you kill him? You slashed it? Yuan asked. Those words made old ancestor Dao Ling speechless. He was furious and wanted to kill Lin Fan, but he didn't have the courage to attack. Yuan took a look and didn't care anymore. His words were like farts. He didn't have the courage to complain. If old ancestor Dao Ling really dared to attack, then he would have to respect him. He looked at everyone's expressions. He didn't say much. He just wanted to wait until one day when they all felt danger. Then they would know what the outcome would be if they didn't do anything. Brother Guyuan, are we just going to let him do what he wants? Someone asked. Guyuan said, don't worry, I understand his temper and he definitely won't stop here. In the future, he will offend even more people. However, there is no choice. All of you can just sit back and watch. Otherwise, with our strength, the outcome will be different. Some sect leaders were helpless. But some sect leaders didn't think that way. I feel that it isn't right. We want to kill him, but with his strength it will be tough to suppress him. Once he escapes, the outcome will be catastrophic. Before we have absolute confidence in killing him, we should try to negotiate and wait for a good chance. The sect master's words were met with the approval of many people. His words made sense. That was what he thought and what they all thought too. Yuan cursed in his heart. A bunch of fools. Things had already reached such a stage and they still wanted to negotiate. Their brains must have been damaged. But he couldn't be too overboard. He looked at them like he was looking at a retard. To prevent himself from suffering any losses, he had to be as cowardly as he could be. Yuan thought that the other sect leaders were too stupid. Actually, they weren't. On the contrary, they were really smart. Now, whoever jumped would be the unlucky one. During the many negotiations, Yuan was the one who appeared. Naturally, he was the top firepower. If a war really broke out, then Yuan would be the unluckiest. And they were all followers sitting and watching the ups and downs of things. No matter what the outcome was, at least there was a way out. Then the Buddha Alliance people walked further and further away. In the end, they split up. As for the Wangu Tower matter, they didn't care much about it. They weren't the ones being wiped out, so what was the point of thinking so much? Imperial Dynasty. Since King Wutong went through that random bombing, he became much more well-behaved and didn't dare to head to dangerous places. Although it was said that riches came from danger, he nearly lost his life that time. Your Majesty, the alliance has calmed down recently. Our chance has come. Zhu Xiang knelt on one knee and reported. Their imperial dynasty was really safe. Nothing dangerous happened. The border was mostly destroyed by the alliance and that region wasn't suitable for survival. Normal people would definitely die if they entered. Even experts with cultivation had to be careful. The void current wasn't a joke. If one wasn't careful, one would be sucked in and ripped into pieces. This was why the alliance didn't enter recklessly. I will leave everything to you. King Wutong didn't care much about this matter. He was annoyed and he felt like something in the depths of his heart was about to jump out. He felt like it wasn't a good thing, so he suppressed it in his heart. This was why when he faced such annoying matters, he suppressed his impatience and told Zhu Xiang to act. Yes. Zhu Xiang knew that His Majesty's situation was weird and didn't dare to ask. He also didn't know how to ask. Other people might not know, but he knew a little. At the same time, King Wutong's body gave off a chilling aura. Zhu Xiang's nose was different from that of normal people and he could smell things that others couldn't. He didn't ask and pushed the door open. Only King Wutong was left in the room. King Wutong face-bombed. His arms trembled and pain appeared on his face. Outside. General Zhu, please wait. Lu Xian appeared and said. When Zhu Xiang saw him, a look of disgust appeared on his face. Sir Lu, what is the matter? Zhu Xiang didn't have a good impression of Lu Xian, but sometimes he had to thank him. If not for him bringing him out of Yu City and tossing him to dig stones, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Lucian looked at where King Wutong was and then pulled Zhu Xiang to the side. He said softly, recently, I noticed that His Majesty is a little off. Does General Zhu know what happened? Zhu Xiang smiled. Sir Lu, why do you say that? We are both His Majesty's subjects. If you care about His Majesty, why don't you personally ask him? Lucian stared blankly for a moment, then sneered. General Zhu must be joking. Who doesn't know that General Zhu is His Majesty's favorite? His Majesty hands everything to General Zhu. How can I be like you, able to see His Majesty whenever I want? Sir Lu, it isn't that you can't, but that you don't dare to. Zhu Xiang glanced and a cold smile appeared on his face. He cupped his fists. I have something to do. If Sir Lu has nothing else, you can leave. His Majesty needs to rest. The moment he said this, Zhu Xiang didn't bother about Lucian. Under that murderous gaze, he left. Pooey dog. Lucian stared furiously at Zhu Xiang's back view and scolded. Sometimes he regretted it too much. Why didn't he see through this kid's ambition? He actually allowed him to climb over his head. As for meeting King Wutong alone, he really didn't dare to. There were rumors that a man-eating monster appeared in the imperial dynasty. Although no one personally witnessed it, Lucian felt that it had something to do with King Wutong. With what he had done previously, if he made His Majesty unhappy, he would probably die. Recently, he had lost contact with the Alliance headquarters. The Alliance troops at the border had all retreated. He needed new instructions. Unfortunately, he couldn't contact them. Alliance. Brother Zhu, this is the 12th war criminal. If we bring too many out, even we won't be able to handle it. Wuxia said. He knew what Zhu Daoshen's granddaughter had become in the manor. She needed to eat people and she had to eat people with cultivation. Just like a normal person, she ate 3 meals a day. Zhu Daoshen closed his eyes and all he could hear was the sound of someone eating in the room next door. I have no way out, Zhu Daoshen said calmly. Wuxia said, how can there be no way out? Why not trust Xiang Yuntian? He will definitely be able to find the reason. Impossible. If I trust him, I will be pushing my granddaughter into a pit of fire. Zhu Daoshen rejected and then said, thank you for finding out this secret and not revealing it. If not, then just act like you don't know anything. In the end, if anything happens, I will take responsibility. Wuxia shook his head. He looked at the room next door and said in a low voice, have you ever thought that there might be a problem with this? Or perhaps they are cultivating some unknown thing. After all, the people they eat are war criminals with cultivation. Brother Wu, I am begging you. Please don't linger on this matter. I can't lose anymore, so I am begging you. Zhu Daoshen said with a hoarse voice, even if I am nurturing something unknown, at least she still calls me grandfather, so I have to protect her. Wuxia looked at Zhu Daoshen. He was hesitant. He was sure that his granddaughter wasn't his granddaughter anymore and he was nurturing something. But Zhu Daoshen's current situation made his heart soften. If, Zhu Daoshen interrupted Wuxia and said with a firm gaze, if that happens, I will personally attack. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.